Chapter 141, Latecomer. 3. Therefore, let us talk about my defeat, the position of the protagonist. It is the first time I, who had only played the hero's role, became a villain who had to be knocked down. I had never tolerated a defeat thus far. Any defeat would have been disastrous. If I had been defeated, all of Harlem would have been burned to the ground. My defeat meant the fall of the empire. My defeat meant the end of the land of rivers and lakes. And my defeat meant, now, for the first time, my defeat wouldn't lead to devastation. This is the story of my downfall. It is a story that would only end when I am defeated. Currently, your immersion rate is 100%. My consciousness. But I am strong. I am a manipulative and shrewd person. I don't know how you all will remember your school days. Were you happy? Did you enjoy yourself? The classroom, which was small enough to be painted with the excuse of the ignorance of childhood. Are the scenes that occurred there colored with a beautiful sepia filter? It isn't for me. I am a little more subtle than you guys. I am cunning. Maybe there was nobody like me in your school. Or maybe you simply don't remember. But I was definitely here. A person who framed his classmate. A person who has plotted and manipulated evidence to slander someone. A person who intimidated classmates to keep them quiet. If you share these memories, you must be my colleague. You, at least, will fathom my existence, and if I'm lucky, you'll even understand. That's right. While the other students were defenselessly playing in their childhood, their so-called school days, we easily hunted those foolish minnows. Our hunting was furtive. That's why people don't remember. Most people understand our skillfully hidden hunts the wrong way. Students are too immature. They're not smart enough for high-level hunting. Not smart enough? Who? Us? What a ridiculous delusion. They can't even remember what happened under their very noses. I'll first confess to those people the secret method to hunting. This is a story that happened before I became possessed. There are two ways a student's rank is decided at school. First, there are the students who study well. But you have to work hard to get good grades. Students hate working hard more than anything. On the other hand, it is easy to ignore or laugh at others. Took no effort. Since mocking someone is effortless, any student can join in. This is the crucial difference between study and ridicule. What's the difference? Just a matter of how many students can easily participate. You had to study for 10 minutes to raise your score by 1 on an exam, but it took less than 10 seconds to tease someone. It's much more fun to be better at making fun of others than it is to be better at studying. It's much easier. Accordingly, it is much more powerful. Unlike studying, anyone can handily jump into the game. That is why ridicule is standard at all schools. Here are the mechanics of bullying. First, the victim has to be conspicuous. Are they noticeably richer than the other kids? Or noticeably poorer? Do they have a face that anyone would say is weird? Does it smell strange when they pass by? Is their speech severely incoherent? Are they overly sincere? All of that is good. The particulars don't matter. Ridiculing is powerful because it's easy. The victim of the ridicule must be easy to make fun of. Kim Yul. There is a good reason why Kim Yul was selected as the prey of the hunt. He's poor. Obviously so. He's distinctively poor. There's a bad smell when he walks around. One's poverty could not be covered up with the monotone school uniforms. The awful thing about poverty is that it shows. Everyone could tell that Kim Yul was poor. Anyone who got close knew that he smelled bad. He is easy for anyone to ridicule. Hey! So it is easy to begin. It might be a bit harsh to say this, but when you go near that guy, oh yeah, he did smell a little. Poor guy. Level 1. Go lightly at first. You probably know, too, that you shouldn't reveal your hand at the beginning. That would be dumb. Did he enter on a financial aid? I've known Kim Yul since middle school, and even then, idle talk. It's enough to use the prey as a simple topic in conversation. Should I tell you guys a secret? Actually, gradually increase the number of students who participate in the small talk. He lives there? Wow, that's a literal dump. I heard his dad is the trash collector. Ha! Could that be the same guy who picks up the waste at our house? Hey, no way. Like this gradually brighten the spotlight on him. The initiator here must be careful to never reveal his malice. Not yet. You know it too. It isn't time for that yet. Look, isn't Kim Yul kind of annoying? Instead of saying that, say, oh wow, it's true. The trash collector for our house is Kim Yul's dad. This is much smarter. What really? Of course, it's a lie. How did you find out? I was also skeptical at first. But on Sunday, the man came to pick up the trash, so I asked, are you Kim Yul's father? I'm his school friend. He acted a little embarrassed, but then he asked me to take care of his son. Dude, really? Lies are the basis of our accomplishments. Even as they doubted me, my classmates looked at me with twinkling eyes. Those gazes, that interest, are the proof of your success. You've succeeded in drawing people to the subject of Kim Yul. Kim Yul. By any chance, does your dad? Hey, why are you asking that? Shut up. Why not? Did you lie? No, but anyway. Sorry, Kim Eun. It's nothing. Level 2. The observation phase. Malice snowballs well enough on its own from here. PFT. There isn't anyone in the world who does not make mistakes. Students make plenty of them. Now that the class is paying attention to Kim Yul's every move, they view his mistakes like they are looking through a magnifying glass. Ha. Then they laugh. He missed the volleyball in gym class and had to run a little farther. He fell asleep in 4th period and didn't wake up even during lunch. He stuttered a little when the teacher asked him a question. It doesn't matter how trivial the mistake was. Easy and conspicuous. Always remember the mechanics of ridicule. You know, he always goes behind the school for lunch. Is he feeding the chickens? Seriously. Go to the window and look. I'm serious. Something that anyone can see easily. Something that anyone can partake in easily. Kim Yul. Look up here. What? He's really looking here. Is he trying to get the chickens for free once they're grown? Eventually, a game that anyone can join in. You probably know, too, that most bullying ends here. Up to this point, it can happen naturally. There doesn't need to be a clear ringleader. There doesn't have to be any accomplices. You can get up to level 2 with just sympathizers. Level 2 bullying corresponds to the following. Mild violence once every 2 weeks. Group assault once every 3 months. Public beating once every 6 months. One small scar that cannot be removed on the body. If it's short, 1 semester. If it's long, 3 years. Sometimes a few students lead the violence, but there isn't a long-term culprit. But as you probably know, hey, we do not stop there. Let's test it. We take 1 step further. What? Look, I bought these shoes, so they're brand new. If you have successfully brought others to this point, you must certainly be good at lying. Now, you had to perform a small magic trick for your classmates. I'll draw some stars on the sole of the shoes with a marker. See? You guys saw it, right? Yeah. So what? I'm going to throw it away with trash in front of my house. What are you talking about? Idiot. Kim Yul's dad is the waste collector for my house. Of course, it's a lie. The trash collector for your house is not Kim Yul's father, actually. But that doesn't matter. You know what paths Kim Yul's father usually took. Will that Mr. give Kim Yul a present if he sees new shoes being thrown out? Why wouldn't he? So look, if Kim Yul's father really is the trash man, then Kim Yul will wear these shoes tomorrow. I guess. I bet that Kim Yul will come to school wearing these shoes tomorrow. Now, you've privately prepared a 2nd pair of shoes. There we go. I'll leave it here. You all saw, right? I won't ever touch it. 1 pair you threw out with the trash at your house in front of your friends. Okay. The other pair had already been placed on the route Kim Yul's father walked the day before. Needless to say, both pairs have a on the soles. You want to show your friends some magic. So you pretend to draw the in front of them. If you're cautious enough, you can also establish a perfect alibi by hanging out with your friends for the rest of the day. Hey, check the shoes. It is lunchtime on the following day. We are in the classroom. What if someone catches us? Just look quickly. We're just sneaking a peek. It doesn't matter. While Kim Yul is gone, having headed down to the cafeteria, we gather. Kim Yul's desk. There is a bag holding the shoes hung on the hook. The student's eyes sparkle. Giggling to show that it's only a joke, we lift up Kim Yul's shoe bag. Then we take out shoes that are cleaner than normal. Wow! Naturally. It's real. A is drawn on the bottom of the shoes that Kim Yul brought. OSH*T. Then, Kim Yul's wearing what you threw out. You didn't plan this with Kim Yul, did you? Course not. He's been with us all day yesterday and today. Then, it's actually. The students look at you. Those eyes have just witnessed a fascinating magic trick. At this point, you can choose from a number of lines. It depends on your personality and preferences. Didn't I tell you I was right? Is one of the options. Or, that's kind of unpleasant. You can slowly reveal your ill will. Wow! But I recommend this line. So it's true. Bury yourself in your surroundings. I mean, that old man could have lied that he's Kim Yul's dad. Feign ignorance. So I wasn't 100% sure either. Laugh like you don't get it. Check the shoes again, acting like you're seeing something unbelievable. Then, refine your tone like you've realized some new truth. But wow, to think it was real. And take back one step. Whatever. I don't know. I'm calling off the bet. I don't need it. You guys just pretend you don't know. This is something between just us. Let's call it quits. Anyway, I don't know. Inexperienced leaders always try to do everything themselves. As you know, this is stupid and impatient. You feel impatient because you know that the evidence and magic you concocted is sloppy. That's why you have to perform the magic perfectly from the beginning. What's happening? Just in time. The other students return to the classroom one by one from lunch. Hey! Kim Yul is actually... Huh? Tell me. Of course, you deliberately set lunchtime as the setting for your magic show. You can't waste your magic during a mere break. At lunchtime, the class returns to the room in 2s and 3s. There is enough time. It's perfect for whispering about and spreading the event that just happened. No way. They look at Kim Yul's shoes. That's crazy. It's real. As if. You sit in the back row, pretending to be asleep. You're cautious. You can never spread the story yourself. You can't get ahead of yourself. You have the virtue of a lion, which does not monopolize its hunt and shares its prey with its pride. What are you guys talking about? Come over here. What about Kim Yul's shoes? Let others have the fun of spreading rumors. Plant the illusion that they discovered the truth themselves. Allow them to gorge themselves on the bloody chunk of meat. Ugh! Is he picking up other things and using them, too? Trust in humanity's malice. Yeah, keep it quiet, but Kim Yul's dad is actually the trash collector. We went to the same middle school. We once had to talk about our parents' jobs. Trust in the power of ridicule. That's pretty nasty. Trust in the magic of... Wow. Then, is everything he owns recycled? It's recycled, I tell you. I feel sorry for him, but he's disgusting. Really. Oh, gross. I can smell his feet. Weren't these shoes supposed to be new? Hey, the recycling man is here. Hide it. Kim Yul, did you come back from feeding the chickens? Your shoes look pretty clean today. Heh. Oh. After school, you all form a pack and head down to the front gate to go after Kim Yul. Kim Yul tilts his head because he doesn't know the reason, but he doesn't care. The moment Kim Yul takes his shoes out from the bag and changes, is complete. PFT, haha. Hey Kim Yul, that over there. Those are the shoes Yuncio threw away at his house yesterday. Look at the soles. The young beasts are immersed in the pleasure of exposing the truth that Kim Yul doesn't know. He is a dirty child. It's pointless even if he denies it. We have evidence. The truth is that Kim Yul's father found a new pair of shoes and gave them to his son. The truth is, Kim Yul's father picked up the shoes, carefully examined them to see how new they were, and thought it was all right, so he gave them to his son. The truth is, Kim Yul knew everything, but he silently received the gift from his father. His father's concern, his silent expression, and Kim Yul's muted eyes are the truth. But beasts didn't have the imagination to think of that. They didn't even try. Because ridicule is much easier. With the proof you fabricated, the beasts easily feasted upon. Do you have that much free time? Kim Yul said expressionlessly. Is it fun? He is composed. If you're bored, do your own thing. Stop bothering others. Then he turns his back and leaves. The students remain silent for a moment. If someone says anything like, "Hey, this isn't funny. Let's stop," things may end. We're in high school. Why are we bullying people? You have to drive away that atmosphere. As you know, it takes courage to say something like that. What? Why is he acting like that? We were just joking. When nobody is saying what they should. Bastard. Even though he's walking around wearing trash. I didn't know he was that kind of guy. Level 3. Violence against the scapegoat is allowed. Hey, someone buy indoor shoes and throw them away. Let's see if he'll wear those too. I don't know how you all will remember your school days. He leaves his book bag behind at lunch. Put this pencil case in there while he's gone. You're a really bad guy. Whatever. Were you happy? Did you enjoy yourself? Huh? Isn't that the pencil case I threw out yesterday? What? Kim Yul? Were you recycling again? PFT. The classroom, which was small enough to be painted with the excuse of the ignorance of childhood. Are the scenes that occurred there covered with a beautiful sepia filter? Ugh. The milk spoiled. Hide it under his desk. Quick. Class is gonna start. It isn't for me. Where is the strange smell coming from? You smell it too? Yeah. Kept stinking all through math class. Wait a moment. I'll look for it. Sniff. Sniff. I think it's coming from the back row. I am a little more subtle than you guys. I am cunning. Yul, why do you bother washing the rags? A rag's a rag no matter how much you wash it. How sad. Maybe he sympathizes with the rag. Maybe there was nobody like me in your school. Or maybe you simply don't remember. Currently, your immersion rate is 100%. But I am definitely here. In this city. In this school. I am sitting in this classroom holding a mechanical pencil. Class press, what are you looking at? The class president looks at me with strange eyes. Gongja. Ha! The class president trembled. It was very slight. He seemed to be disgusted with something, or maybe he was lamenting something. But his weird attitude soon lifted. The class president cleared his throat and said, "No, it's nothing. I just couldn't remember your name all of a sudden." What was it? Again. What? Class press, do you have dementia this young?
I'm Juan Eunseo.
Ah, that's right. The class president murmured, saying, "That's the name. That kid usually didn't interact with our group. I heard your girlfriend is running for student council." Yeah. Why? I think I will too. Please tell her I look forward to working with her. What? You want to be the student council president? But all you ever do is study. Class president. I need recommendations to enter Seoul National University. They say it's easy if you become the student council president. Is that so? Seems like it. It's kind of funny how he wants to join the student council to go to Seoul National University. Well, it's the class president. He's an honest guy. I decide to let it pass. Cool. Good luck. Class president, I'm voting for my girlfriend. But anyway, fight on. The class president nods his head with a blank face. All right, thanks. I am strong. I am a manipulative and shrewd person. Therefore, even if you didn't say it, I'm going to try my best. Let us talk about my defeat. Chapter 142. Rooftop. One. One day. You've been making fewer videos recently, said my girlfriend. Ha! Videos of Kim Yul. You used to turn one in at least once a week, no matter how late it was. Are you doing it late because you're working on a masterpiece? There's quite a bunch of kids waiting for the next episode for our meeting. The reaction for the last scene with cutting his nails was good. My girlfriend's expression was flat. I listened to her words and frowned for a moment.
Videos.
Right. I used to film every time we bullied Kim Yul with a camcorder. But why did I do that? I'll wait. Kim Yul. Director. Why did I? Currently, your immersion rate is 100%. Ah, that's right. I remembered. It was this. I filmed it so the kids have something to see. The children of the local community leaders gathered at Shinseo Middle and High School. The school was prestigious. The children of these highbrow and prestigious families had to behave properly, which meant there was a lot of stress on them. Some of the kids relieved stress by taking part in the bullying, but that was dangerous. Most kids didn't want to take that risk. It was for the latter that I provided the Kim Yul videos. It was pretty serious. Producer Nim, I want a concept where you cut his nails with scissors. Please make him grow his hair and tie it with a yellow rubber band. -7. The last video only focused on hitting him a bunch. It wasn't that good. -11. This school had a student council suggestion box. It was a box that students used when they wanted to send a note or letter directly to the student council, but I got my girlfriend to use it for a slightly different purpose. A Kim Yul request box, so to speak. Even the teachers didn't touch the student council suggestion box. No one gave it a second look. It didn't matter if someone got caught putting a note in the box. Since my girlfriend had been on the student council since her first year, she could check the request box regularly. It wasn't some revolutionary idea, but I think I might be a little smart. It was a huge hit. The precious sons and daughters of important houses were fascinated by the ability to participate in the bullying at no risk. The request box even guaranteed anonymity. They signed their requests with the initials of playing cards, such as a K, Q, and J. Please slap his cheek and nothing else for 20 minutes. Q. Q was my girlfriend's initial. His scruffy clothes are nice, but I want to see him wearing other clothes too. -7. 7 was the president of the broadcasting club. Producer Nim, I greatly enjoyed the last video. It was a brilliant idea to make Kim Yul speak politely. From my point of view, Kim Yul is popular because of his strong pride. So, unlike other patrons who enjoy physical humiliation, I am certain that a mental approach would be ideal. Producer Nim, the body should always be a symbol for the mental. -2. This nutjob who wrote a long review each time was a kid who played in the middle school band. He was insane. Since he was in the second grade of middle school, he used the number 2. Of course, even as a crazy middle school kid, his family owned a powerful regional corporation. This meant he was a valuable patron. Only such guests populated the so-called Trump card group. I maintained my current status by providing entertainment to my clients. Since I started filming my works, more and more friends began taking care of me before I realized it. Yup, that was how I met my girlfriend. There was no way I'd be able to date a rich girl otherwise, right? It wasn't as if my mom or dad won any awards since I was in middle school. I couldn't pretend to be a singer like my big bro with his pretty face. For me to climb the pyramid, I had to provide a tribute to those of high rank. Sorry. I apologized for my tribute being late. I also questioned why I hadn't been shooting Kim Yul videos these days. There hadn't been any reason to stop. But immediately I thought of a plausible reason. I was good at being quick-witted. You're a candidate to be the student council president. I'm trying to hold back for the election. What? You were thinking of me? I want to be careful. People might talk. So our producer does have a cute side. Her eyes slanted upwards, and she stroked my head. I like smart puppies. She was clearly treating me like a dog. But I didn't care. Rather, I played into it. Woof. Woof. Bark, bark. Eft. Finally, my girlfriend laughed. I was the only person in this school who could make my girlfriend smile. I bent my legs like a dog and jumped around. Did you know that you're a really fun guy, Huang Yunxiu? Fun guy. That one word proved my worth. A fun guy to be with. A guy who always made you laugh. A popular guy among the popular kids who could control the mood. After all, dating based on someone's face like my older brother had its limits. Real relationships depend on how well you can flap your lips. I was waiting. Gongjida. I furrowed my brows. What was that? Currently, your immersion rate is 100%. My mind went blank again for a moment. Was I imagining it? I seemed to lose track of my thoughts more often recently. Anyway, I said, swallowing my spit, I'm going to take a break from filming for a while. I can't just push on and cause trouble. If any of our friends complain, please tell them that I'm worried Kim Yul will stop coming to school if we keep bullying him. So I'm adjusting the pace. It was then. The broadcasting club announces. A voice came from the school speakers. It was a familiar voice, the voice of the number 7 member of the Trump Card Group, the broadcasting club president. But did his voice have less energy than usual? Somehow it made me uneasy. Huang Yunxiu, from Grade 2, Class 5. Grade 2, Class 5 Huang Yunxiu. Please come to the broadcasting room immediately. Once again, Huang Yunxiu from Grade 2, Class 5. Please come to the broadcasting room immediately. That is all. Then the speaker turned off. My girlfriend looked at me. Did something happen? I made a face showing I didn't know either. I don't think I did anything to be called to the broadcasting room. Maybe the teacher's room. Since it's the broadcasting club's president, he might just be calling you for personal reasons, like asking why there haven't been new videos. My girlfriend muttered that the guy was a little crazy. Go. I'll go home by myself. Okay. Thanks. I thought over it a little, then pressed my lips to my girlfriend's cheek. I flirted with her quite well today. I also played up the lie that I cared for my girlfriend. She would probably allow a kiss on the cheek. More than anything, I had to prove to my girlfriend and the people around her that we were a couple. My girlfriend huffed like she could see the calculations in my head. Cute. Hooray. The princess laughed again. I'm going. I'll text you what it's about later. That was why. I was much smarter than the other students. As I walked down the hallway, I calculated my score for today. Did I make any mistakes with people? Did I say anything weirdly? Did I make everyone laugh a good amount, and did I laugh a proper amount as well? The results are: today has been a perfect day. Full points. As expected of me. I was talented. My talents weren't just bullying someone but also turning that bullying into a game. The upper-crust kids who'd learned this fun would continue to look for me even after college. They might even invite me to their league. Though, it doesn't matter if I don't get invited. They would remember pulling some pranks with me in school. My girlfriend would probably dump me once we entered college, but she would remember me as the ex who amused her. Huang Yunxiu would remain as a memory of their youth that would always make them smile. That alone was a huge boon. Unlike the wishy-washy students, I had a roadmap for my life. First, I'll become a film director. I didn't have to be very successful. The point was to make a few independent films, build my career somewhat, and network. Then it'd become what I was known for. No one hated a troubled young director. After that, I would connect rookie actors and actresses to the upper class. 2. I'd become a sort of party designer, satisfying the rich young masters and ladies like I was doing now. Since my older brother worked in entertainment, I could stretch there too. Good. A golden life. I was different from the nerds who just studied without purpose and thought about their careers only after getting into college. I was on a different level. I'm coming in. Scrape. I opened the door to the broadcasting room. But as soon as I entered, I paused. Stop. Only the broadcasting club president was in the room. That wasn't weird. The fact that the room had soundproof walls and thick curtains? That wasn't weird either. Huang Yunxiu. But the broadcasting club president was holding a camcorder and filming me, and that was unusual. Close the door. Hurry. Close the door. If you don't, Tish, there will be big trouble. The broadcasting club president was trembling like a cornered rat. I didn't know why he was like that, but nothing good can come from agitating someone in that state. I quietly closed the door. Draw the curtains. I drew the curtains. And now, look at me. I looked. Grade 2, Class 5, Huang Yunxiu. Why you threaten me? You forced me to bully Kim Yul from Grade 2, Class 5, right? Say that it's right. Is this some kind of hidden camera show? Shut up and say yes. The broadcasting club president was seriously trembling. An ominous premonition came over me. Normally, I would have joked about how I could shut up while saying yes, but I couldn't because I was surprised. I don't get it. Come on, let's talk this over. Why you approached me first? I said I didn't want to. You coaxed me, saying that there's something interesting and that I should see it at least once, right? That's what happened. So it's all your fault. This wasn't normal. What are you talking about? You came to me after hearing rumors about the videos at the meetings. You said to let you in the group since you could connect me to the middle school kids. So why are you now?
No.
That isn't it. His face turned pale. It's your wrongdoing. It's your fault, Huang Yunxiu. You said we'd never be caught. You promised anonymity, that you'd take responsibility. But why is there a video with me in it? What? Seriously, what are you talking about? I only appeared once. Appearance. Some guests at the meetings occasionally wanted to make a guest appearance in the videos. They wanted to enjoy the act in real time instead of on tape. If I remembered correctly, the broadcasting club president only did so once. Hold on. Are you doing this because you're scared the video will be leaked? Don't worry about it. I throw away the video after everyone sees it. Don't lie. The broadcasting club president's face crumpled angrily. You crazy bastard. I shouldn't have believed a bastard like you. Say it now. Say that you tricked me into it. Otherwise, I'll tell everyone what you've done. Say it. I have to record it and send it. He was nuts. I felt that I shouldn't stay here any longer. Sorry, but I won't admit to something I didn't even do. It goes against my conscience. I definitely only showed you because you asked me. I threw away the video itself, but I have all the notes you put in the suggestion box. I don't know why you're doing this, but I'll talk to you later when you cool down. I turned my back to him. The broadcasting club president groaned. Stand right there. Don't go. Don't go, Huang Yunxiu. If you go out, you're done for. Really. I'll end your life by telling everyone. Don't you understand? Hey, Huang Yunxiu. Bastard. You're done for. Your life is over. Just watch. I'll tell my parents. And your life. Scrape. The door closed, cutting off the broadcasting club president's voice. Absorbed by the soundproof wall and covered by the curtains, his shouts were incoherent vibrations. Nobody was around in the second-floor corridor. Damn. What the hell? I cursed. He wouldn't be shaking like that for no reason. Maybe the video really was leaked. There was no guarantee that none of my customers made a copy to keep. Someone may have used it to blackmail the broadcasting club president. Damn it. I heard that managing customers was more difficult than getting them. Those words were right. I took out my cell phone and dialed the customers one by one. Ring. The connecting sound was long. After a while, it ended because the other person didn't pick up. What? I stopped myself from yelling and called up the next customer. I wanted to ask if they knew anything about the broadcasting club president making a fuss. Ring. That customer didn't answer the phone either. Well, school just ended. They might not have picked up because they were on their way home. I controlled myself and called the next customer. Ring. Still. The next customer didn't answer my call either. Next customer, too. A total of 12 people other than my girlfriend. None of the customers in the trump card group answered my calls. What is this? I was overcome by an ominous feeling. It was like a hand was gripping my neck. Just what is happening? I didn't think as I called up a classmate who wasn't one of the customers. If I was the producer, this friend was my secretary. He was in charge of delivering and collecting the videos to and from the customers for me. Ring. He didn't answer my phone either. I realized then, someone was trying to hunt me. Chapter 143. Rooftop. 2. Who is it? I couldn't understand. Who is stirring things up on Kim Yul's behalf? Kim Yul had no close family. He pretty much had none at all. Kim Yul's bullying started before he made friends, so there was no one who would help him. I didn't choose Kim Yul as a scapegoat for nothing. I need to talk to Kim Yul. He has to know something, whatever it is. I rushed to the back of the school. Kim Yul would be taking care of the animals in the school farm now. I knew every hour of Kim Yul's schedule. As expected, I saw Kim Yul's back as he fed the chickens. That's right. This is where you should be. He was a guy who barely fed his self-esteem by feeding animals that were weaker than him. That was how I understood Kim Yul's obsession with the farm. In the end, humans were also beasts and weaker beasts served the strong. Your immersion rate is currently 100%. The school was the same as the farm. It was a slightly larger cage, and in this place I was a stronger beast than Kim Yul. Hey, Kim Yul, I growled. What did you do? Kim Yul did not turn around. He didn't even respond. He continued to pass out the animal feed like he didn't hear my voice. Ha! Is he ignoring me now? Unbelievable. I walked over and grabbed Kim Yul's shoulder roughly. Hey, you bastard. When someone says your name, you have to. When Kim Yul looked back at me, something fell out. They were earphones. He had been wearing earphones. Classical music bellowed from the earphones that fell to his shoulders. Our eyes met. I was stunned. Tears welled up in Kim Yul's black eyes. What? For a moment I was speechless. I don't know why I was speechless either. Was it because this was the first time I was seeing Kim Yul cry? Maybe. Kim Yul had never shed any tears, no matter how much he was bullied. That aspect of him only added to the brutality of the customers. But it wasn't just for that reason. Who is it? Felt unfamiliar. Who is this bastard? Kim Yul's eyes seemed too unfamiliar. His gaze was distant, looking past me, not at me. Kim Yul silently cried as I held his shoulder. Even his tears seemed to fall somewhere other than the ground. You! It's beautiful. Kim Yul opened his mouth. What? The song. The music I'm listening to. A deaf man composed this music. Da-da-da-dum. Sounds spilled from the earphones. It was a rhythm I'd heard a lot before, but I was just wondering how this panhandler got the MP3. I am thinking of the humiliation and curses this deaf man must have suffered in his life. Wouldn't people have insulted him by calling him a cripple? Wouldn't they have jeered and laughed at him? What are you yammering about, you? It's sad. Scars are eternal. A person from hundreds of years ago had suffered, bearing insults in his life. It must have been the same 1,000 years ago. It will be the same in 1,000 years. Had this bastard gone crazy? Nothing in the world is beautiful in itself. Only those who are wounded see beauty. Only those whose lives have been ruined feel grateful to see another's life that has not yet been ruined. Tears are shed by those who endure even to the point of ruin. Kim Yul's gaze was affixed on the air. If there is someone who believes the whole world is beautiful, he must certainly have had his whole world ruined. Only those who live in hell would praise the world. I think that this deaf man's cursed life resulted in his song. Where did you pick up such retarded thoughts? Hey you, what did you do? I grabbed Kim Yul by his collar. Squeeze. Kim Yul dropped the feed bag as I shook him. Yellow feed spilled from the bag that fell to the ground. What did you do to my customers, you recycling son of a bitch? Finally, Kim Yul looked at me. I did nothing, Death King. Death? What? I'm only looking at what I had discarded. Kim Yul arrogantly grabbed my wrist. Dumbfounded, I tried to shake off his grip. Couldn't even budge. Ha! Then, Kim Yul simply pulled my hand off his collar. This all happened in an instant. Confused, I reached out my hand again. But whack! Kim Yul slapped away my wrist. The path twisted. My hand veered off course and whipped through the air without my control. In the blink of an eye, my hand collided with nothing but air. Ha! I stared blankly at Kim Yul. It's a shame. Kim Yul nonchalantly picked up the feed bag. Kim Yul is angry. What Kim Yul wants is not physical violence but a revenge far greater, to be exact. And I think I want to fulfill Kim Yul's desire. Why you? What have you done? What the hell are you doing? Kim Yul wants you to go through everything he has gone through. Revenge means throwing your opponent into the depths of hell that you have fallen into. That is what Kim Yul thinks. Kim Yul. No. I agree with that opinion. A stranger was looking at me. Wait, Kim Yul's killer. The day is ending and the path is long. So long. I will see you again after that. Kim Yul leisurely walked away, still holding the feed bag. Hey! Hey! Stand right there. Don't! That was when my pants pocket buzzed. My cell phone received a text. One of my customers must have seen the missed call and responded. Glancing toward Kim Yul, I quickly checked my phone. Plus, never contact me again. If you do, I'll kill you. Plus, I was floored. Confused, I called the customer who sent the text. But even after multiple calls, there was no answer. My body trembled. What the hell? The situation did not change the following day. What is going on? Rather, it became worse. Yoonseo. As I entered the classroom, one of my friends approached me hesitantly. He was someone who had appeared in the Kim Yul game dozens of times. He was quite popular with customers because he was good at hitting people. This friend secretly enjoyed this, absorbed in his popularity. What? Tesh, there's a note I was asked to deliver to you. My friend seemed really terrified. That bad? Here. Sorry. He put the note on my desk and stepped back like he was fleeing. I furrowed my brows and unfolded the note. Some handwritten words were on the page. Hwang Yoonseo lives in a dump. The indoor shoes and the school uniforms are all recyclable. The only trash that can't be recycled is Hwang Yoonseo. The only reason I didn't react right away was because it was too ridiculous. Ah! I faked a laugh and looked at my friend. What is this? A joke? Flinch. He cowered behind the other students. I was already stressed all night because my customers were acting like sh*t. But with this so-called friend acting like this too, I was seething with rage. Did recycling put you up to this? Hey, look at me. Look at me. There are things that you can't do even as a friend. Yeah. Did Kim Yul make you give me this note? The friend couldn't say anything. He was still wearing the terrified expression on his face. When I was about to confront him because of the absurdity, another classmate of ours approached my desk. Hwang Yoonseo. What? Sorry. Take this. The classmate threw down another note at my desk. Instinctively, I grabbed the note and read it. I feel so bad for the underclassmen at our school. They have to call Hwang Yoonseo their sunbae. Have you ever thought about how they feel? Doesn't it hurt your conscience? My head went blank. Taking advantage of that opportunity, 3 more classmates left notes on my desk. Like the previous 2, they had also been actively involved in the Kim Yul game. Hwang Yoonseo is really filthy. How can you be even dirtier than the math teacher? What was this? Wow, there are students who don't wash their uniforms. Why were they doing this to me? You smell really bad. Seriously, you reek. What happened yesterday? Something happened, but I was the only one oblivious. Something made all my customers turn their backs on me. Not only that, but my friends were blackmailed into putting on this weird show. Calm down. My heart was pounding like crazy. Calm down. Let's think about this calmly. Did Kim Yul do this? No, there's no way. He was a little weird yesterday. But it isn't him. Then who? Who did this? It was then. Hwang Yoonseo. The homeroom teacher stuck his head into the classroom from the door. All of the students turned to look at him. He looked around the classroom, saw me, then beckoned. Come with me. Me? What, is there another Hwang Yoonseo in our class? You're not in trouble, so hurry and follow. Ah, Class president. Take the kids' phones and bring them to me. Hesitantly, I followed the homeroom teacher out. My surroundings were eerily quiet as I left. The air felt loaded. It was as if all of my classmates knew why I was called. Like they had no doubts about why the homeroom teacher would single me out. The only ones unaffected were the nerds who had been studying their notes since the morning. Huang Yunxiu. The teacher's office. Yes? Did you do something bad? You haven't, right? My homeroom teacher asked calmly. He was speaking like it didn't matter. In the office, students in their uniforms walked around to pick up prints. Teachers were organizing the handouts before their first class. What? I'm asking if you did something bad. Does nothing come to mind? No. My heart raced. I don't think so? My homeroom teacher scratched his head. Hey, Huang Yunxiu, don't blab about this. Okay? Okay. Listen to this. My homeroom teacher handed me an earbud. I took it. The earphones were connected to the homeroom teacher's computer. Click. When he clicked his mouth, I heard recorded voices through the earphones. Hey, don't start hitting yet. Just make him kneel. Huh? A lot of people contributed this time. We'll use a lottery to decide the concept from the 5 requests we received for today. The back of my neck was cold. The person chosen today is the Queen. Congratulations, Queen. What are you all doing? Clap for her, clap. Whoa, my voice. And the voices of my friends who had just tossed me the notes. Let's look at Queen's request. Hey, she also gave us a budget. 100,000 won. She said this is for our meals and told us not to be hungry. And for our popular star, we'll mix Jajangmyeon and Jampong and... 2. Click. The homeroom teacher stopped the recording. Did you hear the voices just now? Yes. I received this recording in my mail yesterday. The sound quality isn't good, but it kind of sounds like you're in some other kid's voices. So I just called you in to ask. Huang Yunxiu, is this you? It isn't. I tried to look bewildered. Also, a queen? What kind of play is this? Who knows? I listened to it from start to finish, and it's really weird. Anyway, it gives off a bad vibe. The mail said that it was something for Huang Yunxiu from grade 2, class 5 to hear, so I wondered if it was a joke between you kids. H*T. So this was it. This was how the other kids were threatened. Fortunately, our homeroom teacher was a moron. He thought that this could be a prank even after listening to the recording. Well, it was only because he was such an idiot that he didn't know what was happening in class. That was lucky for me. Nothing can be done with just this recording. It's just a blank shot. Maybe one of my friends or a customer captured the voice recording and was messing around with it. If that person had anything more conclusive than the recording, there was no reason for them not to send it to the homeroom teacher. The problem is that everyone is scared of the dud shot. Damn. The homeroom teacher looked up at me. You really didn't plan this prank with your buddies?
No.
But can I really not talk to anyone about this?
No.
Never say a word. Anyway, it's fine since you say it's nothing. Go back to class. Yes. I quietly left the teacher. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Scrape. When I opened the door to the teacher's office, I ran into someone on the other side. It was the class president. The class president was holding a blue plastic collection box, having collected the cell phones from our class. Oh, sorry. The class president spoke with the same facial expression as usual, with his nerdy face, and stepped a little out of my way. I'd normally have said thank you, but I had no mind to do it now. I just briefly met his eyes and went out into the hallway. I don't know which bastard copied it, but I'll make them pay today. Son of a bitch treating me lightly. This goes beyond a joke. How could you do something like this to a classmate? Scrape. The sound of the door closing behind me quietly echoed in the hall. Chapter 144 Rooftop. 3. First, let's placate my friends. A sneaky little bitch was trying to tear down everything I'd built. You think I'll let you? I had to skillfully pull together these wimps who got spooked by some threatening emails. But it was fine. I could do it. As soon as I returned to the classroom, I spoke to the kids in my group. Hey, I know why you guys are doing this, but stop it. Why do something so hurtful between friends? Yeah. If you've got something to say it. If there's something you have to hear, listen. Isn't that how friends should be? Yeah. But their reaction was underwhelming. They didn't answer and only continued to glance at my desk. I went to the desk. Dozens of crumpled notes were stuffed into the drawer. Each and every one of those notes slandered and reviled me. You were so happy you could die just 'cause I said hi in the hallways yesterday. Anybody could tell that the contents were lies. I just lost at rock, paper, scissors, 'kay? Don't get the wrong idea. Sentence after sentence contained nothing but malice and mockery. While I was at the office, in that brief moment, the notes piled up like a mountain. Hey, bastards! Hey! Someone laughed. I whipped around toward where the laughter came from, but I couldn't tell who did it. There were too many students in the classroom. Who is it? Who did this to my desk? Huh. It wasn't us. One of my friends said cautiously. A little while ago, someone from another class came and put all the notes there at once. Another class? Yeah. He wanted to tell you something, to not contact him again. It was one of my clients. One of my customers had left the notes. I was gonna go nuts. This unknown culprit was not only messing with my customers but also my classmates. Also, Yuncio. And? What? On your back. My back? What's about my back? Well, I turned my body around. If I turned my head, I could see my back. Not very well, though. Laughter echoed throughout the classroom. Piffed. Ah. I bent my arms and patted my back. Crunch. I felt something. Paper. Somebody had taped paper onto my back. I hurriedly took off the paper to see what was written on it. Plus, official trash of Shinseo High. Plus, the words were written in cute, round handwriting. When was it? And who put it on? Was it already on me when the homeroom teacher called? Or did someone secretly stick it on right after I entered the classroom? But there was no time to figure this out. Let's start class. First period began. The math teacher, the biggest pushover at our school. My classmates, who had been chattering all this time, sat down in unison like they had decided to become model students. Damn. Inwardly, I ground my teeth. If I raise a fuss now, I'll only make myself look ridiculous. Should I just ditch? No, I can't. That'd be bad. They'll only gossip more if I leave. Damn. In the end, I had no choice but to sit quietly. The people around me snickering under their breaths. Kim Yul, looking expressionlessly down at his notebook. The class president, who entered the classroom late, excused himself to the math teacher and sat at his desk. Everyone was living life normally. Damn. My insides churned. It was natural that I'd be angry at the culprit. It was to be expected. But beyond that person, I felt anger toward my friends and classmates suddenly boil as well. Your hands are dirty too. It was unfair. Are they seriously backing out now? Even though they mocked and beat up Kim Yul with me? It wasn't like I ever forced them to bully Kim Yul. They did that on their own. It was unfair. Who here hasn't made fun of Kim Yul? There were so many of them who begged me to show them the videos. Why are they pretending otherwise now? It was too unfair. Because I tried. I worked hard to achieve what others didn't. What, was it easy to bully someone deliberately? Did they think they could make an outcast into a total pariah?
Maggot. No, godam leches.
I put in the effort. I created a platform using the student council suggestion box. I made connections to the rich kids. While my peers studied like everyone else and lived as they were told to, I was thinking about the future. I made plans. On the other hand, what did these conniving leeches do? They mooched off the platform I worked hard to create. It was the same. Because others laughed, they laughed too. Because others bullied, they bullied too. These guys, these bastards, followed only one logic. Because others are doing it. Disgusting bastards. Like this, they'd feign ignorance. Because others were doing it. I didn't think much about it. I didn't mean it like that. Making such excuses, they would forget how they, too, enjoyed bullying Kim Yul. Rather than pretending not to remember, they'll really forget. Because their heads were no good. They were idiots. They wouldn't even remember what they said or did. What else could that be but a matter of intelligence? They were just morons who blindly followed the crowd. And they still pretended to be innocent, to be human. It's unfair. This was unfair. Why would I, to these inferior bastards? Why only me? It was unfair. If someone who was just like the hero of a story, who had acted upright since the moment he was born, came after me, I'd understand. But that wasn't the case. I bet none of them apologized to Kim Yul, even now. Nobody would have. I was sure. That was why it was unfair. It was way too unfair that these guys were just being agitated by the culprit and targeting me without much thought. I don't want to be stabbed like that. You second-rate bastards. I was superior to them. Buzz. My phone vibrated in my pants pocket. My girlfriend had texted. Plus, Hwang Yunseo, what have you done? From now on, stay away from me. We're done. Plus. Time marched on without pause. I had no time to respond. No method popped up in my mind. The culprit drove me into a corner, sparing nothing. I contacted my girlfriend, but she didn't answer. Even when I went to find her during break time, she only stared at me coldly. Just yesterday, she had smiled, saying how fun it was to be with me. Why? I'm a fun guy, remember? Afterwards, I couldn't even go to the bathroom properly during break time. I was afraid. What if someone else came and put a note in my desk drawer while I was gone? Damn. Even at lunchtime, I just lay on my desk and pretended to sleep. I wasn't an idiot. There was no way my classmates would eat lunch with me in this atmosphere. It was better to pretend to sleep instead of going down to the cafeteria and eating alone. Still, wouldn't one person at least offer to eat with me? I thought. My head slammed against the desk. Then, I'll tell them straight away that I don't feel well today. If I refuse like that, then everyone will know. Hwang Yunseo didn't get hurt from this. He's fine. Or maybe they'll say that I'm sulking and they need to comfort me. Yeah, I'll let everyone know like that. That was what would happen. I cared so much for these guys all this time. I treated them to meals and let them appear in videos. I even helped some of them make up when they were fighting. And there was nothing. Nobody invited me to the cafeteria. The classroom, devoid of students, was quiet during lunchtime. The dismal silence at 12:45 p.m. No one was walking around in the halls. The wind blew through the window, and white curtains fluttered. Bastards! I muttered as I stood up. You can say something, can't you? At least say something. Suddenly, I felt a deep sense of humiliation. Walking around unaware, there was a note on my back. Being mocked by these leech-like kids. Being dumped over text. Everything was so humiliating. Hateful jerks. Inhumane bastards. I went through my classmates' desk drawers one by one. I snooped. Maybe there would be evidence pointing to the culprit. Maybe there would be specific instructions hidden, like when to send me the notes, what to write in it, etc. God, I hope there is. Please. It was then. Hwang Yunseo, what are you doing now? I jerked back in surprise. My posture was sloppy because I was looking through the desks. When I turned around, I saw 4 of my classmates standing at the back door of the classroom. I stuttered. That's, just a moment. A moment? A moment for what? I just had to check for a moment. You're rummaging through someone else's desk to check for something? Are you crazy? No. Hey! Hwang Yunseo was searching our desks. What? That wasn't it. Why was he looking through other people's desks? Have you done this before? Listen to me. Wow. Gross. It wasn't like that. Please listen to me. Someone's controlling you right now. You didn't know, right? You're being used without realizing. You need to know that. You guys have also done bad things, so we're on the same side. The same team. One team. We're one team. If you guys attack me, something really bad will happen. Seriously. Who but me will take care of you? I made the Kim Yul game just for you guys. I made you all happy. I provided you guys with entertainment. Who did? Me. So return the favor. Don't be dumb and get worked up. Just judge who's on your side. This was a conspiracy. It was slander. It was unfair. You crummy bastards. You may be stupid, but can't you tell who's an ally and who's the enemy? Don't you have any loyalty? We've played well together this far. You guys also had fun tormenting Kim Yul. You used to laugh at Kim Yul and his old man, who lived in the dump and collected trash. You're all trash. Why are you trying to mutiny now? It's unfair. The news that I had been rummaging through desks at lunchtime quickly spread to the others. Yeah, I did it. I looked through your desks. Was that such a big deal? However, my classmates seemed to think Hwang Yunseo, looking through the desks, was much more serious than, we bullied Kim Yul. It's so unfair. Those guys had laughed with me, saying, producer, producer, every day, but they betrayed me just because the culprit blackmailed them a little. How long had I been breaking my back for the happiness of the class? It's so unfair, I could die. Nothing changed after school. At least this morning, my friends said they were sorry. They at least pretended to be sorry. But after what happened at lunchtime, the way they looked at me changed. They looked at me coldly, like I was someone they needed to kill. Crazy bastards. What did I do wrong? It was unfair. I felt wronged. Hwang Yunseo. The classroom was empty after the students left. Sorry, but can I look for a moment? Asked the class president. The class president was the only one who remained expressionless all day today. What is it? I was trying not to concern myself, but the homeroom teacher and our classmates kept talking to me about it. As class president, I need to pretend I care a bit. I couldn't even snark back at him for meddling. The class president was the first person to talk to me since lunchtime. Putting it nicely, the class president was a model student. Putting it less nicely, he was a voluntary outsider. Maybe that was why he could ignore the surrounding atmosphere. What happened? Shortly, I saw a way out of this hellish situation. That's right, the class president. The class president had good grades. He was subtly adored by the teachers. Even my classmates couldn't bother the class president easily. Maybe he was born like that, but the class president had a slightly arrogant air, so it wasn't easy to talk to him. I could turn this situation around bit by winning over the class president. Yeah, actually. Then I talked about the unfair things that had happened to me. Maybe I did look down on Kim Yul a little, very little. But maybe someone was jealous I was dating a rich girl, so they were spreading ridiculous rumors about me. It was unfair. It was unfair, but my classmates didn't even listen to me. Please help. The class president quietly listened to my grumbling, which lasted about half an hour. He didn't interrupt me. He didn't even ask questions. He just listened with the same dull attitude, and I was grateful for that. I see. That's what happened. The class president nodded. Yunseo, I understand you feel wronged. It's a horrible situation. Sometimes, kids are cold, saying it isn't their responsibility. You're so right. But I have no way to help. Maybe. The class president sank into thought. He seemed to think for a long time. Though I wasn't very close to him, I could feel that he was deeply concerned. Both of us kept our mouths shut. A long time later, the class president lifted his head. He slapped the desk. Yunseo. How about this? From what I can tell, this problem can only be resolved if you receive Kim Yul's forgiveness. From Kim Yul? Yes. Honestly, all the other kids are outsiders. If Kim Yul, the wronged party, forgives you, then nobody can say anything. It was a solution that never occurred to me. But now that I heard it, it seemed right. No matter what the other kids tried to do, if Kim Yul said, I forgive Hwang Yunseo now, they would have nothing to say. But there was a problem. Will Kim Yul accept my apology? I don't think he will. Don't worry. It'll be troublesome, but let's try talking to him. The class president smiled softly. I'll help you, Hwang Yunseo. It was a very kind smile. Chapter 145. Friend. 1. 1. You're going to help me? Yeah. Well, don't say it like I'm being nice. The class president smiled wryly. Did this kid always have such diverse expressions? Felt a little unnerving. Thinking about it, we had been in the same class since first year, but we never talked much. I'm running for student council this time, remember? So that I could get college recommendations. But anyway, the student council president should act like it. I should at least be able to handle a problem in my class. I don't know how to resolve this, but I'll try asking Kim Yul. Do you know his number? Yeah, just a moment. While I was looking for his number, I realized something. The class president didn't know Kim Yul's number, but all of my classmates who watched the video would know that fact. Therefore, class press isn't the culprit. Though there was still a chance that this was all an act. That can't be. He's such a square, and he had no way of getting hold of the recording. The class president was safe. I was sure of it. While I was nodding my head, the class president exclaimed in surprise and said, "Never mind. It's kind of rude to talk about this sort of thing over the phone. I'll just secretly talk to Kim Yul after school tomorrow. That should be fine, right?" "Oh, right. Calling might be bad. Well, thanks for trying to help. If you're grateful, vote for me instead of your girlfriend, please." "Sure. My girlfriend broke up with me today. Anyway, the class president didn't seem to know about it, which was another reason he wasn't on the suspect list. That's right. I had hope. It's not over yet. Nothing has ended. As long as at least one person supports me, I can make a new plan using him. This atmosphere will only last a short time. After a while, my friends will come back to me and everything will be back to normal." From that day, the class president really started to act. I didn't know what exactly he was doing, but he seemed to be taking advantage of the model student image he had built up. "All right, I've heard what Kim Yul had to say," the class president said the next day. It was during lunchtime. I didn't go to the cafeteria today either. My classmates continued to scorn me, and I didn't want to get caught up in the atmosphere. So the two of us were speaking secretly in the empty classroom. "Really? What did he say?" "He wants you to apologize in front of your friends. He'll never accept your apology if it's just you two. If you apologize sincerely about what you did and how bad it was in front of your friends, he'll forgive you." That crazy guy. Apology? Forgiveness? Who is he kidding? He simply wanted to humiliate me. There was no difference between my classmates and Kim Yul. They were acting up for a little taste of power. He said 3 times that he wouldn't forgive you if he couldn't feel sincerity from the apology. His face was expressionless, but I think he's really angry at you. I'm gonna go nuts. Couldn't I just give him $1,000,001 and call it done? He would accept it since he was poor. What is sincerity? What do I have to do for him to feel it? Who knows? I don't really get it either. Anyway, the important part is apologizing in front of the other kids. Why don't you try writing out the apology beforehand? The class president sounded a bit irritated. He may finally have realized the situation was more complicated than he expected. Damn it. My school life and future were at stake here. My life depended on this. If he was pretending to be good, he should take responsibility till the end. Yeah, I'll write an apology. Ha! I sighed, making the most pitiful expression I could. Hwang Yunseo, it's time for the performance of your lifetime. Really? Why did I stupidly torment Kim Yul? I thoughtlessly joined in since all the kids were doing it. Damn it. I shouldn't have done that. Come on, hurry up and pity me. Sympathize with me. I was a human being. I could feel regret and repent my mistakes. But it wasn't that big of a sin. So hurry up and feel sorry for me. It's natural Kim Yul is angry at me. I could have stopped the others, but now, I'm sorry. If I could, I'd apologize in front of the whole school. Really? The class president stared at me with his eyes, deep as a well. His face was hard to read, but there was no mistaking that he was listening to me. I have an idea. The class president suddenly got to his feet. It just occurred to me how you can get Kim Yul's forgiveness. Wait a moment. I need to go to the teacher's office. The class president sprinted out of the classroom. I was dumbfounded. What was that guy doing? I absent-mindedly chewed on the GSTLY bread in the barren classroom. 1. I had gnawed off about half of the bread when the class president returned. All right. I received permission from the teacher. For what? The student council election speech. I asked if a non-candidate can go up to the podium. Nothing in the rules says you can't. The class president smiled confidently. Maybe he dropped by the bathroom on the way back, but there was moisture around his mouth. You said it. If you could, you would apologize in front of the whole school. I was already pondering what to write in my speech to beat your girlfriend. So this is great. Listen carefully. The class president sat down and took out a notebook. Swish, swish. An old-timey cursive danced on the page. Hwang Yunseo, you'll apologize to Kim Yul. Then, I'll take over the microphone and continue the speech, saying, the type of school I want to create as student council president is one where you admit your mistakes and grant forgiveness. Got it. I didn't get it. We'll decorate it as a story. The speech won't just be a boring pledge of what I'll accomplish. I don't know what your girlfriend's speech will say, but she's uber rich. I can imagine it clearly. She'll offer her own money to put perfume in the bathrooms, make sure we don't run out of tissues, stuff like that to coax the students. If I make simple campaign promises, my odds are 0. Yes, let's fight with a story. The class president wrote in his notebook. Plus, a student council that solves problems. A council that helps you speak. We will become all students' emergency mediators. Plus, the class president's eyes were gleaming. What do you think? It was really sappy. This is the era of storytelling. Bathroom fragrances, tissues, all that is overused. Students have heard those promises since elementary school. They'll eat this up. Let's use a story. Well, student council elections were supposed to be cheesy. Candidates would slap on whatever to their speeches, mediating or communication and whatnot. The class president's idea didn't seem bad. But holy sh*t, this bastard. I looked at the class president with fresh eyes. He has no interest in anything but his election, huh? Even though he was the class president, I was wondering why he was going so far to help. This selfish bastard. He was thinking about how to use me to get elected from the start. The class president didn't care about what was happening in class. He had no interest in what happened to Kim Yul or why my life was falling apart. He only got involved because he could use this for the race. And even his desire to be student council president was so he could get into a good college. That's right. But as I looked at the class president, I now had no suspicions. I can work with this kind of bastard. The class president and I were one of a kind. He looked toward the future. He was concerned about his prospects. He intended to enter a good university and live a good life. How many people went so far to become student council president just to get a letter of recommendation to Seoul National University? He's just like me. The class president was much more trustworthy than someone who acted nice for no reason. He was someone who would definitely succeed once we entered society. But there's only a few days left before the election. Are you sure you don't mind changing your speech because of me? It's fine. Winning is all that matters. The class president smiled. Counting the time I used making posters and such, I've spent 20 hours on this election. I gave up 20 hours of studying for this election, so I can't lose. This bastard. Really, we think on the same lines. I trusted him even more now. I felt a sense of camaraderie with him. All right, class president, I'll help with what I can. For sure. In exchange, you have to help me too. Tell our classmates that I want to make up with them. In the meantime, I'm sorry, and I want to be friends again if we can. Sure. Sounds good. We've got to scratch each other's backs. We shook hands. I'll be in your care. The same to you. I helped with the class president's election. I couldn't help him out in the open, but I looked over and coordinated his speech with my apology. My classmates' ostracization didn't change, but the fact I had something to do at school stabilized me a lot. Oh, It's not half bad. The class president was satisfied when he read over my apology and speech. It was after school. Only the two of us remained in the sunset-tinged grade 2, class 5 room. Now, if you just act it out well here, we'll win. Act. I tilted my head. What acting? Huh? Hwang Yunseo, you aren't actually sorry to Kim Yul at all. Oh, don't worry. I'm not accusing you. It's not the mindset of apologizing that's important but the attitude, in my opinion. In the first place, I don't even know what it means to have a sorry mindset. The class president flipped through my written apology. You're risking humiliation by apologizing in front of the whole school. What apology can be more sincere than that? It doesn't matter how many times you say you're sorry or feel bad. You have to prove it with actions. In that regard, you're 1,000 times better than the other kids. Hwang Yunseo. I slyly asked Kim Yul yesterday whether anyone properly apologized to him. But nobody's done it, you know? You're the only one who even asked how you can be forgiven. Seriously, our classmates have no shame. Class press. You really got me. I was a bit touched. Of course, it's good from my position. If you went around saying, vote for my girlfriend, no matter what, vote for her, then I'd have lost dozens of points. While I feel bad that you're being ostracized, truthfully, it's advantageous for me. Wow, you're a piece of sh*t. Yup, thanks. Aren't humans sh*tty to begin with? I laughed. He was right. I hadn't laughed this much since my girlfriend broke up with me. This guy really knows how to talk. People were trash. They were beasts. If a human being looked tame, it was only because they had degenerated into livestock. Only those who quickly realize this survive. Currently, your immersion rate is 100%. Then, instead of being livestock, they could be a wolf. If they're lucky, they could even become a lion. They could succeed. Those who complained that relationships were difficult did so because they saw people as people. It was simple if you saw them as beasts. You have no friends? It's because there's nothing to gain from being beside you. If you can't do anything else, you should at least be able to relieve someone's stress while hanging out. You have many friends? It's because there's a lot to be gained from being with you. That was all. True friendship only came from quid pro quo. If I stick with this guy, I don't think I'll lose anything, at least. I smirked. Class president, you want to be friends? The class president snorted. First, I need to be elected student council president. The speech is fine now, but there's room for improvement. I'm working hard to talk you up to our classmates. You know? It'll all be for naught if I don't win. Fine. Okay. I'll write you a great speech. It'll make you cry and tear up when you recite it. I, Hwang Yunseo, will give my all to make our class president into Shinseo High's president. Yes, I hear you. I'm counting on you, Yunseo. We snickered. Chapter 146. Friend. 2. Yeah. There's no rule saying I have to roll over and die. Misfortunes can turn into blessings. I thought this was the first time I felt true friendship since I entered high school. They say that the person who reaches out to you in tough times is your true friend. Yup. Looking back, I had been too arrogant. People could make mistakes as they lived. As for me, I trusted the other kids too much. One of my friends stole the audio file of the recording, and I didn't consider how they could me over. It's fine. I still have many days left in my life. I was only a second year in high school. I would live another 60 years after this. I would continue to make mistakes in the future, and each time, I would face a frustrating crisis. But there is always a chance to turn things around. So I didn't have to be so discouraged. I shouldn't give up on everything too soon. I should believe in myself. I should believe in my friend. Unlike trash-like livestock, I was strong. I was a strong person. Life is made of experiences. And I should count this instance as a good experience. I'm actually lucky that this happened before I entered society. Right, let's think like that. It isn't as if my business plan failed, either. I haven't been caught by the police. I'm just being bullied a little by the other kids. This will end once the election is over. It really was a good life experience. I'll also slip in an apology to my girlfriend. She won't like it if I say it up front, so I'll do it subtly so that only people close to us will understand. I could also say sorry to my customers for involving them in the problem. The ones I really need to apologize to are the customers, not Kim Yul. With Kim Yul, things will end with an apology whether or not he accepts it, but the customers could always become my clients again. I'll apologize to them sincerely. On the day of the student council elections, I finally finished my magnum opus. Plus, greetings, everyone. I'm Huang Yunseo from Grade 2, Class 5. Bow head. The reason I've come up to the podium today, even though I'm not running in the election, is because I have something to confess to everyone. Students of Shinseo High School, I've made a grave mistake. I, Huang Yunseo, participated in the bullying of a classmate. Pause for 2 seconds. When I saw my classmate being bullied, I didn't do anything to stop it. Instead, I joined the other kids in bullying him. I hit him while saying that we were just goofing around. I belittled him while claiming I was just joking. Sigh. Shinseo High students. Until now, I didn't realize it was wrong. I thought we were just goofing around and joking between friends. But goofing around shouldn't hurt people, and you shouldn't mock people with jokes. The fact that I didn't recognize it was wrong, that I hurt him and laughed at him unknowingly, these were my gravest mistakes. One of the candidates who is running for student council president helped me realize my mistakes. At first, I didn't listen to him. I said I did nothing wrong, that it wasn't wrong to joke around. But for 2 weeks, this candidate stayed in the classroom after school to talk with me. You have to apologize. You can apologize. If you apologize sincerely, your friend will forgive you.
I'm grateful.
Look toward class president. Thanks to this candidate's efforts and encouragement, I am able to confess my mistakes to my classmates and all students in this spot today. Of course, my apology today will not heal the wounds my friend endured. Scan the audience. And all this time, I've caused trouble for not just that friend but also for my other friends and many people at school. I spoke without thinking. I think there are many people who feel disappointed with me. Bow head to the audience. I did wrong. Say this while my head is still bowed. I'm sorry. Put aside the speech notes here. To show sincerity, stop reading from the paper. Memorize this line by line. This is important. From now on, I will never goof or joke around lightly again. I will always think and think again. I will not base my thoughts upon just myself but upon my friends and others. Reinforce the story. Evoke a setting. The friend that I bullied comes to school early every morning to go to the farm in the back. At the farm, he takes care of the chicks and rabbits that nobody else cares for. He's an earnest person, a truly kind person. I feel deeply guilty for harassing such a sincere and kind-hearted person. Promise to do something that shows my sincerity. After today, instead of this friend, with this friend, I will go to school every morning at 6:30 to look after the animals. I will not skip a single day from today until the day I graduate. I won't take a break just because it's a weekend or a holiday. Why? Give them a good reason. This isn't just an apology to my friend, but also a reminder to reflect on my mistakes every day. LOL. Apologizing once here won't erase my sin. As it shouldn't. Students of Shinseo High School, if I miss a single day, please rebuke me. I haven't changed yet, but I want to change. I want to thank Candidate 2 for helping to change me. It should be better to refer to his number than his name, I think. Students of Shinseo High School, Candidate 2 made me come up here today. He convinced me. It took him 2 weeks to do it, but he spent that time persuading one student. Emphasize the two. This isn't mere verbal communication but true communication, true understanding. Communication takes effort. Communication takes time. Communication is changing the people around you. Never look down at the speech and don't falter. Make eye contact with each and every person. Candidate 2 is a candidate who puts in the effort. A candidate who will lend you time. A candidate who changes those around him. Wrap it up. I don't know how you all will remember your school days, but for me, I want you to remember your school days as happily as possible. I wish for you to remember them fondly. But for all of us to be happy and enjoy ourselves, we can't make anyone else suffer. For an even slightly better school life, for our school days to be even a little more enjoyable, please vote for candidate 2. Step away from the microphone. With my raw voice, loudly.
Kimul.
I'm sorry for all this time. I'm really sorry. I wish you the best in the future. Bow my head to apologize and end. Exit. Plus, it was perfect. Good. It's fine, the class president commented. Fine? Was this level just fine? His eyes must have been strained. Very strained. This wasn't fine. It was a masterpiece. Couldn't he see how many psychological techniques I put into this? But I'm a generous person, so I let this slide. Phew. There's quite a lot of things that you have to memorize. Can you do it? Of course. I memorized it all last night. I can do it with my eyes closed. How reliable, Huang Yunxiu. I've made one good friend. The class president patted my shoulder. Bastard. Then let's do the rehearsal check first. The class president was planning to present his campaign promises and visions in a slideshow. That meant that the auditorium had to be darkened. Luckily, the auditorium could turn dark after you pressed a button and waited for a while for the curtains to fall. During the rehearsal, my girlfriend met my eyes. Humph. She pretended not to know me, but I bowed my head deliberately. I was making this pose to apologize to her. Then, her eyes rose up like she was surprised. Just wait. In my mind, I smiled. I'm making a comeback today. It was time for the election speeches. All students gathered in the auditorium. The room was teeming with them. My girlfriend seemed anxious. She paced around in the back of the auditorium. The class president, on the other hand, was stoic. He sat upright in his chair like he wasn't nervous at all. Even I was a little nervous. His nerves had to be crazy strong. Hey, aren't you nervous? No, murmured the class president. Nervousness is for the unprepared. For today, I prepared so much. How often did I dream of a stage and a day like this? I won't let nerves ruin it. His voice was chilly. For a moment, the back of my neck felt cold. That was how frosty the class president's voice was. We had hung out together after school for a few days, but this was the first time the class president used this sort of tone. What's up with him? Even though he's also acting different from usual. Weirdly, I felt like I'd been rebuked, so I just stood around awkwardly. That was when someone approached us.
Yuder.
It was a familiar face. It's about time to start. Hand over the USB. The broadcasting club president who had tried to threaten me not long ago looked jumpy. He cowered back when he met our eyes. Maybe he felt guilty for treating me so poorly. Yeah, here you go. The class president handed a USB to the broadcasting club president. He received it with trembling hands. I just have to open the file in this, right? Yes. Just do it like we did in rehearsal. Like we did in rehearsal. Then your part will be over. The class president looked straight up at the broadcasting club president. What? Is there anything else I need to take care of?
No.
There isn't. I was just asking. Sorry. Good luck. The broadcasting club president scrambled down the stage platform. Below the platform, there was a mess of broadcasting equipment such as laptops and projectors. The broadcasting club president's behavior was totally suspicious. He had always been a weirdo, but he hadn't stuttered like that. Now, a word from the principal. But there wasn't time to investigate his weird behavior. The principal and the chair of the election committee, the president of last year's student council, came out as the representative, spoke one after the other. The auditorium, which had been noisy because of all the students, soon became quiet. Then, Candidate 1, please come forward. My girlfriend gave her speech first. As the class president predicted, she went all out on the promises. Her whole speech was about costly pledges. But my girlfriend was rich enough to keep her word, and most of the students knew it well. It's simple but powerful. She exited the stage to thunderous applause. It's fine. We'll win as long as I can act well. No, actually, the class president doesn't need to win. It's fine so long as I do well. The important thing is to apologize to Kim Yul in front of the student body. Then the kids will say, "That's enough," and I took a deep breath. "Candidate 2, please come forward." I looked back. The class president was watching. He nodded at me. "Good. Let's go. I'll act my heart out." I stepped up to the podium. With each step I took, I felt the weight of the gazes on my body increase. Thump, thump. I desperately quenched my racing heart. Thick curtains moved to block out the sunlight. The auditorium was shrouded in darkness. As the broadcasting club president adjusted the projector, a bright light illuminated the stage. Dust particles glistened in the air where the rays of light passed. Hundreds of eyes. Hundreds of breathing sounds. "Greetings, everyone." I slowly opened my mouth. "I'm Hwang Yunseo from grade 2, class 5. Then, the reason I've come up to the podium today, even though I'm not running in the election, is because I have something to confess to everyone." I followed up with a masterful speech. Once I set the mood, my nerves washed away. No, the tension was still there, but my excitement for acting overcame my nervousness, allowing my tongue to move freely. This will work. My voice became louder and quieter as I willed it. This will work. My expression wasn't stiff either. I could feel my facial muscles moving naturally. Damn, it's working. Come to think of it, I produced countless videos. I acted as the director and producer of the Kim Yul game. That was also indubitably art and a stage. I had become the greatest actor at Shinseo Middle and High School. Shinseo High students. Until now, I didn't know it was wrong. Bullying was a sensational topic. Combined with my acting skills, even the third-year students who were uninterested in the speeches were looking at me. I did wrong. All of the students were looking at me. I'm sorry. I could grasp the sounds of their breathing in my hands like they became a stream. I haven't changed yet, but I want to change. Look at me. Hwang Yunseo is not dead yet. I won't die. The sound recording was strangely leaked, but that was a mistake. I could easily cover up a mistake like this. I was a magnificent person. If I look back, wouldn't my girlfriend also look at me in wonder? Please vote for candidate 2. I took 3 steps back from the microphone and shouted,
Kim Yul.
I was confident in my victory. I'm sorry for all this time. I'm really sorry. I bowed my head to where the students of grade 2, class 5 were sitting. I wish you the best in the future. There was silence. Then, a small sound that broke the silence in the auditorium. Clap. Applause came from the direction I bowed my head to. Clap, 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 clap. Kim Yul was standing up, clapping his hands. Yup, it was Kim Yul, the person to whom I was supposed to apologize and by whom I was supposed to be forgiven was giving me a standing ovation. Though Kim Yul's expression was blank and his applause was unenthusiastic, his standing ovation could mean only one thing: forgiveness. Thanks to Kim Yul taking the lead, the other students also started to applaud. Clapping was contagious. The students clapped their hands like they had seen a good performance, like it was all right to stop what they had been doing. Even the teachers were clapping. Kook! Tears streamed down my face. Thank you. It wasn't that I was grateful for Kim Yul's forgiveness. Who cared if recycling forgave me or not? It was me. I fell from grace, but I was proud to have crawled back up with my own power. Thank you, me. Thank you for not giving up. Well done. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you all too. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you for getting swept away in the atmosphere. Thank you. Please continue to be sheeple. Even after you graduate and enter society as an adult, please stay as livestock forever. I was grateful to everything in this world. A sound flowed out of the auditorium speakers.
Sanbeinim.
The applause did not let up. The sound coming from the speakers was initially buried by the noise. However, the broadcasting club president adjusted the volume, and the sound became louder. Is it okay to take pictures of this? I wiped away my tears. I wasn't sure, but it seemed like the broadcasting club president was playing a video. I turned around, and I saw a certain video being projected on the dark walls of the auditorium. Don't worry about it. A familiar face appeared in the video. I'm just going to show a few people and delete it. It was me. Huh? Hello, dear guests. Today is the return of the long-awaited Kim Yul TV. Ah, but I've received many notes saying that Kim Yul TV is tacky. I agree. I couldn't believe my eyes. In the video, I was holding my camcorder and recording my face. I was filming Kim Yul. It was from before the game had begun in earnest. The kids were having fun, messing around with Kim Yul. But I don't have a good sense for naming things. Haha, everyone. I would be grateful if you could submit a name for the series directly with a note. What? Now let's keep the introduction short. How will we play with Kim Yul today? Many people made suggestions. Among those who put in an entry today, the one who won the honor is Tada. All of the students gathered in the auditorium were buzzing. Queen. The teachers stared at the video. Congratulations. Ah, let's announce Queen's request. Quickly moving. Quickly. Ah. Prepare 2 banana milk drinks. Put a centipede in one of them and in the other. I was turning white. Hwang Yunseo, you crazy bastard. Someone shouted. It was my girlfriend's voice. My girlfriend, who had gone back to her seat after her speech, stood up and screamed. You crazy bastard. Nut job. You bitch. I couldn't hear my girlfriend's voice very well. My head was simply blank. Instinctively, I turned my head to look at the broadcasting club president. He had his head bowed low and was holding a mouse connected to a laptop. I turned away again. This time, I looked at the class president. The class president was smiling. It was a very kind smile. Chapter 147. Friend. 3. The class president's smile was perfect. The corners of his mouth curved just the right amount. His lips creased graciously, and the tips of his eyes smoothly slid down. I wasn't exaggerating. Then, his mouth retracted and his eyes darted up, returning to the class president's usual expressionless face, and I felt like I was going nuts. The class president stepped up onto the stage. As I stood horrified, the class president grabbed the microphone. Students of Shinseo High School. His voice pierced the uproar of the auditorium. The video you are watching now shows Hwang Yunseo from grade 2, class 5 assaulting his classmate, Kim Yul, in a group. This has not been staged. It is the scene of a real assault. The class president was not holding any paper to read off of. He was delivering a speech that I had never heard, that he had never practiced in rehearsal. I was able to obtain material like this thanks to an anonymous informant. Yes, there was more than one. The crimes committed by Hwang Yunseo of grade 2, class 5 have been recorded in 103 tapes, 311 videos, and 30,790 photos. Crimes? Videos? Photos? Broadcasting club president. Turn over to the PowerPoint presentation. Why yes. The projector illuminated light onto the auditorium wall. Rows of pictures were displayed. The images weren't that sharp, but our school uniforms were recognizable to everyone. We plan to report Hwang Yunseo of grade 2, class 5 officially after this presentation ends today. Of course, the victim, Kim Yul of grade 2, class 5, will press charges against Hwang Yunseo. Report? Charges? I want to ask, did anyone among the teachers of Shinseo High School know of this violence? I see there is none. Yes, of course. Aside from the regular criminal activities that took place for the past year, the teachers who are supposed to be responsible for our school lives took no action at all. This is the reality of Shinseo High School. The reactions of the teachers weren't much different from my own. All of them looked shell-shocked. A few of them frantically whispered to their colleagues, and the division head rose from his seat. Wait a moment. Wait. You. Come down. What do you think you're? I trust that all of our teachers will help with the police report. I am informing everyone of the violence at our school. No, if you do it like this, everyone, please be aware that my presentation is currently being recorded and taped. The evidence has already been sent to media outlets this morning. The head of the grade stopped standing and looked at the principal. All of the staff stared at the principal. The principal opened and closed his mouth stupidly while looking at his phone, saying, "Jay, just a moment. Please wait just a moment." Maybe he called someone or maybe someone called him, but he was kowtowing to someone with his head down. The school staff seemed paralyzed by his behavior. It's a lie. I yelled into the microphone I gripped in my hands. All the pictures are fabricated. They're fake. But the speakers did not relay my voice. Belatedly, I realized that the broadcasting club president must have disconnected my microphone. Please look at Huang Yunseo as he stands here. Only the class president's voice boomed loudly in the auditorium. Do you recall what Huang Yunseo said in his apology just now? He said, "When I saw my classmate being bullied, I didn't do anything to stop it. Instead, I joined the other kids in bullying him. Do you remember?" The students bristled. He excused himself by saying he only joined in. That is, he claimed that he was not the main culprit, though he himself organized, filmed, and shared the videos of the violence. Huang Yunseo did not admit his fault up to the end. Then he pretended to have truly repented and put on a show for you. Every student in the room was staring at me. Please look at Huang Yunseo's face. Remember his expression. That was right. The class president was a bastard. Remember Huang Yunseo's logic. Remember his methods. The way he led the violence. The way he tried to scurry away. Observe every bit of it. This bastard was the one hunting me behind the scenes. The class president lowered his microphone. With his right hand still wrapped around the device, he turned to me. Then he spoke in a voice only I could hear. This was tough. His voice was so calm that I felt like I was slipping from reality. Anyway, Huang Yunseo, your life is over. You'll probably be surprised to hear how many kinds of crimes you committed. Even so, you probably won't spend your whole life in jail since you're a minor, but oh well, it's fine. We can just end your social life. Why you? It was hard for me to act like your friend, too. The class president sighed. Really, I'm too emotional as a youth. Just talking to you made me nauseous. It's nice that my back doesn't hurt, but I viewed the world too simply. Well, that's how I ended up in college, the class president complained. Did you know? It costs a lot of money to improve society. Every little thing you do requires money. It costs money to plant a tree. It costs money to travel to a disaster zone. Taking care of teachers costs money too. If I knew this during my school days, I would have. Bastard! What the hell are you saying? Furious, I yelled. A beat after, I realized that my voice was too loud and that it had spread through the auditorium. I paused. Unlike the class president's quiet murmurs, my outcry was uproarious. Yeah, the class president smiled. I was muttering nonsense precisely to make you yell like that. Brat. You fell for it hook, line, and sinker. When I saw the guy smile, my head went blank again. You're probably thinking of reaching out to your connections. The class president covered his mouth with his left hand and laughed. Sorry. It's just funny. This son of a bitch. Anyway, you probably believe that your connections will help you. They won't. Your ex-girlfriend? We negotiated to erase the videos that she was present in. All of your clients struck a deal. Remember this. The children of well-to-do houses actually have no interest in you. They only care about avoiding association with the incident. In this chaos, the broadcasting club president had continued to go through the PowerPoint slides. The pictures connected. The student body's rumblings turned into a commotion, and throughout the auditorium, responses like "damn" and "is he crazy?" popped up. Though I feel sorry for Kim Yul SSI, this is as far as your report goes. Can't be helped. Haven't I always told you since you were young, Gongja? The class president wore a polite, friendly smile on his lips. A person must do what he can. That smile made my mind snap. You meet someone one day that makes you think, the world would be dirted if you left this person be. These sorts of people exist, and instead of regretting it later, you must get rid of them quickly. You have to wreck them when you can so that you don't have regrets. Roaring, I lunged at the class president. He didn't resist. Instead, he smirked lightly. Well, I suppose this is why people say you need to raise your kid right so you're comfortable in your old. I swung my fist. I knocked him over and crushed him. There were screams behind me, but I did not stop. Bastard. Damn. Because of you. How dare you, you bitch. My life. Hey, Huang Yunxiu. Calm down. Teacher. We have to stop him. Broadcasting club president. Stop. Can't you stop recording this now? Even if you yell at me, I have to do this, so. My life. The clear requirements have been achieved. Considering the uniqueness of this stage, requesting judgment. I lived doing the best I could. Even if I didn't lead the best life, I really did my best. Who here worked harder than me? Was there a student who lived more earnestly than me? Judgment complete. The Lord of Manseng accepts the clearing. No. However, the tale of the ascending city side story will not be included in the true history. There wasn't. Stage cleared. I couldn't accept this. I couldn't. This was unfair. I was cheated. This was unreasonable. It wasn't right. Yeah, this was wrong. It was human rights abuse. My human rights. All people have a right to a fair trial. I'm a person, too. This was wrong. Today, the 29th floor stage has been cleared. I was wronged. Sympathize with me. Come on. Have pity. The Lord of Manseng announces instead of the tower. Good work, everyone. Did nothing wrong. Though I am on everyone's side with this much, others would also turn a blind eye. I am a little more generous to those who struggle. Nothing at all. May luck be with you all. That was my first defeat. I took in a rushed breath, and with a grunt, I raised my body upright instinctively. My heart was throbbing. It wasn't the first time I had become completely immersed in a character, but the ache in my heart as I returned to my senses was hard to get used to. When I looked around, I saw we were in a corner of the great library. Yuk! The Constellation Killer and the director also rose up one by one. For a while, the three of us caught our breaths. We had no energy to do anything else. Our brains had been jumbled. Over 10 minutes later, the director quietly mumbled, "Gongja." Yes. Come over here. The director weakly beckoned with a finger. Somehow it felt ominous. The fierce light in the director's eyes was the same as it was when the kids in the orphanage got into a fight. I obediently went to the director and sat on my knees. I'm here. A long time ago, in the spring and autumn period, there lived a man called Wu Zishu. I felt more and more on edge. When the director scolded us as kids, he never told us off right away. He drew it out. When we asked him a question, he made us wait for a day to think. When he got angry, he unhurriedly told us a story. From what I remember, the tale of Wu Zishu was an S-class alarm. Yes. I've told you this many times, so I know you remember this. He was someone who dug up the corpse of the man who killed his family and whipped it until the bones turned to dust. But think about it. Yes. Wu Zishu wanted to dig up the grave for his revenge. But what's this? Someone already bore into the ground to make it easier to exhume the corpse. They even pulled out the coffin. Then, do you think Wu Zishu would be thankful or happy that someone dug up the grave? Or do you think he would be mad that someone touched the grave of someone he lay claim to? Half of the revenge has been stolen by someone else. Isn't that right? One. Confused. I stuttered, Teacher. Yes. Speak. You're not mad that I went overboard? Or that I chose a method that was too self-sacrificing? Are you not scolding me for not taking care of my body? Gongja, you're an adult now. You have to take care of yourself. Why should I meddle? Raising you was hard enough. Do I still have to worry about you? The director spoke dryly. Amazing. The director who said such a thing so frankly was amazing, and my memory, which forgot for a moment that he was that sort of person, was amazing. I raised you kids to be as strong as possible. Sympathy can feel like a nice gift, but if a person receives nothing but sympathy, they will lose strength and wither. Gongja, I don't pity your life at all. Live as you want. Sure enough, Bei Hurayong muttered next to me. He was nodding like he understood something. I was wondering where Zombie's temper came from. He's learned it properly since he was young. Suddenly, I wondered how the kids who grew up in the orphanage with me were doing. Hanbija was a member of the National Assembly now, right? Are there videos of him on the internet? Gongja. Why yes. Even if you did not hand me the recordings and videos, I would have worked hard to kick Huang Yunxio's. Sorry. No, I don't need to be sorry, right? I would have worked hard to kick Huang Yunxio's ass. Why did you dig up the grave by yourself? Do you want to be scolded? No, I can't get scolded at this age, let alone in front of Bei Hurayong and Shiny. No, but I also had to do something. I entered the stage 1 year before you, director. In addition, my immersion was at 95%. Don't you think a person would be rushed and hasty in that position? He paused. The director hesitated when he heard 1 year and 95%. Who? As expected of the director. Even I knew now that he was considerate toward others, though he pretended not to be. I had become an adult. That's right, director. You told us that we should live as we wanted. When I fell into the stage, I was doing as I wanted. I was following your teachings. Sure enough, Bei Hurayong muttered. Again, his face looked like he had understood something. I was wondering where the brat's tongue came from. He's been training his shamelessness since he was young. At that moment, the constellation killer stood up. Like someone who had cried during a nightmare, traces of water remained by his eyes. Death King. As you wished. I have come to understand Kim Yul. I felt him. I will remember him. I learned many things, but there is one thing I want to ask you. Without wiping his eyes, the constellation killer looked straight at me. What do you want me to do from now? I opened my mouth. Kim Yul is the victim. He was killed. As he died, he left his final words. Plus, the one that murdered me was you. Don't forget. You killed me. Plus, his grudge, assembled in 3 texts. As he threw away his life, he passed on a scream so that the culprits, those beasts, would not forget what they had done. To be haunted by the memories. Forever. But I took out a handkerchief from my pocket and gripped it tightly. You forgot. The constellation killer tilted his head. What are you referring to? The lives that were sacrificed when you killed the constellations. The people of many worlds. I forgot. On the 50th floor where I had taken a shortcut to get, the constellation had said this. I have amnesia, stranger. That he couldn't remember what he had done. My mistakes come down to 2 things. First, I did not think of the possibility that new constellations would be born if a constellation disappeared in a world. Second, I neglected the fact that a dead constellation could cast a curse on the world. I will not make the same mistakes in the future. Tell me what you want as an expression of my gratitude for this advice. I clenched the handkerchief again. It was something done without knowledge nor intent. It's over if you forget it and live on without remembering. But did Kim Yul think those beasts deserved to forget him? The ones who tore apart Kim Yul were the worst types of bastards, constellation killer. But that doesn't change the sin you've committed. What I wanted was, don't use the same excuse those animals did. For you to change. To return from being a puppet. If it was possible to become human, to become human. Look at those who have wronged you. Then look at those you have wronged. Please face it squarely. Please make a decision here. If you hate it, I will not use 100 Ghosts reincarnation to call you again. And one day, for certain, I will find and destroy all of your dolls. But if, the constellation killer looked at me. The blue surface of his pupils was shaking. If I face it squarely, what will happen? Whether it was a trace of the person who had attended Shinseo High School, was a part of grade 2, class 5, or if it was the Constellation Killer himself who felt these emotions, I didn't know. Because I didn't know, I asked, what would Kim Yul do? Then, what do you want to do? The Constellation Killer opened his mouth. Chapter 148. Prologue. 1. The Great Library of All Things. The shadows of the bookshelves overlapped, creating a complex net. I don't know. The Constellation Killer's voice wandered inside that net. It's difficult. I can't fathom it. Did I kill so many? You say that such a great number of people lost their lives because of me. It's impossible to take responsibility for killing one person, but for the people of countless worlds. The Constellation Killer pulled out a diary with fumbling hands. Maybe it was a trace of Kim Yul that was left. The Constellation Killer kept a diary even as he lost his memory. The Guardian Goddess, old man hidden in the deep, follower of the blind eye. They were the constellations he had killed. The Constellation Killer quietly recited the names crossed out in red ink. The large snake born inside 7 sounds, the stork that serenades the cosmos, the witch who dies at morning frost, the lion that dreams of endless destruction, poison corpse flower, the moon that swallows the month's end, the yellow dragon of Dynasty Lake. The names continued. There was no sign of an end. After calling hundreds of names one by one, the Constellation Killed slowly looked at my face. I don't know. I have no way to know. But when I entered Kim Yul's body, I felt his frustration with the world, and when I spat out curses, I felt the same as Kim Yul. I resonated with him. Kim Yul wanted revenge on those who had wronged him. The Constellation Killer was silent for a moment. Is that it? He muttered. I, too, must receive the revenge of the worlds. Snap. The Constellation Killer closed the diary. The end of my life would not be enough recompense. Eternal agony. Those worlds would only wish for my eternal suffering. But mere suffering has no significance. What kind of suffering must I endure to apologize to those who have already died? I nodded my head. Librarian. Like he was waiting for me to call. The corner librarian stuck his head out from behind a bookshelf. His cheeks were flushed red. Welcome back. Unlike the previous apocalypses, I and everyone else was unable to view the story directly. I've just hurriedly read the newly registered side story of The Tale of the Ascending City. Aha. Indeed, that's enough. Get over here. Death King. You become harsher with me by the day. The librarian feebly flew over. There. I've come. What would you like me to do? If you wish, I can. Please hand over the Epic of Lafanta Ijim. Ah, I know what I was saying, but did you know? The books I possess are all my holy relics. Of the numerous beings in the world, only I can create them. It's difficult if you tell me to hand over such precious books like they're pieces of fruit. But, of course, I will give it to you. The librarian handed me the book. Constellation Killer. Yes. Your story is written inside this book. How you fell into a new world, how you met the Guardian Goddess, and even how you became Lafanta Ijim and the Constellation Killer. Your whole life is recorded here. You may have lost your memories, but they aren't lost forever. You can get them back again. The library became silent. The Constellation Killer wordlessly looked at the Epic of Lafanta Ijim. The librarian exhaled softly and stared at the two of us. He had understood right away what I meant. The Constellation Killer had not. When you say, again, yes, like we had glimpsed into Kim Yul's past. From the beginning? From the beginning. You are saying I should look through my life, my centuries of living, from the beginning again. What you've done, what you've thought, what worlds you trod upon, and how the denizens of those worlds lived. Remembering is the first step to everything. Don't forget. Kim Yul staked his life on those words. You have to put down your life as well. Stillness. I understand. Stillness. I judge that your words are right. And silence. The Constellation Killer accepted the Epic of Lafanta Ejim, from me. To receive it, the Constellation Killer had to put away his diary again. Instead of the diary stitching together his disparate days, he held the record of his life from beginning to end in his hands. "Indeed," said the Constellation Killer, holding the book. "Simply repeating your life makes the world hellish. Does each person shoulder a type of hell?" The Constellation Killer turned his head to where the director was sitting. "Class President." The director didn't respond immediately when he was called class president. He couldn't have. His silence contained a gap spanning decades. "Yes, Kim Yul SSI." The Constellation Killer, too, didn't respond immediately when he was called Kim Yul. He couldn't have. His silence contained a gap spanning centuries. The decades that one person endured and the centuries that one person threw away settled in the quiet air of the library. "Kim Yul thought that he wanted to forgive you, and I agree with him," said the Constellation Killer. "I want you to accept the forgiveness." The director closed his lips. The director shut his eyes. But was that an accurate statement? Most likely not. The director was not in control of his body. Rather than closing his lips were closed, and rather than shutting his eyes were shut. A pained sound, almost like a gasp, broke through the director's lips. "Thank you." The director could say that.
I'm sorry. Kropka.
That was likely what the director wanted to say. But the director held back his words. What he couldn't hold back escaped as a groan. The groan wasn't made of words but broken fragments. But somehow I could understand the picture the fragments wanted to paint. If I lived a little better, if I had a little more power, if I was a little smarter when I was young. That moment, I realized something. A tremor caused my body to jolt like a thunderbolt. The director's tightly closed mouth, shut eyes, the backs of his hands that gripped the floor, his aged skin, the trembling of his arms. Seeing his whole bent form, I realized something. The director was screaming. What I have to prove. In this world, there were people who were screaming. What I want to prove. Beasts mixed with humans in this world, and among them were people screaming alone, like islands, and somehow the scream entered my ears and the sight entered my eyes. I just wanted to be proof of the screams. There is a person here. My infernal heavens. A person is living here. Anyone who learned the infernal heavens demonic art, any cultist who preached the doctrine of shadows, for certain, without question, must have felt the emotions I felt now. That was anger, sadness. Seeing the hungry, the thirsty, the 9 sections of life and 9 types of death, they must have felt that. This cannot go unproven. That someone had to bear witness. I wanted to prove it. I wanted to let everyone know. I wanted to infix that someone was there, had existed, and bore a scar that nothing in the world could erase. Don't forget. I wanted to express the director's form in my infernal heavens. That wasn't all. The dance of the children inside a burning mansion as they smiled at me. Preda's voice crying to the skies as she held the bodies of a mother and babe in the middle of a town. The figure of my master as she brandished her sword in the snowy field she was named after. Raviel. Raviel. I can't let myself forget. The first form of the infernal heavens demonic art carried starvation within. Now, I must embed my infernal heavens. First, the children's dance. Second, Preda's scream. Third, Master's blade. Fourth, Raviel's sacrifice. Fifth, the director's silence. I want to carry them. But could I do it? Me? It was hard enough to carry starvation. Could I carry a person's, no, many people's lives? Even if I have to devote my life to it. I was determined. Meaning arose in my life. Let's prove that a person lived here. Let's prove that a person died here. I will be the proof of how they lived and how they died. I will capture the cries of beasts and the screams of people. If they smiled, I will capture the vibrations of their smile too. However, not yet. I wasn't done here yet. Many things. My level wasn't suitable for recharting the forms of the infernal heavens demonic art from the start. This was an endeavor that required tremendous effort for a chance to accomplish. That's right. Let's not rush. For now, I should do what I can. I turned my head. Like that, I looked at our voyeur. Librarian.
No, a mustra.
The librarian's shoulder trembled. The librarian, who had been watching the Constellation Killer and the director while panting heavily, twitched. Am I real name? For shame. Please call me by my title. Please make it so that the Constellation Killer can read the Epic of Lefanta Aegim whenever he wants. It doesn't need to be about conquering a stage. Just allow him to view the world as you do. Ah. Ahem. The librarian wheezed and fell into deep thought. To do that, I must share my authority. I would have to make him an apostle. Some constellations do mass-produce their apostles without scruples. But having apostles is a little awkward. Should I say, it isn't my style? There was no way that he, whose epithet was corner librarian, could make a subordinate or friend. He only ordered around weird servants like the bookmark maids. You don't want to? It's not that I don't want to. He may have been formed by the 100 Ghosts reincarnation, but the other Constellation Killer is just a doll made with a puppeteer's parade skill. Is there a difference? Ahem. There isn't a difference, but please make a choice. When you say choice, until now you've loved the story of the Constellation Killer. But, to use your manner of speaking, the Constellation Killer's path is now at a turning point. Two routes have emerged. A turning point. Yes. I met the librarian's eyes. Route 1. In this route, the Constellation Killer has never met me. He has no memory of having met me. He leaves to hunt constellations whenever he has a week's worth of memories stacked up. The puppet route. It was the route where the Constellation Killer followed the puppeteer's parade forever. Route 2. Then, there was this place where the Constellation Killer and I met. The Constellation Killer now knows Kim Yul. He remembers, and he will retrace the life of Lefanta Aegim starting from Kim Yul's days. It would be difficult. He will possess his body within the book and tread the same path he had walked for hundreds of years. It would be painful. In that route, both I and the director will be present. He doesn't have to absorb his whole life at once. Slowly. Just what he can digest, one bite at a time. Resting on the way is also acceptable. But that was the Constellation Killer's life. And one day, it would become Kim Yul's life. Choose the Constellation Killer's path that you desire. The librarian looked at the Constellation Killer. The Constellation's silence did not last long. Constellation Killer and Death King's fosterer. Beaming, the librarian opened his arms toward the Constellation Killer and the director. On this day, someone's epilogue came to an end. How would you like to work as librarians? And someone's prologue began. Chapter 149. Prologue. 2. Now, let's talk about someone's prologue. It's been a truly joyous and gratifying time. We were in the Forbidden Books section of the Great Library. The other hunters had gone back, and only the librarian and I remained. The librarian seemed to want to say farewell to me separately. Below the bookcases, where old hardcovers lined up like bricks, the librarian looked incredibly small. Do you know, Death King? About what? The thing called happiness disappears quickly. The librarian smiled. Happiness is something you savor in the moment. A moment so lovely that you can't help yourself. Alas, time is an endlessly flowing stream. Happiness floats away like a maple leaf. Again and again. The librarian sluggishly waved his left arm. Volumes of apocalypses flew to him and gathered in one place. Among them were apocalypses that I had overcome and apocalypses that other hunters had conquered. Plus, 22nd floor. Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. Genre. Martial Arts. Fusion. 23rd floor. Saga of the Iron Knights in Space. Genre SF. 24th floor. Dawn Mountain Cabin Journal. Genre. Mystery. History. 25th floor. The Tale of Sormwin Academy. Genre. Romance. Fantasy. 26th floor. Festival City Apocalypse. Genre, sports. 27th floor, Bakery Street Epic. Genre, cooking, business management. 28th floor, Me and Our Scapegoat. Genre, fairy tale. 29th floor, The Tale of the Ascending City Side Story. Genre, school. Plus, how pretty. The library catalog isn't bad. Though not flawless, it is much better than the catalogs completed by the warriors of the other worlds. No, it's incomparably more admirable. So much so that I feel regretful I must gift them to your world. The librarian's eyes twinkled like a little kid's. Everyone finds a personal treasure when they're young. A fake jewel made of translucent plastic or a rare white BB gun pellet mixed in among a red and black batch. A doll that was cheap but had pretty fingers. We always need a secret treasure of our own. The librarian was looking up at his personal treasure. What did the hunters of the other worlds do? They did one of two things. They chose either an easy apocalypse to challenge or an apocalypse that will be helpful to the tower. If you want to nitpick, we also did the latter. Hoo-hoo. The librarian covered his mouth with his sleeve. You're much too humble. If merely clearing the stage was your goal, there was no need for you to resolve the heavenly demon's regrets. Do you know what would have been the simplest strategy? What is it? Hiding in some secluded cavern. The librarian tapped the chronicles of the heavenly demon. As he did, the scene around us shifted. Whoosh! Light shrouded my vision. In the blink of an eye, the library disappeared. Suddenly, we were floating above a snowy mountain where gusts of snow whirled about. Hey! From what I see, we just need to wait until they die. Hunters I had never seen were hiding in a cave. Attire completely different from our worlds. I realized that they must have been hunters from a different world. Nothing really hard about it. We just need to watch for the zombies wandering around. Great! Let's all hang in there and wait it out. Looking down at them, the librarian spoke. This is a record from the far past. These hunters made an attempt at the chronicles of the heavenly demon long ago. They were climbing the tower of another world. These fellows chose to hide and wait until the heavenly demon and the Murim Lord died. 10 days after the starting point, the Mdrim Lord dies. The heavenly demon goes mad. While mad, she recklessly uses her innate true chi and dies. Tada! The stage is clear. The librarian playfully wiggled his fingers. Well, these fellows' hiding spot was poor, so the zombies caught them off guard and slaughtered them. But their strategy itself was not wrong. The chronicles of the heavenly demon would clear itself if they just waited. They only had to prepare measures against the cold, plan out provisions, and have the skills to avoid the zombies and the heavenly demon. Isn't the B-class difficulty just right? But Death King, you did not do that. The librarian looked at me. The long-ago snowstorm over the constellation's shoulders looked like a hologram. You always treated the characters as people. You gave your utmost effort. You felt anger and you felt sorrow. You accepted the stories of the apocalypses as your own. The librarian moved his left hand, tapping the tail of Stormwind Academy. This time, whoosh! The snowscape neatly faded. We were in Raviel's basement. Raviel was standing over an unknown man, who was chained and kneeling. Take this as fraud. It's a fraud. The man was blood-stained as if he had been tortured. Based on the strategy guide, you love white flowers. Why isn't my favorability rising even though I bring you flowers every day, make you your favorite foods, and speak pleasantly? This is a fraud. This sort of ending makes no sense. TSK. Raviel, with a weary expression, clicked her tongue. Pathetic man. Are all constellations apostles like this? Fall for me. You're just a knockoff constellation. Hurry up and fall for me. Do the constellations see my world as the universe's trash can, by chance? Is that why they keep tossing trash one by one at me? For goodness' sake. Caring for the subjects is hard enough, but my life only continues to grow more difficult. Raviel nimbly poured poison over the man's head. His scalp began to melt. Kairak, Kiak, Aya. The man writhed at the application of the deadly poison. Raviel sighed deeply and left the basement. Bang. The basement door closed, silencing the man's screams. This, too, is one of the things that occurred in the past. The librarian shrugged. It is hard for humans to treat others as humans. I praise you for doing such a difficult task. We won't be able to meet again, but please remember that I will always cheer for you. We can't meet again? Right? I must now invite and greet the warriors of another world. The librarian chuckled. I cannot always attend to you. There are infinite worlds and towers. There are countless warriors climbing their towers, just like you all. I must greet them all because the Lord of Mansing. I apologize. I can say no more. The librarian held out his right hand. Good work. The librarian smiled softly. The great library of all things will disappear from the 21st floor now. A small rest area will be placed there instead. Well, I shall take special care and give you a paradisial rest area. Okay. I shook the librarian's hand. Thank you. Ooh. To think that there would come a day when I would shake hands with my favorite character and take in another favorite character as a library. And there was a reason the librarian hesitated at the end. Squeeze. The librarian tried to release the handshake, but I did not let go. Death King. The librarian tilted his head to the side. Are you sad to be parting with me? That makes me very happy. But your world has finished the 21st to 30th floors. The 30th floor will also be made into a rest area. There is a book called Recuperation City Story. It is equipped with recreational facilities that are almost heavenly, and as part of my special service. Expressionlessly, I looked down at the constellation. The librarian became quiet. Death King? To use the librarian's manner of speech. Why are you doing this? Why you're scaring me? Kim Yul and the director finished their long prologue and entered the main story today. Librarian. But that wasn't all. I have something to ask you before we part. What is it? You. Since the time I beat the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. You don't have a purpose in life anymore, right? I had been waiting for this moment. 3. Why do you like the Constellation Killer? Lafanta Ejim is a man who kills constellations. I can understand why you would hate him, but I don't see why you would like him. On the day the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was complete, we went down to a certain snowy mountain. A dragon, blackened by death, was before our eyes, and the librarian and I had our first candid talk. Since you're the one asking, I'll give you an answer. For a long time, I have had a dream. A dream, you say? Exactly. The librarian's eyes had shone innocently. It is to make an appearance in a novel that I enjoy. The librarian said that intervening in a novel was different from appearing in one. He confessed how he wanted to appear naturally in a story as a character on the same level as the others. I refused to intervene. That means there is only one way I can become a character in a story. I can't go up to the characters of a novel. The characters must find me. The librarian whispered like a boy with his first love. Lafanta Ejim. The Constellation Killer tirelessly murders constellations and moves between worlds. One day, he'll come to visit my world, the greatest library of all time, to kill me. That was precisely the reason the librarian loved the Constellation Killer. I am waiting for the day when the Constellation Killer visits the great library. The only way that he could become a character in a story. I look forward to seeing him stand before me one day, following his own story and his own will. On that day, I will finally appear in the story of Lafanta Ejim. The librarian had said, Essent dying at the hands of the protagonist, the greatest epilogue. Then, I opened my mouth and spoke. You don't have one anymore, a reason to live. The librarian's face froze. What are you talking about? You said that becoming a character of a story one day is your dream. You didn't want to force yourself into the story but rather appear naturally. And the Constellation Killer was the only one who could fulfill that dream. But, I smiled. You're no longer waiting for the constellation to come kill you, right? Do you think the Constellation Killer who has met the director will do that? The librarian gulped. No, what are you? I don't know what you're saying. Death King, the Constellation Killer who has met the director is just the result of your 100 Ghosts reincarnation. The Constellation Killer on the 50th floor is alive and well. Won't that person someday come to kill me? That is true. I gripped the librarian's right hand even more tightly. But that Constellation Killer is not the route that you chose. I asked you earlier. Route 1. The 50th floor Constellation Killer who had not met me nor forgave the director. Route 2. The Constellation Killer who did meet me and forgave the director. I asked him to choose one of the two to accept as the Constellation Killer's story. You selected the second route. Then, the librarian accepted the latter as the true history. The story of the Constellation Killer possessing Kim Yul and receiving the director's apology. All that had been accepted as part of the Constellation Killer's life. In other words, let's say that the Constellation Killer of the 50th floor finds you one day. Will you really be happy when that moment comes? The Constellation Killer who hasn't met the director. Can you accept that man who hasn't felt fury, sadness, revenge, and forgiveness as the real Constellation Killer? Can you accept an ending in which you are killed by that Constellation Killer? The librarian likely didn't think this far, but he had basically destroyed his own dream. There's no way that you could, because you're someone who worships stories more than anything. You would never want to die at the hands of an extra you don't accept. Just so you know, there is no use denying it, because I could see clearly before my eyes just who the Constellation loved. Character window, plus, name corner librarian. Favorability, 99. Favorite genres, fusion, romance, mystery, adventure, horror, history, war, sports, SF, myth, fairy tales. Disliked genres, not applicable. Favorite characters, character, Death King, Kim Yul. Disliked characters, not applicable. Favorite plot, story, hated plot, serial discontinuation. Plus, the Constellation Killer's name had been changed to Kim Yul. The order had also changed. My name was originally behind the Constellation Killers, but now it came before. It meant that the librarian had come to love my story more as the Constellation Killer's story ended. Silence. The librarian's face was blank. He looked like he couldn't believe it. Death King, what have you? Since when did you plan? That day. I planned this from the day I heard your dream on that snowy mountain. Of course, I hadn't worked out all the details back then. But I had already drawn the big picture at the time. A project to make him like me more than the Constellation Killer. So I chased after the Constellation Killer persistently, maybe even obsessively. To hunt a constellation. Hamustra. The librarian startled at his true name. You have 2 paths left to you. 2 paths? You can live here, forever unable to see your dream come true. You say goodbye to me. You throw away the hope that the Constellation Killer will grant your wish one day. Invite in and greet the hunters that treat characters like trash. And spend your days secluded in the library like you have always done. Iugiha. The librarian trembled slightly. Naturally unable to break my grip, he squirmed. But the physical strength of the librarian was insignificant, and my right hand held on firmly. If you don't want that, give it to me. What are you referring to? The book that contains your story, the prey I've hunted for so long. Give me the book in which your life is recorded. It wasn't an apocalypse that recorded the fall of another world nor contained a different world at all. It was this place. It was the book that contained the corner librarian who lived in the great library of all things. I will make it into the 30th floor of this tower. Then you would naturally become a member of our tower as well. Do you get it? You would become a character in our story. Become our colleague. The librarian's mouth dropped open. Ascend the tower with me, Hamustra. Chapter 150. Prologue. 3. 4. Ooh, awesome library. In ancient times, there was a being called the Pond of Accumulating Memories. Humans could not pronounce the name of this being properly. The pond of accumulating memories was just an arbitrary, fictitious name. The real pronunciation was, just as humans do not care about what a cricket may call them, did not feel the need to use the human's designation. The most simplified pronunciation of the being's name would be close to something like Hamustra. The atmosphere is pleasant and the collection is excellent, too. Hamustra. That was what the humans called the pond of accumulating memories. I gladly acknowledge it, but the human before him was different. This is the best library that my humble self has visited. This human could use dragon speech at will. That in itself was fascinating. The pond of accumulating memories was an existence with great curiosity to begin with. There was a high chance that he would like and be interested in this little being. Nobody had stepped foot in this library thus far except for this human, his first visitor. Who are you? The human before him was emitting a truly vulgar smell. It was weird. The pond of accumulating memories could smell a dragon. But the being before him was not a dragon. It gave off a godlike aura, but the being was not a god either. The pond of accumulating memories had never seen a being like the human in front of him. How did you come here? Naturally, there was a vigilance to his tone. I never allowed your entrance. This is my world. Reveal your purpose, stranger. I'm not a book thief. Please don't be too wary. The human snickered. I am a sort of traveling insurance agent. I am visiting every existence like you and to persuade you. I asked about your purpose. I am building a house. No, should I call it a villa? One, if I am the landlord, I am trying to convince you to become my tenant. The human snickered again. The pond of accumulating memories was annoyed. He felt annoyed for the first time in thousands of years, or maybe more than double that. He loved all characters in books, not discriminating between the good and evil. He treated the luckless and the fortunate equally. But real life was different. The pond of accumulating memories was a great being. The definition of greatness was subjective, but in the pond's opinion, greatness was the ability to hit or kill those that annoyed him.
Peste.
Go away. The pond decided to use his greatness today as well. He lightly exhibited his power. In the library, the pond's strength was absolute. Tough guys who had reached transcendence, and ordinary people, of course, could only be torn apart and turned into dust. The pond was confident. A long time ago, before he had become as great as he was now, he had disintegrated many things. I'm sorry. The human before him did not turn to dust. The human was fine. I just ruined the mood. But can't you speak with me just a little more? I worked hard to make it all the way here. Phew. The roads were blocked and they were in poor shape, too. The pond was surprised that its greatness had no effect. It was a huge shock. It was such a huge shock that the pond fled from reality. His attack just then didn't show his power. It was invalid. He was treating it like it hadn't happened. The pond finished excusing himself and attacked the human again. Now that I brought it up, I have to ask. Is there no door in this library? Is this some sort of grave? You should poke out some windows, at least. It's stuffy and suffocating. The human was still all right. Should I make some for you? Even worse, the human blew a hole in the library, while smiling a little. The air's finally flowing now. The pond's mind went blank. What the hell? It was the first time he cursed in thousands and thousands of years. The library wasn't just a simple area for books. It was like the body and soul of the pond. The fact that the human could pierce a hole through the library walls meant the human could easily cut up his underbelly. The pond was capable enough to connect the dots, and he was smart enough not to want to be slashed. I get it. I surrender. What do you want from me? I want your everything. I'd rather die. Should I? Can I kill you? The pond was quite clever. At least, he was intelligent enough to realize the human in front of him was insane. As expected, you don't want to die, right? Of course not. Life is a precious thing. Now, my humble self also wishes to help you. Please sign here to keep your precious life. It was unfortunate for the pond that the nut job had unimaginable power. What is this? It's a contract. Can I ask what sort of contract it is? Yes, of course. I'm not a gangster. Even if the human wasn't technically a gangster, the human wasn't very far from one. But the pond did not point it out. Again, the pond was smart. He knew what he could and could not say. I am building a tower. Tower. I will bring in beings like you. I will also allow the beings you consider insignificant creatures to enter. The pond cautiously read the contract. As he did, his expression changed. At first, he thought that the human was a crazy ruffian here to steal from his library. The ruffian part was right. So was the crazy part. But the human was not a thief. The contract was filled with enticing offers. You're gonna let me peek inside all worlds? Really? Not all worlds. Only the worlds I have a hand in. These confidentiality clauses. You must absolutely keep them. The pond didn't need long to decide. However, his curiosity deepened. Why are you starting this business? It was interesting. What is it for? What advantage does it bring you? Nobody chooses to be born. The human smiled. Everyone should be able to live one more life. It may not be the life they want, but they would live because they chose to live. The pond couldn't understand the human's smile. Someday you too will live another life, Mr. Corner Librarian. He couldn't understand those words either. 5. The librarian looked up at me blankly. Did he not understand me? Or did it just not hit him yet? Either way, it was all right. I did not rush the librarian and waited for him. You want me to climb the tower with you? The librarian murmured after a long time had passed. I am an ordinary constellation. Unlike the spirit possessing you or the holy sword tied to you, I am officially entrusted with this stage. Despite my looks, I am of a high class. To belong to this particular tower is, if you do, what happens? I do not know. I don't know at all. Nothing like this has ever happened in the history of the tower. The librarian's shoulders shook. There are instances of constellations being enthralled and acting as some warrior's attendants. Quite a lot of them. And like how you swallowed the Devil King of Fall Rain with your 100 Ghosts reincarnation, warriors have collected constellations too. But I have never heard of a constellation becoming a hunter. Then you can be recorded as the first. Hamustra, don't live in this sort of place. I looked around. It was a tomb of books. The traces of past worlds were gathered here. That was all. In this place, time did not flow. Only the breaths spilled by other people and stories of other worlds were sealed here. It's familiar. Just a place where you longed for and envied the worlds of others. This place, it's familiar to me. The room that I rented before regressing came to mind. In my room, I had put up many pictures and interviews of the Flame Emperor. The scale was pathetic compared to the Great Library, but in essence, it's the same. That was why I could say this. Step up to the ring. Now, you had to come out of here. People get weirder and weirder when they stay in this sort of place. I am weird? A person's life is recorded in an apocalypse. You may think that you know everything about the person by reading it, but that's not the case. Hamustra, do you remember what was written about the destruction of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon? The apocalypse narrated my master's death like this. The heavenly demon suddenly succumbed to the epidemic and died. What kind of nonsense is that? It says nothing. Nothing at all. What expression Master wore at the end. The cultists' voices as they mourned. How hard the children by the riverside worked to dig out the soft mud. You could never learn that from reading the book. You couldn't. However, protested the librarian. I can see and observe them. That's true. I accepted easily. You can enter the worlds yourself to observe the events. When Master passed on, you must have grieved as I did. Of that, I have no doubt. Then there's no problem. But you wouldn't have been sadder than I was. You, too, must have held your breath when Master died in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. You would have felt awe when the Sword Emperor struck. But the thing you felt? It was only appreciation. Squeeze. I held the librarian's hand a little tighter and pulled him in closer. I bet you also love Raviel. You like her. But you know, you'll never love Raviel as much as I love her. You've only had a taste sitting inside this library. You've never put your life on stage. You only lived as the audience. If you enjoyed a performance, you clap. If not, you yawn. That's all. Come live with us. The librarian twitched. I'm bound by a strict contract. If I attach myself to a specific tower or violate the rules, I'll definitely be punished by the tower. I would probably lose all the authority of a constellation. I would be useless like that. I would be of no use to you. This isn't that kind of story. And you know it too. Hamustra. I looked straight at the person before me. Dying by the constellation killer's hands one day was your dream. Throw away that dream now. I'll give you a new dream. This dream won't always be happy, and there will be many times when it feels like a nightmare instead. There will be many parts you want to erase. But if it's what you desire, I'll stay in that dream. I spoke again. Live a life with me. You would appear in my dream, and I would appear in yours, and you and I can be we. The librarian's lips were trembling, and his left hand, which was shaking even more than his lips, reached into his pocket. He pulled out a book that was thinner than the Epic of Lafanta Ijum. Plus, I couldn't read the title. It was the language of a world that we could not comprehend. The librarian, no Hamustra, handed me the book that contained his life. Death King. Yes. I will give you my final advice as a reader. I'm your biggest fan. There is no reader who loves you as much as I, and there never will be. So please, remember this well. I'll listen. If you overuse your flirting like this, someone may misunderstand. Please use that sort of language with only Duchess Ivantia. Otherwise, Duchess Ivantia will stab your heart and kill you. Death King. I already died that way once, but I'll heed your words. Death King. Yes. Is living as a human enjoyable? The librarian was frightened. I smiled. It sucks. I grabbed hold of. It's like hard taffy, but even taffy is delicious when you chew it. Your teeth may break sometimes, but I'll help you. Damn. The librarian looked close to tears. To think something like this will make up the final lines of my apocalypse. He held the spine of the book while I held the cover. Life doesn't work so smoothly. It's like a piece of art. Cope with it. We open the final apocalypse. His voice was scared and tearful, but his words were firm when he spoke. Death King, Corner Librarian. I designate these two as characters of. The difficulty of this apocalypse is undecided. When you open your eyes, the highly acclaimed ending of the story will. When we open our eyes, we'll probably just be here. As you say, the librarian looked up at me. That moment, I declare the stage cleared. Whoosh! White light wrapped around us. Chapter 151. Prologue. 4. The library became brighter in an instant. The light was just like a white current of water. It moved like it was alive. The light water torrentially poured from Hamustra's apocalypse. The waves of life swept over our surroundings, spilling between the bookshelves. The light flooded. Stage clear. The apocalypse did not stop spewing light. Chwak! Whoosh! The level of the light water quickly rose, submerging the building-high bookshelves of the great library. Even the forbidden books, which had not seen light for 1,000 years, were brilliantly illuminated. A white flood, pure white pond. Today, we stood in the center of the flood of light that drowned the world. The 30th floor stage has been cleared. The screams of hunters far away entered my ears. Kairak! What is this? They must have been caught off guard by the unexpected flood of light. But thankfully, my reliable colleagues were in the library. There were many of them. For every panicking hunter, there was someone to console them. Though I couldn't see their faces behind the bookshelves, I could make out each of their voices. Good grief! I'm dying. I thought my vision was going dark these days. but it's completely gone the other way. Eesh. Oh my. You. Shouldn't a young gun make some medicine for an old man without being asked? Medicine King. Yes, but we have to distribute medicine to the people who need it first. I'm sorry, but you don't seem to need it much, Medicine King. What about getting fitted for new glasses instead? Alchemist. Ah, this is just the stage being cleared. It's merely light. You guys may not have experienced this before, but I've seen it several times already. A mysterious thing. You become accustomed to it the more often it occurs. Anyway, I'm saying that you shouldn't act rashly. Oh, Master, we believe in you. Venomous Snake and his peons. Huh? Oh? Did the 30th floor clear on its own? Aha, I'm happy that we saved some time. Guild members of the 10,000 Temple, prepare to transmit. We need to catch up on our work as soon as we return to Babylon. Heretic Questioner. How troubling. I have no experience working as a librarian. I know the basics, Kim Yul SSI. I'll help you. Please. The Constellation Killer and the Director. That wasn't all. The Black Dragon Master, the Count, and the Crusaders' voices were there, too. People's voices, some far, some quite close, passed through the bookshelves filled with thick hardcover books. Yes, the whispers of the people in the library all came to me. It was as if the surge of light was drawing in the sounds. By my side, the small librarian was shaking, announcing to everyone again. Today, the 30th floor stage has been BZZZZZ. A static noise was mixed with the tower's voice. The librarian, who had already been trembling, flinched. Warning. An abnormal challenge has been detected. Giving a warning to the corner librarian. Ugh. The librarian grabbed my sleeve. It doesn't matter. I've chosen as the 30th stage. I stand by this as the administrator of the 21st to 30th stages. As the constellation governing, I acknowledge the stage as being cleared. Repeating the warning. The corner librarian will receive an immense penalty if the stage clear is announced. Confirming whether to proceed with the stage clear nonetheless. My sleeves were scrunched with more force. The librarian's shoulders were stooped in. Usually, he looked bigger than he was because of the oversized clothes he wore. He didn't look big now. He was small. The space that the librarian took up in this world was trifling. Leaning against my chest, the librarian looked up at me. I don't care. He was speaking to both the tower and me. Said Hamustra. I'm going to live in this tower. Please, accept my resignation, Lord of Mansing. For a moment it was quiet. Then, announcing to everyone again. The white noise cleared away from the tower's voice. Today, the 30th floor stage has been cleared. The announcement was received with an outburst of triumphant cheers. The library was still flooded with light, but the hunters heard the announcement. They were elated by the thought they had finally succeeded. But there was a voice that only Hamustra and I could hear. The corner librarian cannot maintain his authority. Starting class modification. I had heard this phrase a long time ago. They were the same words as when Preta lost her shell of being the Devil King of Fall Rain. The corner librarian is being stripped of his title. At that time, Preta had screamed, "No!" She had been dismayed at losing her status as a constellation. She had struggled to stop her descent. Hamustra's reaction now was different. Without a word, he squeezed his eyes shut, announcing once again, "The corner librarian is being stripped of his title. The corner librarian is being stripped of his authority." The apocalypse that Hamustra and I held in our hands slipped. Maybe I should say that it melted away instead. Drip, drip. The cover of the book turned into mushy slime and plopped down, and the papers became like melted wax as they dripped down too. May luck be with you. Then the apocalypse turned into light and disappeared. For a while, Hamustra didn't say anything. He quietly breathed in and breathed out. As his small torso rose and fell repeatedly, Hamustra, who had been trembling in fear, slowly calmed down. "Ha ha!" Hamustra hopped in place. "Look at this, Death King. His long sleeves flapped. The sleeves were so long that he couldn't get them off the floor. As Hamustra jumped in place, the sleeves rose up very slightly but receded back down to the floor. I can't fly. Hamustra looked at me and smiled. I can no longer fly in the air, but I loved watching the worlds from above all day long. It was my hobby, or looking out at the horizon for weeks. My hobbies have disappeared. Yes. Many things are gone now too. Yes. My dream came true. My dream to enter a story myself came true, and I'm happy. I really am, but I'm scared. I'm afraid. I love you and the others. Care for you all. I'm scared that you and the others will not like me. I want to be loved by everyone. Hamustra. I put my hand on Hamustra's shoulder. Stop dreaming about impossible things. Let's take it step by step. Your hobbies are gone, but you can find new ones. How about it? Is there anything you want to do to commemorate your fall as a constellation? Actually, I have 2 wishes. Tell me. If I can grant them, I will. First, please stop speaking formally to me. That was a wish I could fulfill. Okay, sure. What's your other wish? My second wish is a little expensive. It's so extravagant that you are certain to shudder like there is an earthquake. Death King. What is it? Hamustra wiped his eyes with his sleeve. He sniffled. A long time later, when he lowered his arm, Hamustra was smiling. I want to drink a white mocha frappuccino 24 shot Java chip, half and half chocolate drizzle. It really was an extravagant luxury. But thankfully, that too was a wish I could grant. 6. There was an afterword I want to share. I see. That was why my wife had died. Raviel was speaking while wearing a school uniform and drinking cider. 1. There. Anyone in the know would understand how miraculous of a collaboration the previous statement was. Look, wearing a school uniform, Raviel drank cider. Even the epic creation and destruction of the universe could not approach the sublime quality of that sentence. I was feeling the same emotions as a church member who witnessed with his own 2 eyes the creation of the Gongja. You're shaking. I am not. Is that so? Raviel, whom I was holding in a princess hold, tilted her head. Just so you know, it had been over 3 hours since I assumed this position. Using aura was forbidden. Skills too. I had to hold out with pure brute strength and mental fortitude. No matter how I look at it, you're shaking. The tip of Raviel's mouth arched up. Ah, could it be that I'm heavy? You aren't heavy. You're as light as a feather, Raviel. What kind of feather? A dinosaur feather? An Archaeopteryx feather. You're lighter than the feather of a newly hatched chick. Thank goodness. I almost felt so bad that I was going to leave my beloved's embrace. But since you say there's no problem, I will happily enjoy your wonderful grasp. Raviel put the cider can against her lips. A drop of clear cider was daubed on her lips. Oh, how I hated that drop of cider. I wished it would evaporate and return to the embrace of Mother Nature. To explain the situation, we were on the 29th floor, the world of The Tale of the Ascending City side story. As Hamustra warned, the side story did not change the history of the outside world. Couldn't be a part of true history. Only the city, with Shinseo Middle and High School as the focus, was pulled out like a deserted island to become this stage. The inhabitants of this world don't notice anything strange. Almost magically. When hunters like us entered the 29th floor, they were automatically enrolled as middle or high school students. They could live as if they had always been a student in this world. There was also a university, but that was all. It was literally a university town. To sum it up, the stage was completely useless except for the fact that you could go to school, but public education is a wonderful thing. That too was surprisingly useful. It is a place where even those who are less wealthy can learn to their heart's content. Isn't it a dreamlike system? Our empire also plans to send talented individuals here for study abroad. As expected, my love is more than qualified to be called the moon of the Ivansha Duchy. They probably won't be able to learn much? That doesn't matter. The purpose of education is to share common knowledge. A nation is an abstract concept that can slip into a delusion with a single misstep, so we must take action to ensure all members of the nation can share the same dream. The same dream? I've been pondering how to put the people of the tower in harmony with the Empire's citizens. The Imperial citizens who are educated here can bridge the two forces. Raviel sometimes talked about difficult topics. She was so cool. Anyway, the reason I was holding Raviel for over 3 hours was this. Well, let's continue talking politics later. Right now, I want to savor your punishment. Right? I was currently being punished. It was obvious why. I was really surprised, Gongja. Who wouldn't be if you regressed 24 hours while working in your office? I paused for a moment, but I figured out the situation soon enough. Of course. My wife must have died somewhere again. Raviel pulled out a golden card. Plus, a regressor's love. Rank, EX. Effect. For a regressor, love is like poison. No matter how much you struggle, you can't share your time with the one you love. Thus, a certain regressor begged, "Please retain my lover's memories." That wish reached the tower and became true. You share a timeline with your beloved. When your lover regresses a day, you go back a day. When you regress a day, your lover regresses a day. This is the covenant of the ring. This is the marriage of time. May luck be with you both. However, the skill only works when you and your beloved love each other. Plus, right? Because of a regressor's love, when I died, Raviel also regressed 24 hours. When I was killed by the Constellation Killer, Raviel underwent the regression too. Of course, Raviel knew that I died. According to the Golden Silk, who was working as a servant for the Ivansha Duchy, Raviel muttered, "I don't know where, but a bitch just touched my wife," as soon as she regressed. With a blank face, a blank expression, the Golden Silk felt cosmic horror that day. "I'm sorry."
No.
"You needn't apologize," Raviel said calmly. "From what you say, you've worked more than hard enough. Didn't you try desperately not to die? If you died regardless, I couldn't blame you. All right. I couldn't blame you if you jumped ahead to the 50th floor when you just made it to the 29th floor, picked a fight with the strongest person on the 50th floor, and pulled an aggro move on the entire floor. My love, everything you did was perfectly reasonable. Nothing about it was reckless at all. I understand. I'm really sorry. Are you truly sorry? Do you know what you did wrong?" Raviel pinched my cheek. Streech. My cheek lengthened like fresh mochi. I was moved. Raviel is pinching my cheek. My eyes beheld the sight of her in a school uniform. I held Raviel in the uniform in my arms. Was this really a punishment? Wasn't this a reward instead? Maybe Raviel, my goddess, was praising me under the guise of discipline? This is no good. This man. Raviel lamented. Your eyes have gone bad. Though your slightly strange tastes are charming, this has become serious. I love you, Raviel. I love you, Gongja. The scent of cider. I liked it. I was so happy. Damn. The uninvited guest clamored behind me. Do I have to see this sh*t every time these guys meet? Huh? Can't be, right? This is kind of bad. Isn't it? Love is said to be caused by hormones, but these two take that to the next level. What did I do wrong in my past life to witness this hell? Shiny thinks that you must have committed many sins. Damn. A hero ought to ignore the peanut gallery. While listening to my story, Raviel toured around Shinseo Middle and High School. I talked about who had killed me, what his past was, what he lost, and what he gained back. Raviel examined the classrooms and the rooftop as I led her. Raviel nodded. Good job, Gongja. This was worth your time. She understood. While I endured pain in my arms and heaven in my mind for 3 long hours, if I had to choose between my arms and my brain, I thought that it was an overall win. A huge win. Now, I should see the mug of the man who killed you myself. Raviel. I said this earlier, but that person is probably your ancestor. That's even more disgraceful. An ancestor should kindly leave the work to their descendants, but he dared to touch the moon of the family? The current Ivansha belongs to me. I must crush him according to the family rules. Sorry, Constellation Killer. I'm sorry, Kim Yul. You're dead meat now. And Raviel smiled. On the rooftop of Shinseo Middle and High School, the setting sun in the sky shone a red light on Raviel's lips. I want to greet the one who has raised you. Will you take me to them, Gongja? I nodded. Yes. Then, with Raviel still in my arms, I whispered, transmit. Light enveloped us. In the next moment, we were at the library on the 30th floor. Though it had only been a few days, the library changed a bit. First of all, accessible and restricted areas were strictly divided. The bookshelves in the accessible area were decorated with ordinary books, and hunters leisurely read at the tables. It was a tranquil scene. On the tables where the hunters sat were coffee cups or glasses with drinks. Hamustra, who had been going around the tables, noticed and approached us right away. Instead of his loose-fitting clothes, Hamustra was wearing a neat employee uniform. Welcome, Death King. Oh, the silver-plated heart has come, too. Such dignified guests have all come together. A library cafe. Hamustra had decided to work here for now. Though he didn't feel confident enough to go down to the city on the first floor, he had decided to slowly interact with the hunters and live as a human. Yeah. Is Kim Yul around? Raviel wanted to see Kim Yul's face. Mug, my wife. Raviel said she wanted to see Kim Yul's mug. Hamustra beamed. It's worth traveling so far to see Kim Yul's face. I understand. He should be organizing children's books right now, but I'll call him. There was still a lot to talk about. Who had taken over to manage the Great Library after Hamustra's downfall. How the Medicine King came to foot the bill to set up the cafe like he had bet everything. Why, even now, the Medicine King was wearing a bartender outfit at the cafe counter and making coffee, etc., etc. The story was far from over, but there would be other opportunities to talk about them. Then, I'll show you two to your seats. Like always, that story would continue on a stage a little higher than the last. Chapter 152. Soaring. 1. The ties between people are strange. For example, you make a friend and later find out that he's the grandson of the old man who owns the supermarket in your neighborhood. A small connection. Or the hunter you've admired for 10 years turns out to be an insane psychopath. He kills you, then you kill him, and now your fates are connected, something like that. No, let's stop there. That case is too specific. Anyway, the essence of what I'm saying is simple. The ties between people are really indiscernible. I'd met many weird and mysterious people thus far, but the peculiarities of human connections continued to awe me. Hey Kim Gongja, it's been a while since I've seen you, but you look great. Specifically, I was awed by the person I was on a video call with. Somehow you look more handsome than you did when we were young. Your face looks really smooth. I'm so jealous. You know, maybe I should have just followed you to the tower when we left the orphanage. Kim Gongja, over here? The air is bad and the people are bad. It's no place to live. A man my age was chattering nonstop. He wore a tidy suit. I chanted the name of the man whose hair was parted 9:1. Kim Hanbija. No, I'm Kim Hanbai now, okay? I changed my name. I heard from the director that you're wearing the badge of the National Assembly. Congrats, bud. This guy was probably the most successful among our age group in the orphanage since he was a representative in the National Assembly. The director always used to say that it would be good to get lucky and climb to a higher position, but it wasn't easy for young people like us to climb up. Gongja, I feel like I'm just the tail of a snake compared to you. Haven't you seen the internet? You're so popular. You've contributed a lot to raising our country's prestige. Sorry. I've been cut off from the internet these past few days, so I didn't know. Huh, really? That's surprising. Anyways, bud, do me a favor. Kim Hanbija smiled softly. I'm running for my constituency in the next general election. Unfortunately, since I'm young and fresh, I don't really have anything to appeal to the people. So what I'm saying is, would it be okay for me to promote that Kim Gongja and I were best friends back in the orphanage? No, you can't. I nodded my head. Good luck, counselor. Do good politics. Politics that puts the people first. I ask that you uphold clean and honest politics. Huh? Uh, hey, hey. Hanbija's expression became desperate. Gongja, please help me. I need your help. I'm sorry I didn't contact you till now. I should have known that you'd make it that far in the tower. Oh, dash one picture. I'll make a poster. Please help me wear the assembly member badge one more time. Click. I hung up the phone without any hesitation. The last image that was displayed on the screen was that of my childhood friend crying and begging. When I saw it, a thought came to my mind. I became successful in the tower. A childhood friend who had never contacted me before had called me. I couldn't believe that I'd received such a pitiful request from a member of the National Assembly. This was something that I couldn't have even dreamed of before I regressed 4,000 times. As soon as I hung up, my phone rang again. It was Hanbija. I became a bit annoyed. Hello. Gongja. I'm sorry. I was just thinking about the way we used to play together when we were young. This guy, he really had become a politician, hadn't he? This shamelessness was truly something to behold. I'm sure you're busy, but could you just listen to what I have to say for a moment? I don't think I need to hear any more. Gongja, I know that nationality has very little meaning in the tower, but we're both still Korean. This could be considered a personal connection. Right now, there are a lot of people who favor the National Assembly, the party, and you, Gongja. I will not be a pushover just to enjoy some favor. Tell us what you want. Clean politics? I'd like you to work towards the peace of mankind. Not the impossible. You idiot. Indeed, it was impossible. If it was impossible, then there was nothing I could do about it. Oh, right. At that moment, an idea popped into my head. There's something I'd like to ask. As expected, there's no way that you wouldn't want anything at all. What is it? You can tell me anything. The party is willing to do whatever it can. I even received a blank check before calling you. How reliable. I smiled slightly. Do you happen to know anyone named Huang Yunxiu? Confucius said human relationships are very strange. Sometimes the person who was thought to be dead could get their revenge. 2. Well, that's what happened. It was a natural and reasonable process. After hearing my story, the Sword Saint nodded. I also received a lot of similar requests when I was ranked number 1. Politicians, businessmen, and even people from my family contacted me hundreds and thousands of times. Heh, even the Swedes are like that. Regardless of where they live, people are all the same. Clang. The Sword Saint's sword clashed with mine. We were having a leisurely conversation, but our hands and feet were busy. We were fighting to improve each other's skills. I was also listening to advice on living in the world. You have authority now, and a very special authority at that. After all, you gained this authority through your achievements and skills instead of political tactics or machinations. Didn't you? The outside world adores you. The hunters in the tower admire you. You're painting too much gold on my face. Old man. The more I say it, the more careful you'll be. Kid. The Sword Saint swung his sword. Shriek. The sharp sword strike was aimed at my wrist. I raised my blade at an angle, allowing the sword to glance off of it. This was an attack that my eyes would not have been able to follow in the past. Am I not being careful already? But now I was able to chat like this while we exchanged blows back and forth. At times, I was even able to counter. Whoosh! I released aura from my blade and caught the Sword Saint's sword. The Sword Saint furrowed his eyebrows. Your usage of aura is outstanding. I heard that I'm more talented in aura than in swordsmanship. I don't know where you heard that, but it's true. Aura is mental. Its power is entirely dependent on how intense your mind image is, and its strength can vary greatly. What were you just thinking about? A house filled with flames. Trapped, there was a group of children with their hands and feet bound. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not free themselves from their bindings. It hurts. Please forgive me. I moved my aura while thinking about the hands and feet of the children that were bound by the restraints, shackles and chains, writhing and struggling. With my aura driven by that image, the Sword Saint's sword was firmly held in place. Nothing much. I smiled. It's a trade secret, so I can't just reveal it to you for free. The Sword Saint's blue eyes flickered slightly. There is something that I deeply lament, like conceding the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon to the Chun Mumun Guild. Maybe I should have done more, even if it meant using force. You're starting to regret things that happened in the past? You must be really tired. Cheeky brat. The Sword Saint smiled. I have no intention of conceding the number 1 rank. Blue aura exploded from the Sword Saint's sword. Bang! The pressure spread out as if a pocket of compressed air had exploded. I quickly used my aura to suppress the explosion. Ha ha! A youthful laugh escaped the old man's mouth. Good. The Sword Saint didn't stop with the explosion. Whoosh! Whoosh! Like a typhoon, the Sword Saint continued to unleash his blue aura. I stepped back, carefully cutting down the sword strikes hurtling towards me one after the other. So this is the joy that comes from finding a rival. The Sword Saint was visibly delighted. I didn't think you'd grow this much when we raced through the Ejim Empire together. It really is impossible to judge a book by its cover. I'm so glad that a young man like you appeared. The wind blades surged like a storm. By the time I cut one down, another took its place. Clang. I was somehow able to use my sword and my aura to block it, but my movements were starting to become sloppier. Aren't you enjoying yourself too much? This is fun. The Chun Mumun Guild is improving day by day, and your skills are also increasing at an alarming rate. I feel like this life is truly worth living. The old man's laughter echoed across the field. They were on the first floor of the tower, in an empty lot outside of the city of Ascension, Babylon. Many hunters had come to watch their spar. These hunters watched with their eyes wide open, recorded, and even wrote notes in their little notebooks. Amazing! Is such a fight possible after one master's aura? That shouldn't be the case. The aura being displayed by these two. As expected, the Sword Saint is still superior to the Death King. That's the popular opinion, isn't it? The spirit of victory boiled in his heart. Good. I'll show you. I still considered myself to be weaker than the Sword Saint, but what I thought was different from what other people thought. Very different. Sword Saint old man. What is it? Personally, I don't like showing off unfinished moves. I feel it's not considerate to my opponent. Tot. I cut one of the wind blades unleashed by the Sword Saint before stepping back, widening the distance between us. However, you and I aren't ordinary rivals, old man. Ho! Instead of chasing or pressuring me, the Sword Saint simply lowered his blade. It seemed that he was interested in what I had to say. I'm not sure I understand, Death King. Do we have some kind of special connection? That's right. I smiled. Aren't we both disciples of the same sect? The old man's expression became stiff. He knew that I was not talking about the demonic cult. I was talking about the Sword Emperor, Bei Hurayong. Just like me, Bei Hurayong was also attached to the Sword Saint. In the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, Bei Hurayong acted against my master. The scene of Bei Hurayong and my master performing the Battle of Wits had been broadcasted in the tower. Since it was aired, every hunter in the tower could watch it to their heart's content, and naturally this meant the Sword Saint could as well. It was impossible for him to not recognize him. Most hunters might not have understood what they witnessed that day. However, even if no one else knew, the Bei Hurayong who was with the Sword Saint would know. It's natural, because it was a martial art that he himself had created. How could he not recognize it? We both have the same Bei Hurayong. Now, we were both aware of my Bei Hurayong and the Sword Saint's Bei Hurayong. He had definitely realized the other's existence. And yet, the Sword Saint old man didn't ask me anything. He must have been waiting for me to mention it first. He really is considerate. However, he probably couldn't have imagined that I would bring it up at a time like this. He probably thought I would confess while we were talking in a private place. This was proven by the fact that the Sword Saint appeared shocked and began to look around at our surroundings.
No.
Young man, Death King, if you say that here, Are you shocked? I smiled broadly. That's good. Old man, please become even more shocked. WH-. What are you? This is my unfinished move. Please accept it. I pounced towards the old man. That's right. I only brought Bei Hurayong up to catch the old man by surprise. Wow, you cheap bastard. It's fine if you do whatever you can in a fight, but this... Despite his words, Bei Hurayong, who appeared behind me, spoke in a tone that seemed to be filled with admiration. So, with this praise coming from behind, I lifted up the holy sword and swung it down. The image I should think of is the fire from the house. The fire that burned there. The suffocating smoke. Aura exploded from my body. Reddish tentacles seemed to swarm from every direction. My aura engulfed the small field like a raging fire, suffocating all living beings within it. The empty lot soon became a fiery hell. The Sword Saint finally reacted then. He hurriedly roused his blue aura to counter mine. Unfortunately for him, I wasn't done yet. I don't want to die. Resentment. So hungry. Craving. I want to live. Hope. I compressed these emotions into my aura. Every single strand of aura carried the voice of a different child. Thus, they each burned in different paths with different intensities. The flames became a living entity that attacked the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint hurriedly blocked the flames. Left, right, front, and back, he had to cut flames coming from every direction. Naturally, the Sword Saint couldn't help but leave an opening when dealing with such an attack. And I charged at that opening like an animal. Infernal Heavens, Reformation. First formula. The burning young sword. I decided to make it my own infernal heaven. The old man's eyes widened as he saw this move.
I'm sorry.
I win this fight. I fiercely slammed my sword towards the Sword Saint's head. Chapter 153. Soaring. 2. Hop. In the end, the Sword Saint was still the Sword Saint. So even though he was shocked, he still swung his sword. If I hadn't shaken him beforehand, he probably would have been able to block my attack. However, this time I was one step ahead of him. My holy sword was pointed at the old man's neck. I stopped. The old man glanced at the sword that was only 5 centimeters away from his neck and stopped as well. As a last-ditch effort, the Sword Saint had lifted his sword to my neck, but it was over 15 centimeters away. Who? I chuckled. I won, old man. The Sword Saint's expression crumpled rapidly. This doesn't count. Invalid. It's invalid. Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. A win is a win. Are you gonna cry out that it's invalid after losing on the battlefield? Huh? I didn't know you were like that, old man. But there should still be a limit. This what? This was shameless. What? Shameless? Wasn't that a compliment? Pooh-ha-ha. Thanks a lot, old man. I never thought I'd hear the Sword Saint call me shameless. I finally feel that this life is worth living. I hope you live a long, healthy life. You. The Sword Saint's face trembled slightly. If looks could kill, I probably would have died already. But the more he glared at me like that, the happier I felt. I was holding myself back from talking about our master. I was waiting out of consideration for you. How could you trample on an old man's heart so carelessly? Sure, loser. Loser? We fought 53 times so far, and I won 52 times. If I have 52 wins and 1 loss out of 53 fights, then I'm naturally the winner. The last fight is always the most important. Don't you know the tale of the Hegemon King? Xiang Yu won? Even if you fight 100 battles and win 99 of them, if you lose one time, you're a loser. If you're Xiang Yu, then I am Liu Bang. I'm the master of the world. Then we should fight another round. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight for the next 6 months. Instead, I'm going to spread the news that I beat the Sword Saint to everyone I know for 6 months. Then I'll think about fighting you again. Who? Ku? Hook? At that moment, the Sword Saint looked like he was about to pass out. It was as if his heart and blood vessels were obstructed and his blood flow was restricted. I said a silent prayer for the old man. Then, a voice came from not so far away. It seems you two are very close. Pot. Someone appeared in the air before landing lightly on the ground. It was the Black Dragon Master. The spectators around the field immediately went into an uproar as the Black Dragon Master appeared with a teleport skill. The top 3 hunters were all gathered in one place. Ha! The Black Dragon Master finally realized there were other people there. She smiled and waved her hand. Click! Click! The hunters hurriedly took out their phones and began taking pictures of the 3 of us. Only then did the Black Dragon Master turn to look at us with a strange expression on her face. The Death King has always been childish, so that's nothing strange. But, Sword Saint, what happened to you? Did you hang out with the Death King too much? Did that end up lowering your mental age? Except for your aloof image, you are utterly rotten. I don't want to hear that from a witch who pretends to act coy. Ah, right. Now that I think about it, you were a bit passionate when you first entered the tower. I can just barely remember. But I don't really miss it. The Black Dragon Master's eyes narrowed slightly as she remembered the past. But it was only for a brief moment. The Black Dragon Master immediately schooled her expression and told us why she was there. I don't care if you act like children another time, but for today, please show an image befitting the 1st and 2nd ranked. Except for you two. All of the other rankers have gathered in the Great Library. Ha! Tilting my head slightly, I sheathed my holy sword. Did something happen? Somehow, you're able to do it every day without getting tired of it, but, today is important. The Black Dragon Master muttered softly. We're going to open the 31st floor. 3. It had already been 56 days since we cleared the Great Library. For the past 2 months, the days had been hectic. What? We had a hard time clearing the 21st to 30th floors, so we could take a rest? That was only true for ordinary hunters. Top hunters, like the Black Dragon Master and me, were rather busy. To put it bluntly, I was so busy, I felt like I was dying. About a month ago, one of the most powerful warlords in Africa had successfully been taken down, and about 1,300 defeated soldiers had fled to the tower. It was pretty crazy, but stuff like that happened relatively often. Nevertheless, we still had our hands full splitting up the new entrance. Welcome! I've been waiting for you. When we got to the Great Library, the heretic questioner greeted us with a smile. His appearance was as cute as an angel's, but when one thought about the fact that he'd interrogated 33 of the soldiers during the separation process with the same smile, the level of cuteness dropped significantly. I heard that you intend to open the 31st floor. Yeah, we've completed the most important tasks to an extent. There is still a lot of work to be done, but I'm sure the executive level will be able to handle it, right? Everyone has to play their part. I nodded my head. The role of the top-ranked hunters was to continuously attack the tower. We moved upward, planted our flags, and showed those who followed us that we still had further to go. We showed them the direction, and when they saw this direction, it gave them hope. In return, we had authority, a responsibility that we risked our lives for. Death King, what happened in the spar this morning? The Sword Saint looks like he ate a pile of *T. He might have to use the bathroom. Let's wrap this meeting up as soon as possible in consideration for our elders. Oh no. Sword Saint, it's okay to go use the bathroom. We can wait a few more minutes. It's not like the 31st floor is gonna run away. Are you constipated? That would be a bit of a problem. You guys. Crusader coughed slightly. Now that everyone's here, let's begin. Crusader then turned her head to look at Hamustra. Hamustra stood beside the table in silence, still dressed as a cafe employee. Hamustra was no longer the bookkeeper for the Great Library. Now, he was just a part-time employee of the Library Cafe Planetarium. Then call the librarian. Understood. Hamustra smiled before walking out of the Library Cafe. Not from the front door but the back. A place with a sign which said, "Only employees allowed past this point." A little later, a child in fluffy pajamas followed Hamustra back into the room. You called? The child yawned loudly. Ah, Death King. Long time no see. The child was hugging a pillow in their arms, as if they had just woken up. The pillow was large and had colorful peaches on it. No matter how you looked at them, you would think they were a little kid. The lady who walks through the mirage greets you. This was the being who had taken over as the librarian on the 30th floor for Hamustra. This wasn't any ordinary constellation, but was instead one of the so-called pillars. I bowed slightly. Yeah. Long time no see, milady. There would be a chance to talk about that constellation later. For now, the important fact was that the lady who walks through the mirage was in charge of the Great Library and the apocalypses. It was also a fact that she would act as a guide and helper as we attacked the tower. The lady looked around the table with a drowsy expression. All of the top rankers are gathered here. Do you plan to start today? That's right. It was the Black Dragon Master who answered on our behalf. You told us 2 months ago that the next stage would be opened whenever we wanted. We've finished arranging everything, so we'd like to start today. Heh, you're pretty fast. The lady rubbed her eyes with her little hands. I'm only saying this in case you misunderstood something. There is no time limit when attacking the tower. It doesn't matter if you take 600 days or 1,200 years. It's fine even if you don't clear it. Are you really sure you want to open the 31st floor today? Right? Sorry, little black. But I wasn't speaking to you. The lady interrupted the Black Dragon Master. This is something that can only be decided by the number 1. That's the rule. It's the same in any tower. You are currently ranked 3rd, so you have no right to make the decision. The Black Dragon Master shut her mouth.
I'm sorry.
You must think I'm being too stuck up, right? Unfortunately, rules are rules, especially in the tower. Everything depends on the person in the number 1 spot. In truth, you're pretty lucky. In the past, Lady Hamustra spoke up quietly from the side. I don't want to point it out, but you're talking too much. Sorry. I've been sleepy ever since I came here. Anyway, Swordy, are you sure you want to unlock the 31st floor? The lady was looking at the number 1 hunter in the tower, the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint slowly looked around. Every hunter who met the old man's gaze nodded in turn. When the Crusader, to whom his eyes turned last, also nodded, the Sword Saint finally opened his mouth. I'd like to unlock it. Understood. The lady spread her arms. The pillow she was holding fell to the floor. The lady who walks through the mirage. As the temporary guide of this tower, acknowledge your journey to heaven. Suddenly, a voice rang out, announcing to everyone. Today, the next stage has been unlocked. It was the tower's voice. Since everyone is here, I'll just skip the formalities. The lady waved her hand. Then a list appeared in front of our eyes. +1. Pure race. 2. Demon race. 3. Snail race. 4. Angel race. 5. Ancient race. No matter how much I scrolled, the list didn't seem to have an end. Tens and hundreds of names followed one after the other. It's finally here. I tried my best to maintain my composure as my heart pounded in my chest. However, my companions seemed to be more curious than excited. They all looked at the list with furrowed eyebrows. In this situation, the first person to ask a question was, naturally, the heretic questioner. What is this? Good question. The lady laughed. Maybe she was happy to answer our question. Try tapping on them. You'll find out. When he heard the lady's words, the heretic question tapped on the pure race. Immediately after, a hologram appeared in our minds. Pure race. Extinction grade. F. No danger. Proverb. We decide the world. Description. A race with average abilities. Depending on the world, the pure could either be the slaves of other races or reign as the masters of that world. We are the representatives of intelligent beings. The pure claim to be the purest beings, in other words, pure human beings. According to them, average is normal and they set it as their standard. Talents. Rapid attitude shift. Legacy of records. Square enthusiast. Evolutions. None. Aliases. Human, Hume, Homo sapiens, etc. Plus, an image floated beside the information. No matter how we looked at it, the being shown was exactly like us. My heart began to pound even faster. If I remember correctly, the stage that we were entering was, it's a race war. Race war. Each of you will have to pick a race. That race will worship you as their god and develop their civilizations according to your wishes and orders. Choose one race from hundreds. In the past, the Flame Emperor, who was number 1 in the rankings, chose the fairy race. He chose a race that was often called elf, and he manipulated those fairies just like everything else. The process was so horrific that I'd rather not mention it. However, what I could say was that I'd never thought elves could become such a violent and brutal race. For the god of fire, while shouting these words, elves charged forward, slaughtering other races to their heart's content. This was an example of the kind of disaster that could occur when the number 1 hunter was mentally unstable. The heretic questioner tilted his head to the side. What do you mean by develop their civilization? Exactly that. Develop their civilization in any way you desire. You can create a civilization of warlike bandits, or you can create a civilization of scholars who worship knowledge. It's all up to you. All right. Would it be easier to understand if I said it this way? The lady sighed softly before bending and picking up her pillow. This time, you all. Then, with the peach pillow in her hands, the lady smiled. We'll experience what it's like to be a constellation. A buzz rippled through the room. In the meantime, my eyes remained glued to the list, trying to decide which race would be the best choice. Dragon subrace. These guys all looked fierce and powerful like dragons. But were they actually closer to wyverns? The fairies? I might have chosen them before my return. But now, the thought of using the fairies that the Flame Emperor once used inflicted deep wounds on my tender heart. Crazy. Bei Huryong clicked his tongue. Just pick the plain pure race. You are a pure too. As a member of the race, you will know how to raise it best.
No.
It was obvious which race I had to choose. Plus, 103. Dakibi race. Plus, I silently touched the name of that race. Plus, Dakibi race. Extinction grade. Very dangerous. Aliases, goblin, etc. Plus, goblin. It felt like an electric current went through my body as I looked at this 2-syllable word. How could I express what this current felt like? Love? Destiny? No. I'm a regressor who returned 11 years in the past. So this, I have to get it. I took a card out of my pocket. It was a trump card that I had cherished for a very long time. A secret that no one could ever imagine. The time has come. On this card, which had a color that was infinitely similar to poop, intricate letters were inlaid. Plus, Goblin High Society. Rank, F. Effects. The King Goblin was lost in thought. The level of culture for us goblins is too low. All languages end in kirk. I cannot show my dignity with this. Then the King Goblin's genius mind flashed. That's right. From now on, I will speak Gork and not Kirk. Gork. It's a pronunciation that perfectly fits the precious king. However, the fights within the tribe become worse. This is a skill copied from the great King Goblin monster. Plus, hey, wait a minute. I could practically feel the expression of the ghost behind me change. You wouldn't, would you? Gongja. Even if you are one of the worst bastards in the world, you're not that bad, right? My expression was solemn. Goblin. I declared in a steady tone. I choose Goblin. Bei Huryong fell silent for a moment. Then he exploded. Hey, you crazy bastard. Now, it was time to soar. Chapter 154. Soaring. 3. 4. Naturally, I was the only person in the room who had their eye on the Dakibi race, or goblins. The others all looked over the list and reacted in different ways. Dragons can be considered the pinnacle race, so I'm sure this dragon subrace is the best on the list. Look at the picture. They look just like dragons. Would you be able to communicate with them? There are many intelligent races. Ah, that's true. The Count eagerly perused the list. It was almost as though she was looking for the freshest apple in an open-air market. On the other hand, the Black Dragon Master furrowed her eyebrows slightly, and the heretic questioner's eyes twinkled. My lady, I have a question. I like students who are good at asking questions. It gives me a chance to show off. Heretic, I'm happy that you're willing to help me show off. Can our tower only pick one race? Good question. The lady smiled brightly and rubbed her face against her pillow. But that is also your choice. Oh? What do you mean, our choice? I'll now give a little something to the top 7. Sararke. A holographic window appeared in front of me. The lady who walks through the Mirage sponsors you by giving a startup subsidy. You've received 700 race points. You currently have 700 race points. This wasn't a reward that I had known about before I returned. And as the lady said, it was a privilege that was only granted to the top 7 hunters. It was something that I wouldn't have even been able to dream of in the past, back when I didn't even have a title. Now it's time for Sortie, our number 1, to choose. Of course, to be precise, it was a reward that we may receive, not one that we had already received. There are a total of 10 disasters that will occur from the 31st to the 40th floors. Every single one of these disasters will be devastating. Your main goal is to survive those disasters and help your civilization prosper. That's why you'll need to make a choice. Will you put it all in one place? Or will you distribute it? Put it all in one place? The number 1 hunter, the Sword Saint, frowned slightly at the strange phrase. What do you mean? It's exactly as it sounds. You can choose to spend all 700 points on a single race. Or each of you from 1st to 7th can choose a race. In that case, you would use 100 points on each. The lady chuckled slightly. Naturally, if you chose to put all 700 points into a single race, there would be much to gain. You would have a much better start. However, the risk also increases. If that race is destroyed, then you will all be destroyed with it. On the other hand, if we each pick a race, the risk would be spread out among us. Even if one race perishes, the other 6 would still have a chance. Note: the author put 5 here, which I'll assume was just a brain fart. You caught on quickly. The Sword Saint tapped his chin. The old man's eyes narrowed. In the past, the Flame Emperor, who was ranked 1, had probably chosen all in one without any hesitation. Then, he controlled the elf race as he pleased. The opinions of the other rankers and guild leaders were all completely ignored. But the Sword Saint was different. Evolution is the art of diversity and chance. The Sword Saint was a wise adult. The changes that a race undergoes in the wild are limitless. In order to survive in a brutal world, diversity is one of the first things that must be achieved. I don't know how valuable 700 points are, but I don't think it's worth more than 7 races. We'll choose to distribute, my lady. The lady looked like she was having a lot of fun at that moment. Are you sure? If you pick 7 different races, you will be able to fight among yourselves. It's possible that someone could stab someone else in the back. If you look at the big picture, fighting is just a part of the competition. The Sword Saint spoke calmly. Those without rivals will eventually fall. As he said that, the old man turned to look at me. No words were spoken, but I understood the message hidden in his eyes. The sword fight we just had. It was still vivid in our heads. I nodded. The Sword Saint also nodded his head. I'll say it again. Our tower chooses to distribute the points. Good. The lady who walks through the Mirage welcomes your choice. Then, each of you from 1st to 7th will be able to choose a race to rule. By the way, guys, you are not allowed to select one race multiple times. This means that if someone selects a race, no one else can choose it. The lady then sat on one of the chairs in the cafe. Without any of us realizing he'd disappeared, Hamustra returned with a coffee. As she took a sip of a smoothie that was filled with chocolate chips, the lady winked at us. Take your time. It's fine even if you want to deliberate for 120 years. There's no specific time limit for selecting a race. There wasn't a need to think that much about it. The number 1 hunter, the Sword Saint, was the first to make his selection. I choose the pure race. Ah! Sad sighs flowed from different parts of the room. The pure race. They were similar to humans like us. Although they didn't have any special traits, we would be more familiar with them than any other race. There must have been a lot of hunters who wanted them as well. Well, that's a good choice. What will you choose, Death King? The lady turned to me. The hunters in the room also turned to look at me. Everyone was looking forward to what I'd choose. Zombie. Bei Huryong pulled at his hair. I'd rather you pick something else, zombie. Even actual zombies would be better. What about elves? They have good potential. They look good, have a long lifespan, and have fairly high magic power too. Let's go with elves. Yeah. Elf. I spoke in a solemn tone. I choose the Dakibi race. Aya. You psycho. Nutcase. Crazy bastard. Bei Huryong cried out as he rolled around in the air. Below him, all of the hunters in the room made a question mark expression in unison. Dakibi race? The Black Dragon Master decided to be the group's representative. What's that? If you look at the list, it is entry number 103. Huh? 103? 103. My companions all began to look through the list, and after scrolling for a while, everyone became quiet. Huh? The Black Dragon Master rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand. Did she think that she'd read something incorrectly? But she was fine. We were all the same. She saw what I saw and I saw what she saw. Plus, Dakibi race. Extinction grade. Very dangerous. Proverb. Carrick. Goric. Description. A race with every ability spanning across the lower ranks. In a word, they could be said to have low-rank compatibility. They have less intelligence than the pure race, less combat power than the noble race, and less magic power than the bloodsucking race. It's amazing. No matter what field you choose, you will find that the Dakibi race is extremely compatible. From the perspective of most races, the Dakibi race is not pretty. It is a race that completely lacks beauty. That is the best way to describe the Dakibi race. All races, from the pure race to the Dakibi race themselves, consider Dakibis as ugly. Ugly. A little too ugly. Traits. Victims of racial discrimination, tribal consciousness, greed. Plus, a group of images floated beside the description. And no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't see these creatures as anything but goblins. The Black Dragon Master gave a rare stutter. Death King. Yeah. Aren't these goblins? It even says so in the aliases. Right? They're goblins. Are you insane? Hoo-hoo. I chuckled slightly at those words. The Black Dragon Master was looking at me like I was crazy. In fact, it wasn't just the Black Dragon Master. The other hunters were looking at me in the same way. How could these little crow-tits understand the greatness of a rock? Everyone. I solemnly put my palms together like a lonely saint. The goblins, the Dakibi race, is the greatest race in the world. The Black Dragon Master's expression darkened a bit. Death King. You poor thing. I'm so sorry. Did I give you too much work to do lately? I'll be more considerate in the future. How about we cancel all the interviews for this month? Listen closely, everyone. I began to preach about the greatness of goblins. Let's take a look at the description first. It says, no matter what field you choose, you will find that the Dakibi race is extremely compatible. Doesn't it? MHM. In other words, their low-rank compatibility can be demonstrated in any field. Whether it's intelligence or a case where the use of magic power is necessary, even if they might not be the best, they would be able to respond to any crisis. The expressions of my fellow hunters became a bit strange. It was as though they wanted to ask, is it really okay to look at it like that? More importantly, they are so pathetic. See? Every race thinks goblins are ugly. Even the description belittled them for being ugly. feel like no one else like these children. I smiled sadly. Children who are persecuted and ignored by everyone. Who are unwanted. Doesn't that feel like the people here in our tower? That's right. The goblins are basically our self-portraits. It's not that the goblins are really ugly, but that our hearts instinctively ignore the goblins. Everyone.
Sad.
We all have the hearts of goblins. In other words, there is an ugly goblin inside every one of us. The expressions of the hunters became even stranger. Their faces seemed to be asking, has this guy finally gone mad? Without being swept into their atmosphere of disbelief, I spoke firmly. The goblins will soar. They'll definitely soar. Don't you think they'll soar? I'm a prophet, okay? Do you not believe me? Fine. Do what you want. My extraordinary momentum made the Black Dragon Master retreat. For some reason, I felt like she was trying to make as much distance between us as possible. But it might have just been my imagination. After all, my friendship with the Black Dragon Master was strong. Of course. Ha. The lady who walks through the mirage laughed heartily. Ardash, right? Fine. So you will be choosing the goblins, Death King. Yes. My heart is pure without even a sliver of doubt. As I expected. You are so. No, never mind. Let's move on. The race selection continued up to the 7th place ranker. The list of our choices was as follows. First, Sword Saint, pure race. Representative title human. Second, Death King, Dakibi race. Representative title goblin. Third, Black Dragon Master, bloodsucking race. Representative title vampire. Fourth, Heretic Questioner, snail race. Representative title slug. Fifth, Count, fairy race. Representative title elf. Sixth, Venomous Snake, noble race. Representative title sprite. Seventh, Crusader, ocean race. Representative title mermaid. Plus, Crusader, who had been 9th for a while, had risen quickly in the past 2 months and managed to get to 7th place. Because of this, she had suffered a lot during the reorganization of the African soldiers. But it was also because of this that she was able to participate in this stage. That's it. Now, each of you will get 100 points. The lady who walks through the mirage has distributed the subsidy. You have received 100 race points. You currently have 100 race points. The lady put her glass down on the table. Shall we get started on the 31st floor? Just as the lady's glass tapped against the table, we were all surrounded by a bright light. A short moment passed. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself above a primeval forest. It's a world where your chosen races live in peace. Look down there. When I looked down, I saw a bunch of small creatures moving around in the forest. Each race lived in their own separate tribe, and they were all at a primitive level. Oh, the snails live in swamps. How interesting. The vampires live in caves. We all looked around at the different settlements like people visiting a museum. Was this what an omniscient third-person perspective was like? We could zoom in and out as we pleased. We even went down and wandered among the primitive members of our races, but they never noticed us.
Karuk, Kerk, Ker.
The Dakibi people grunted and chirped as they butchered a large centipede with a stone knife. When they took off the centipede's legs and roasted them over the fire, I realized that it smelled strangely like chicken. The young goblins devoured the centipede meat as though it was the most delicious thing in the world. Centipede chicken? Was the giant centipede this world's chicken? If so, then all of the centipede's legs would taste like chicken legs. Just by catching one centipede, you could get dozens of chicken legs. The goblins look so cute like this. Are you crazy? Well, you were always crazy. Bae-Hyuriong clicked his tongue. But I fell in love with the sight of these little primitive people living together. Unfortunately, the times of peace were brief. The towering mountain that stood proudly in the center of the large primeval forest began to shake heavily. It was a volcano. The primitive races might not have been able to see it since they lived under the mountain. But for us, who could see in third person, the lava bubbling within was clearly visible. Oh no. My companions were a bit apprehensive. Isn't this a bit dangerous? After a short while, this volcano would erupt. For some reason, we were all able to instinctively realize this fact. The lava would rip through the primeval forest in a savage way, and naturally, the primitive races living within it would be annihilated. At this rate, all 7 of the races under our rule would go extinct. I'll now give you your quest for the 31st floor. The lady spoke. This is the great forest of origin, where many races live in harmony. But as you can see, in a short while, the volcano will erupt and destroy everything. Note: everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. A holographic window appeared in front of our eyes. You have received the quest for the 31st floor. The text appeared in an instant. Plus, the end of the Golden Era. Difficulty E. Mission objective. The end of the Golden Era has arrived for every race. A volcano is about to erupt in a land where many races and tribes live in harmony. There is no time. You must lead your race to a suitable safe zone. However, if you fail to do so, your race will go extinct. Plus, boom! Almost at the same time as when we received the quest, the first explosion sounded. Lava splashed, and the rocks on the mountain shook. It seemed that these huge boulders could roll over and fall at any moment. The Black Dragon Master spoke hurriedly. Wait a minute. They can't see us or hear our voices. How are we supposed to lead them to the safe zone? Communication in itself is impossible. You're right. The lady smiled brightly. Behind her, boom! Rocks flew into the air. They flew through the sky before landing in the forest below. Kier, Cake, Kek. Even the primitive races were able to detect the abnormality. Some races quickly climbed to the tops of trees and looked at the volcano. The volcano continued to shake, and lava was slowly rising from its crater. But you are the guardian constellations of these children. From now on, you will have to take care of them yourself. The 31st floor had been opened. The goblins were panicked and confused. But I gave them a smile they couldn't see. Don't worry, guys. From now on, I will carry you. Chapter 155. Becoming a God. 1. The volcano painted the world red. Lava poured from the top of the mountain. The river of lava gushed uncontrollably like a carbonated drink that had been shaken as it moved to the thick forest that surrounded the mountain. The green terrain was set ablaze in an instant. Countless races cried out, "I'm just your guide." With the disaster as her backdrop, the lady yawned. You all are different. You are the guardian constellations for these children. You are the ones who decided to open the next floor, and you are the ones who chose the races you will take care of in the future. So do your best. Even if you tell us to do our best, we don't know what to do. The Crusader frowned. She kept looking back and forth between the primitive races and the volcano. Her impatience was clearly visible on her face. We have no way to interfere. We can't talk to them. They can't even see us. There's no way for us to make them evacuate. The vice guild leader of our tower's civil militia guild was a kind-hearted person. Even if this was her first time seeing these races, she still wanted to help them. My other companions were the same. In general, they were all feeling impatient. This was because the lava was flowing towards the primeval forest even at that moment. I couldn't bear to see this, so I stepped forward. My lady, before we started this stage, you gave us race points. And I doubt you'd give them to us for no reason. You must have given them to us because there was something we could do with them. I spoke calmly. As our guide, please tell us what we can do with our race points. Please be as concise and clear as possible. The lady smiled brightly. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "That's the right answer." When they saw her reaction, my companions also looked up. They noticed the validity of my point. Aha! I suppose we can use them to buy items or technology. We'll use our points too. Please tell us what we can do with our points. Ha! The lady shrugged slightly. Is this what they meant when they said the stage clearance was different depending on if there was a quick-witted warrior or not? Well, the Death King is right. This is also part of my job as a guide. Sir RRK. A notification window appeared in front of our eyes. Welcome to the Civilization Store. The hologram contained a long list of products. Plus, Oracle Message, 20 points. Animal Possession, 40 points. Dream Appearance, 100 points. Prey Search, -5 points. Search for a Bronze-ranked settlement, 80 points. Clan Rank General, Draw, 100 points. Invention of Bronze-rank technology, Draw, 1,000 points. Plus, okay. The real game started now. Up until now, I'd been following a strategy guide, using everything the Flame Emperor had gone through in the past. The Flame Emperor occasionally talked about how he cleared a stage during his interviews, and my collection of interviews was nothing short of a strategy guide. I remembered this strategy guide quite vividly. But that doesn't mean I know the strategies in detail. I knew there was a civilization store. However, I didn't know exactly which item to buy to overcome the current difficulties. Now, I had to rely on my own strength and use my own brain to figure it out. How do I make the goblins head to the safe area? Should I buy Oracle Message and try to communicate? I pondered to myself. Suddenly, the Crusader opened her mouth. I have a question. Is an Oracle Message sent directly to the race? It seemed the Crusader was thinking about the same item I was. Maybe we all were. As if she expected this question, the lady nodded lightly. MHM. That's right. How are the messages delivered specifically? It's something you all have experienced before. It's the same way the constellations deliver messages to you. The lady twisted her hair with her fingers. The lady who walks through the mirage gives you an example. A voice rang out in my head. It was a voice message. You've experienced this many times before, haven't you? As I said, you will experience what it's like to be a constellation. Oh, by the way, Oracle Message is a single-use item. Even if you buy one, you can only send it once, so be careful. Only one person will receive your message. If you want to send more, you'll need to buy more. The Crusader nodded. Understood. I'd like to buy an Oracle Message. The lady smiled in an ominous way. Hoo-hoo. And no matter what happens, you won't get a refund. As soon as I saw the lady's smile, I knew something was wrong. But the purchase had already been completed. The Crusader looked down at the race she'd selected, the Ocean Race. The Ocean Race was made up of mermaids. The mermaids floundered in the river, unsure of what to do. The lava is flowing from the east. They can't go south. The Crusader muttered to herself. Even in the middle of an emergency, she did her best to stay calm. After identifying the mermaid who seemed to be the leader of the Ocean Race, she declared the oracle she intended to send. Swim west with all your might. Brr. The mermaid leader leapt out of the water. Cow? Cow? Startled, the mermaid splashed the water's surface with her tail. From her perspective, God's voice had suddenly rung out in her head. Naturally, she'd be surprised. But the mermaid's reaction was strange. Ha! The mermaid didn't swim west. Instead, it simply spun around in one place. Even though she'd used valuable points, the Crusader had been ignored. She stared at the mermaid with a blank expression. Wait, this isn't right. She isn't listening to my oracle. I wonder. The lady pretended to not know anything as she leaned her head against her pillow. You wouldn't say, yes, understood, just because you heard the voice of a constellation, would you? Maybe that's why. What? Maybe it isn't. By the way, there isn't much time left. If you don't do something, your races will all go extinct on the 31st floor, won't they? Then, your tower attack would end here too. Even if her words were cruel, the lady was right. Kararararr. By now, the lava had already reached the foot of the mountain. Not only the lava, the boulders that were sent flying by the eruption were all dangerous. If even a single boulder was to land within the tribe, the damage would be severe. Why? Why didn't the oracle work? I rolled the problem around in my head. Did the lady lie to us? No. It was unlikely that the tower guide would intentionally deceive us. She wouldn't tell us the whole truth, but she certainly wouldn't lie. Could it be that the mermaid didn't understand the message? As I pondered, my eyes were drawn to the goblins scurrying below. Kerr.
Kerk.
Kerk. The goblins howled. All of the primitive races were shocked by the rocks raining down from the sky like meteors. Suddenly, I realized something that was incredibly obvious. There wasn't anything wrong with the Oracle. There wasn't anything wrong with the Oracle, Crusader. The problem is with them. I turned to look at my companions as I said this. Everyone was looking at me. Among them, the Crusader had her head lowered, as if she was contemplating buying another Oracle message. What do you mean, Death King? Don't buy any more messages. It's pointless. You'll have to tell us why. Naturally, it must be because their language hasn't been completed yet. The Crusader's eyes widened. What did you say? They are still in a primitive stage. How could they understand if you told them to run west with all their might? Do they even know where west is in the first place? Ah, indeed. Yeah, maybe it's a problem with the translation. That might not be a part of their vocabulary. It was only then when the Crusader understood the loophole. The eyes of my other companions also widened. My point was correct. Compared to these primitive people, our language was much more developed. Even if they wanted to understand it, they couldn't. Oh my God. Then, the Oracle is really useless, isn't it? The Black Dragon Master had a defeated expression on her face. They might understand if we told them go that way, but we have no way of telling them where that way is. I'm not sure how to get those children to understand us.
No.
There must be a way. The tower wouldn't deceive them. It would never prepare a stage that was impossible to clear. With that confidence filling me, I looked at the civilization store once again. Plus, Oracle message 20 points. Animal possession 40 points. Dream appearance 100 points. Prey search -5 points. Search for a bronze ranked settlement 80 points. Clan rank general, draw 100 points. Invention of bronze rank technology, draw 1.000 points. Plus, and came up with a strategy for how to get the primitive people to the safe area without the use of language. My lady, MHM. Can I look for any animal I want with prey search? For example, if I want a tiger, would it search for the nearest tiger? The lady nodded. MHM. It's possible. There aren't any tigers in this world, but it would search for an animal that is the most similar. However, you cannot directly possess a member of a primitive race. For that, you will need a higher tier item. Okay. Picture was drawn in my head. I would like to buy Search of Prey. Not understanding what I was trying to do, the Black Dragon Master tried to stop me. Death King? Why are you searching for prey in this situation? I will explain in a little while. Time was of the essence. Purchased Prey Search. 5 points have been deducted. You currently have 95 race points. A bronze card appeared in my hand. After getting the card, I turned to the lady. My lady, please search for the most uniquely colored, fleet-footed, and large animal in the area. A white deer or a white lion, or even a black horse. It doesn't matter. Heh. The lady's eyes glowed as if she found this interesting. The conditions are a bit vague. But fine, I'll find it for you. You're still beginners. I won't be too strict with you. The lady flicked her fingers as she said this. Then the card in my hand melted. Your prey search has been consumed. As the card melted, it became light bronze powder. This powder then took the shape of an arrow and moved as though it had a will of its own. When it finally stopped moving, I found that it was pointed towards a large bush, under which lay a large beast. It was a lion with white fur. Fortunately, it was also quite close to the goblin village. I would like to buy another item from the store. I spoke without hesitation. I'd like to buy animal possession. Messages appeared in front of me again. Purchased animal possession. 40 points have been deducted. You currently have 55 race points. In an instant, my precious initial funds had been almost halved. But it didn't matter. I had to save the goblin tribe as soon as possible because the lava could destroy the forest at any moment. Ah! When he saw this, the heretic questioner immediately realized what I was doing. I see. Everyone, possess the most conspicuous animal you can find. Following me, the heretic questioner quickly purchased prey search and animal possession. Primitive civilizations worship mystical-looking animals. It's a very basic form of religion. Ahahaha. If a white lion or black deer appears at a moment when it seems the world is about to end, they would take it as a sign from God. As I expected, the heretic questioner quickly understood my actions. By possessing a mystical animal, we can directly lead them to the safe area. Even if we don't say anything, they will follow us. You really are incredibly smart, Death King. Ah! Truly. Everyone, hurry up. My companions all bought the same items I did. With these companions by my side, I pointed at the white lion and used my animal possession card. I choose to possess that animal. Shah! My consciousness shook slightly and became dark as if a light had been turned off. Then, when I opened my eyes again, I realized my perspective had changed. Grr! My voice. No, the growls of a beast came out as I opened my mouth. I looked down at my sharp claws that easily sank into the soil beneath me. Beautiful white fur seemed to mask the ferocity of this wild beast. Gore! Grr! Good! Just as I planned. I raised my heavy body. The body of a lion was nothing like that of a human. It was really strange to walk on all fours. But as I kept moving forward, I eventually encountered the goblins. Using my aura isn't impossible, but it would be extremely difficult. The blood flow was too different. Thud! Thud! I raced through the forest. I stepped forward with the lion's front paws before following with the back paws. My four-legged movement was still awkward, but the lion's running speed was quite fast. Oh! It was amazing. This is better than I expected. The smell of smoke from the burning wood. The smell of the fresh, blooming flowers. Then, a stench from nearby reached me. This had to be the odor from the goblins. It smelled like soybean paste stew that had gone bad after being left overnight in the sweltering heat of summer. Ugh, this race even smells ugly. Eventually, I arrived at the goblin village. The strong stench made it very easy to find. Kerk! Kerk! The primitive goblins were still wandering around aimlessly. The little goblins clung to their mothers and wailed, and even the older goblins banged their heads on the ground, in a gesture I didn't know the meaning of, or stomped their feet. They were so flustered that they didn't even notice the white lion that was approaching their village. They really are a poor, pitiful race. I stood tall before the entrance of the village. Crew! And roared at the goblins. Kerk! Kerr! The goblins erupted. Those who had been banging their heads against the ground scrambled to their feet, only to fall on their faces again. The wails of the young goblins became even sharper. Wow! Great job, great! From the goblins' perspectives, the earth suddenly began shaking. Fire appeared in the sky, and now, a demonic beast had appeared in their village. They must have felt like the world was coming to an end. Grrrr. I waved my tail and stomped on the ground. Then I turned my head. Follow me. Guys! Follow me. Of course, these guys were goblins. They looked like goblins, and they were as smart as goblins. So even if a mysterious animal did appear in front of them, they wouldn't follow it. They just continued to look at me from a distance, scared. In that case, I took out my secret weapon. Grrrk. A strange sound came from my mouth. It wasn't the growls of a lion, nor was it the words of a human. I used Goblin High Society. The goblins, who had been filled with fear, pricked their ears. Kerk! Grrrk. Care? The goblins looked at each other. Then they began to mutter among themselves. I didn't understand their chattering, but it must have been something like, "What is he saying?" I don't know, but it must be something amazing. I stomped my front paw again. GRRRK. GRGR. Gorgork. Follow me, my children. Quickly. 1. Rustle. Rustle. The goblins began standing up one by one. Good. Good job. That's right. Good job, my children. I snorted. No matter what anyone said, goblins were a race that had managed to become bipedal. So even if they were a little dumb now, it was still possible for them to one day create a brilliant civilization. Gotk. Come on, follow me. I made a graceful U-turn before trudging into the forest. The goblins hesitated for a moment before they began to follow me. There was a bit of a scuffle at the beginning to decide who would be in front, but in the end, all of the goblins in the village began to follow me as if they were in a trance. Then, boom! Not long after I led the group out, a huge boulder from the volcano smashed into the village. The explosion was so powerful that the ground shook. Care. Crew. Kerp. Kerk. The goblins all collapsed in shock. Soon after, they all realized that something terrible had happened to their home, and that they had only managed to escape the disaster by a hair's breadth. The last settlement of the goblins has been destroyed. You must now lead them to a new settlement. The goblins all stared at me, stunned. There was a hint of cuteness in their dull expressions. Gore. Hoo-hoo. I, who was in the body of the white lion, snorted. Kekerker. You should be grateful. Then, I strutted off while proudly displaying my handsome figure.
Keskiviko. Kerker.
The atmosphere of the goblin group suddenly changed. The beings who had followed me with fear and wariness before now followed me proudly. Kekerker. The goblins began to chant. Kekerker. 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 What are they saying? I thought I could understand what they were saying, so I was a bit relieved. However, I had no idea what they were saying now. It was at that moment when the tower's voice appeared in my head. The beginning of a religion. The goblins have created a primitive religion. Huh? Your race is the first to develop primitive religion in this world. I blinked. From now on, the goblin race will follow the white lion religion. You are the first to receive this achievement. You have received 500 race points. What the hell is this? I looked back at the goblin group with a strange expression. Kekerker. Kekerker. The goblins continued to shout their strange chant. I was so dumbfounded that I couldn't even snort. Do these guys really think of me as their god?
Kimgongja.
That was the moment I became the god of the goblins. Chapter 156. Becoming a god. 2. With my guidance, the goblins were able to safely escape. Keru. Kekerker. The goblins all jumped for joy. They looked just like little green chimpanzees. If they were to shout Yukiki instead of Kirk, people might actually mistake them for monkeys. These guys. How cute. You think these things are cute? Huh? Bei Huryong, who appeared behind me, shivered as he said those words. Zombie, something is really wrong with you. Huh? Mr. Sword Emperor, look at them objectively. I can already see what the goblins can become in the future. Such a noble and beautiful sight. I can already see what the future holds even though it's still far away. Ugh. I can't deal with this bastard anymore. I'm so helpless and powerless that I feel like I'll lose my mind every time this bastard opens his mouth. At that time, other races had also succeeded in escaping. The Black Dragon Master had chosen to become an elegant black swan as she guided the vampires. Since I left the forest first, I was able to see them exit. Whoosh! A large group of bats flapped their wings as they flew across the sky, chasing after the black swan in a triangular formation. Oh, that's pretty cool. As the black swan flew by, our eyes met for a moment. Within the swan's dark eyes wasn't the ferocity of a wild beast but the sharp intelligence of the Black Dragon Master. Flap! The swan spread its wings again. Then, the black swan disappeared over the horizon in an instant. It seemed that all my companions had managed to transform into various animals and lead their races to safety. Quest clear. You have successfully evacuated your race from the Great Forest of Origin. You have received 300 race points as a reward for clearing the quest. You currently have 855 race points. The rewards were satisfactory. 500 race points for being the first to create a primitive religion or whatever, and 300 points as the quest reward. That's not bad at all. Is that a lot? It's a good start. I don't want to use up all of my points at the start. If you say so. After all, you are the great goblin god Kim Gongja. Yep. Now, all we need to do is find a new place to live. I mentally chose the next item I wanted to buy from the store. I was still able to use the civilization store even while possessing the white lion. Are you sure you wish to purchase search for a bronze rank settlement? I agreed to the purchase without hesitation. Yes. Messages popped up one after the other. Purchased search for a bronze ranked settlement? 80 points have been deducted. You currently have 775 race points. Whoosh! An image appeared in my mind. Across a river and 3 streams from our location was a settlement suitable for goblins. Appropriate moisture and suitable hunting ground. It's just fine. Good. Now all I had to do was guide them to it. Gork. Gore. KRR. Gore. Good. Follow me. I gallantly put one of my lion paws forward. Like baby ducklings, the goblins didn't think about anything and simply followed me jollily. 6 days later, we finally arrived at the settlement I saw in the image. Care. The goblins threw themselves into a nearby stream while expressing how much they liked this place. The goblin race likes this place very much. The sorrow of losing their old home within the goblins is beginning to fade. The goblins rolled around in the stream and covered themselves with mud. This appeared to be their hobby. The mothers dug up the sticky mud with their claws before rubbing it on the backs of their children. The little ones all happily shouted "Kurr! Kurr!" as they were covered. Did the mud bath feel that good? Maybe they're trying to get rid of that horrid stench. The goblins reek, don't they? It's a bit better now that they've covered themselves with mud, though. Ho! I guess you could say that. Do you not agree, great goblin god, Kim Gongja? God doesn't care about every little thing, only about the great plans in mind. Psycho. I didn't pay attention to what he was saying. Instead, I simply lay down and watched the little mud festival unfold in front of me. As I watched unhappily, I suddenly heard the voice of the tower. Would you like to make this the new settlement of the goblin tribe? Yep. You have pioneered a new settlement. Please choose a name for the new settlement. A name. I want to call it the Temple of Raviel, but I doubt they'd be able to pronounce that. No, they definitely can't pronounce it. I scratched at the ground with a sullen expression. This sensation of scratching at the ground and the squishy feeling as it gave under my claws was really soothing. Hey, aren't you acting more and more like a beast? You're just imagining things. Suddenly, a fly began to buzz around me. For clarity's sake, I suppose I should add that the animal I was currently possessing only looked kind of like a lion, but it wasn't actually a lion. I just called it that since it was more convenient. I swung my tail.
Tak.
And with a soft sound, my tail hit the fly's body accurately. The fly couldn't withstand my strike and fell to the ground. Dead. Fly hunts like this one had become my hobby during this task. It was pretty fun. As I thought, you really are becoming more like a beast? Aren't you, you bastard? If it means I can have the manly charms of a beast, then I'd gladly accept it. In any case, I'll call this place Guru. And so I roared. Guru Dash. The tower responded to my roar. The name of this settlement has been designated as Guru. The goblin race is no longer at risk of extinction. You can now declare the stage cleared. Would you like to declare the stage as cleared? Wow, you finally cleared it. I can finally get out of this disgusting gork zone. Hey, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and declare the stage clear. Ah, what are you talking about? Don't you know the tower well? I know. I just want to get out of this damn place as soon as possible. I'm going to reject it. Race war. From the 31st to the 40th floors, this theme would continue. If the 31st floor was the old Stone Age asterisk, then the 32nd floor might be the new Stone Age star. That was how it worked. Asterisk. Also known as the Paleolithic and Neolithic ages. If I were to declare the clear now on the next floor, I might meet the goblins hundreds or even thousands of years from now. I have to do everything I can before I move on. I calmly looked over the goblin race's status window. This was something I'd done many times since the race selection. The goblins' traits were victims of racial discrimination, tribal consciousness, and greed. I read the information about these traits in turn. Plus, victims of racial discrimination. Rank F. Effect. The goblin race is extremely ugly, so much so that it invokes the hatred of anyone looking at them. As a result, the goblin race suffers from all kinds of prejudices and misunderstandings and has great difficulty forming healthy relationships with other races. Beware. Within the hearts of those discriminated against burn the flames of hatred. The greater the hatred of the goblin race, the more hostile they are to other races. This is a problem that must be solved before it reaches the point of no return. However, this trait can change depending on how history progresses. Plus, this will be a problem. What if I went to the next floor and found that the goblins were already hostile to all the other races? So much so that the goblins would be declared public enemies, just like in a normal fantasy world. That would be horrible. To do so much only to become the public enemy. This one must be resolved before I leave. Next is tribal consciousness plus tribal consciousness. Rank C. Effect. The goblin race has a strong sense of kinship. When a goblin dies, no other race in this world will shed as many tears as a goblin. Instead, they would rejoice, cheerfully yelling, "The monster is dead! We did it!" As they toasted. Goblins are goblins. It's an inevitable fate. With this thought, there is only one race in the world they can believe in, their own. The most taboo things in goblin society are as follows: betraying another goblin, killing another goblin, etc. Unless there is some kind of misfortune, there is no way the goblin race would attack each other. However, this trait can change depending on how history progresses. Plus, I've seen it several times and I still think it's a good trait. This showed that even if they were goblins, they still had at least one good trait. I don't think this trait is that good. Huh? Really? Never mind. I was just rambling. Hurry up and look at the next trait. Are you finally starting to see the charm of the goblins? I just want you to get this over with. That wasn't a truthful response. It was obvious that he was beginning to see the cute side of this little race I was raising. I don't. Side by side, a lion and a spirit sat beside each other as they looked at the last trait window. Plus, greed. Rank B. Effect. The goblin race is filled with greed. Perhaps it is because of their shame for being too ugly. Or maybe the goblin race wants to be recognized for their possessions instead of themselves. Gerk. I just put on warm mud. Gerk. I just covered myself with premium mud from the head of the stream. They desire to be the most distinguished. They long to be even greater. In the hearts of the goblin race, their inferiority complexes, low self-esteem, and desires for greatness combine to create a powerful form of greed. Maybe the goblin race will crave shiny treasures. Or maybe they'll catch slaves and brag about whose slaves are prettier. The goblin race is greedy, and with this greed comes potential. How their greed develops depends on you. However, this trait can change depending on how history progresses. Plus, I fell into deep thought. As expected, they're just like me. Huh? What was that? Nothing. I was just talking to myself. I slowly lifted my heavy lion body. As I slowly approached the stream, the mud-covered goblins noticed and they all began to crowd around me. Kekerker. Goblins had fewer facial muscles compared to humans. This was because their mouths were too large. As a result, It was difficult to recognize their facial expressions. KRRR. I lifted my front paw and smashed it against one of the rocks beside the stream. The goblins shrank back in surprise, but I continued to swing my foot forward without caring about them. It wasn't long after that all my claws were broken. Hey, what are you doing? Wait. I pressed down into the mud with my wounded foot. Like a brush, my fur soaked up the mud like ink. The goblins continued to watch my actions with clear confusion. KRRNG. I walked towards the goblin closest to me. The little goblin flinched as my giant shadow covered it, but it didn't run away or hide. Gore. KRRNG. KRR. Gork. That's right. Good boy. Stay there. It won't be long. PUK. I gently rubbed my paw along the little goblin's stomach. As if cleaning a window, I drew curves with my paw. Every time I put mud on it, the little goblin flinched, but it still didn't run. Ah, Bei Huryong muttered. By chance, are you trying to draw a tattoo? That was right. Yeah. I drew a swirl pattern on the goblin's stomach with my paw. It wasn't just this one. After I finished my swirl pattern, I began to draw other things on the other goblins as well. Guor. Because I drew it with a lion's paw instead of my human hands, it was a bit clumsy and ugly. It was also very messy since I painted it with mud instead of any conventional paints. But if I had been able to use paint, it definitely would have looked better. After a while, all of the goblins had tattoos. Kerr? Kerr? The goblins looked at themselves and at each other as if they were amazed. After a while, like children who had been given a new toy, they began to rub mud on each other. Gerk. Kerp. Kerker. Kerker. The goblins splashed around happily in the stream, and when their patterns washed off, they could simply draw new ones. Seeing that, the goblins became joyful again. The goblin race has awakened its sense of beauty. The goblin race is mesmerized by the beauty of their bodies. The tower's voice echoed in my head. The goblin race trait, victims of racial discrimination, has changed. The goblin race has gained a new trait, primitive fashionista. Windows appeared before me one after the other. Plus, primitive fashionista. Rank E. Effect. The goblin race is extremely ugly, so much so that it invokes the hatred of anyone looking at them. As a result, the goblin race suffers from all kinds of prejudices and misunderstandings, and has great difficulty forming healthy relationships with other races. Gerk. We are ugly. In response to this, the goblin race created a special culture. Then why don't we wear nice things? That was to cover their appearances with something fashionable. The goblin race began to draw various tattoos on their green skin. The more beautiful the tattoo, the more fashionable the goblin is in the eyes of the goblin race. Congratulations! The goblin race now has a culture called fashion. Long live the primitive fashionistas. No matter how you decorate it, a goblin is still a goblin. Of course, whether this fashion is recognized by other races or not is a different matter entirely. However, this trait can change depending on how history progresses. Plus, the mouth on my lion face spread into a satisfied smile. KRRR. It didn't matter if this was a race war or a chance to experience being a guardian constellation. To put it simply, I just had to raise these kids to the best of my ability. KRRNG. KRRR. Gorp. JRRNG. Hey! I'm going to make your race soar to the heavens. I let out a powerful roar. Kekerker. 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 Goblins covered in mud danced all around me. I was touched. After witnessing this scene, Bei Huryong muttered softly. No, I think they're all crazy. Don't tell me they're all going to be little Kim Gongjas. An entire race wouldn't become crazy like Kim Gongja. Would they? Yeah, that's impossible. Absolutely not. Such a hellish fantasy could never turn into reality. Care. The majestic cry of the goblins echoed throughout the settlement. Chapter 156. Becoming a God. 3. Purchased prey search. 5 points have been deducted. You currently have 865 race points. KRRR. I bit into the bull's skin. It was an animal with spines sticking out of it like a hedgehog, and it didn't look like a cow at all, but there was a reason why I called it a cow. Moo! And that was the sound it made. Moo! Moo! The bull let out a soft cry. It struggled and resisted as much as it could, but in the end, it was useless. Even this strange bull creature could not withstand my teeth and claws, not to mention the sharp spears of my goblins. Kirk! Ku!
Kerk, kekego, gork.
Hunt! Successful! You have gained complete knowledge of this prey. Hunting this animal will no longer give any race points. Hunting experience maxed. Hunting no longer gives any race points. Well then, that's it for hunting. Zombie, let's get out of here already. Please, it's like you forgot everything else. Good. Now it's time to gather. Damn it. And many peaceful days passed just like that. Gathering no longer gives any race points. Now the goblin's bare skin was no longer visible. Instead, the goblins used red and green mud to paint their clumsy but eye-catching tattoos. And somehow the bad smell went away. I wasn't sure if the mud had some kind of deodorizing effect or if it was the power of primitive fashionista, but the soybean paste-like smell that had been brought by the summer heat had all but vanished. That wasn't all. The goblin race has distinguished themselves as hunter-gatherers. The fear of large animals in the goblin race is slowly fading. You have received 50 race points. You currently have 1,015 race points. Gore. Okay. I wagged my tail in satisfaction. Now, I've done almost all I can for them. The goblins started out playing with mud, and now they were able to hunt large animals. But this was just the beginning. The soil upon which the great goblin civilization would flourish had been tilled. I can't get any more race points. Were my other companions in similar situations? Venomous Snake who guides the noble race declares, clear. Sword Saint who guides the pure race declares, clear. The number of people declaring stage clear gradually increased. Viper was the first to declare it. The Sword Saint came second, and I was sure that the rest were also wrapping up this stage as well. Ah! I clicked my tongue in disappointment. If possible, I'd like to pass on text, or aura, or something like that to them. This is really... what's stopping you from passing it on to them? I can't do it even if I want to. I sighed with my lion's mouth before looking at the civilization store. The civilization store had most of the items we'd need, and what I wanted to pass on to the goblins was clearly marked. Item search. Text. A holographic image appeared in front of me, displaying the item. The problem was obvious. Plus, text. Description. Your race develops characters. Keeping records in writing is much more effective than word of mouth. Unlike a voice, which disappears as soon as you stop speaking, text can weather the passage of time. Price. 4,500 race points. The pure race starts with this skill. Plus, damn it. What a crazy price. It was too damn expensive. I currently have 1,015 points. I spent a lot of points hunting and doing other things, but even if I saved everything I earned, I still wouldn't be able to afford text. And yet, the pure race were able to start with such an expensive item. Was there any racial balancing? It's your fault for choosing goblins. Kakik. It wasn't just the pure race who had bonuses. In fact, even the pure race wasn't much. The Count's fairy race or elves had mana reaction and aura reaction from the start. Both were skills that cost 6,200 points. I once again felt just how bad the goblin's start was. Even though I'm sure these little guys will ascend to the heavens in the future and gobble up both the pure race and fairy race, I still feel sorry for them. Shouldn't you feel sorry for yourself instead? Zombie? I'm not sure about anything else, but I at least want to pass on text. Is there really no way to acquire 4,500 points? The voice of the tower sounded again. Crusader who guides the ocean race declares, clear. Even the Crusader declared clear. Now, there were only 3 people left on the 31st floor. The heretic questioner who ruled the snail race. The black dragon master who ruled over the vampire race. And me. I decided to stop thinking about it. That's it. I just need to stop trying to get text through conventional methods. Huh? Even if I did manage to save up 4,500 points, it would be a waste to spend them like that. I can't imagine pouring all of my precious points into a single item. And since when did I start using conventional methods? I've also resorted to trickery. What are you talking about? I just need to teach them the characters myself. From that day, I began to battle with the goblin's brains. KRRRK, Gore.
Ker, ach.
Guys, look at this. This is A. I drew the letter A on the ground. I made a large carving with my claw in case they couldn't recognize it. But the goblins sitting around me just tilted their heads. Care? Kekerker? Right. That was a dumb idea. But I am not a man who gives up easily. Gore.
Gah, ker,
Look carefully. A. This is A. I growled and nudged at the goblins. The goblins flinched in surprise before shrugging their shoulders. Gar? Go. The goblins then got up and walked into the distance. The goblins are afraid of you. The goblins are confused by your strange behavior. After a while, the goblins returned with meat from a bull they had hunted earlier. The burnt meat was then placed in front of me like an offering. Kekerker. Then, the goblins prostrated on the ground and wept. The goblins beg for your forgiveness. No. Are they serious? Did they think I was mad because I really wanted to eat bull meat? 1. Why couldn't they understand when I was doing my best to tell them? If they kept playing around, the elves nearby would turn them into steamed monster. Did they want to get steamed? Did they want to become an XP farm for the elves in the future? KRRRNG. Ga, occur.
Keskiviko, kerk.
I didn't give up and I kept trying to teach them characters. But it only resulted in catastrophic failure. The goblins couldn't even memorize the ABCs. I think they managed to memorize this somehow. It seemed like they were looking at me with expressions that said, "What the hell is this? I don't know." And, "I don't know why we're doing this." Ugh. I had finally experienced hardship for the first time while leading the goblins. Is it not possible for the goblins to learn characters with their intelligence? As far as I know, when the Flame Emperor went to the 33rd floor with the elves, the goblins also had written language. Is there a problem with their intelligence because this is a bit early? That shouldn't be. I contemplated in silence. Even if I manage to teach them the ABCs like this, they will still forget it eventually. The goblins had to feel it for themselves. Why it was beneficial for them to learn this, and what advantages it had for them. If they didn't, they would forget it in 1 generation or sooner. I wondered how I could give the characters meaning. Huh? Wait a minute. I had an idea. What if I was too focused on stereotypes? Right? Just because I wanted to teach them text didn't mean they had to learn the ABCs. I leaped to my feet and roared. KRRRK. Gather round. The goblins, who were eating meat, all gathered in a panicked fashion. Their ears flopped like puppies being scolded. If I could interpret their expressions, I'd probably find something weird. Things like, "Ugh, I don't like this," or, "I'd rather just put on mud like usual." In short, they were sulking. KRKR. KRRK.
Kekerker, gor, keskiviko.
Hey, it's all right. You know I like you guys. Don't you? I put some mud on my front paws before rubbing it on the goblins. Then, the goblins, who had lowered their heads with sullen expressions, finally opened their mouths again, smiling. Gogork. Kerb. These punks. Making them happy was as easy as making them upset. My dazzling muddying skills quickly warmed the hearts of all of the goblins. Finally, after calming them down, I showed the text to the goblins. Hey, look you guys, this is mud. But this time, the character was different from what I'd shown them before. I drew something on the ground with my claw. First I drew a square before filling it in. Then I picked up a clump of mud and put it beside the mud. This is mud. Understand? Kerk? The goblins had puzzled expressions on their faces. Their faces showed that they didn't understand what I was doing. I decided to take it one step at a time. Days passed one after the other. Every time I put mud in front of the goblins, I drew on the ground beside it. That wasn't all. I also drew characters whenever I put mud tattoos on their bodies. This is day. The sky is bright. This is night, when the sky is dark. This is the sun. It's blinding. This is the moon. This is water. Water. The stream. What if the water is a little deeper? What if the water is incredibly deep? Kerk. Kerk. Ku. Although they were puzzled at first, the goblins slowly began to understand my drawings. The goblins couldn't accept or understand why it meant but they managed to understand that meant mud, right? It was my approach that was wrong. The goblins' world is still very small. There was very little in this world that the goblins understood or recognized. The world was vast, but the goblins had only seen, smelled, heard, and felt a handful of things.
Kerk.
Sky. Kerk. Ground. Kerr. Meat.
Keskiviikko.
Water. The goblins saw something bright and blue over their heads. Under their feet, they felt something hard, though it was sometimes soft. As the centipede cooked, they smelled something pleasant. The soothing trickle always greeted them when they went to drink at the stream, or the loud splash and nice feeling as they jumped in. Gore. If they liked it, they said they liked it. Kerk. And if they didn't like it, they said they didn't. And so, there were about 6 things in the goblin world. This meant that 6 words were enough to describe their world. 6 pictures, rather than dozens of characters. Those were the characters the goblins needed for now. Sha. One day it rained. The goblins ran around, washing themselves in the rain. I showed them some characters. Water. Dark sky. Water falling from the dark sky. Then I raised my head and pointed at the rainwater drenching the world. Following my lead, the goblins also looked at the rain. Then, after a short while, the goblins opened their mouths. Kerka? Kerka. Kerka. The goblins pointed towards the rain. Then they imitated the that I drew on the ground. Kerka. Then the goblins looked at me as if to ask if they were right. I nodded my head in satisfaction. Gore. Good. Suddenly, the goblin race has developed text. The goblin race has gained the new talent, Legacy of Records. A window appeared in front of me. Plus, Legacy of Records. Rank, EA. Effect. The goblin race realizes the endless possibilities of drawing. Although their drawings aren't the prettiest, they can still express things in the world. The goblin race knows that these patterns have meanings. Oh, for the goblin race, this means the sky. For the goblin race, this means mud and the ground. Oh, this means the sky and the ground, and the goblin race has taken this to represent the world. Oh, for the goblin race, this means the world. From now on, the goblin race will develop new pictograms. The goblin race will leave records of the things they love, and their text will contain their stories. Best of luck to them. However, this characteristic can change depending on how history progresses. Plus, this was surprising. I only taught them a few drawings, but I managed to avoid spending race points.
Kärkä.
Kerkerk. The goblins then left me alone and excitedly began to draw symbols. Watching them, I felt strangely sad, happy, and lonely all at the same time. It was quite the indescribable feeling. Black Dragon Master, who guides the blood-sucking race, declares, "Clear." A few days later, even the Black Dragon Master declared, "Clear." Now, there were only 2 of us left on the 31st floor. Me and the Heretic Questioner. I bet the Heretic Questioner is teaching them something. In the meantime, I taught the goblins numbers. At first, I tried to teach them Arabic numerals, but they couldn't understand them, so I settled for Roman numerals instead. 2, 3. Because they were made of simple lines, even the goblins could understand Roman numerals. If I could, I would have liked to teach them some basic arithmetic as well. These guys don't understand the concept of subtraction yet. Goblins were goblins. They couldn't understand that a number greater than 6 existed. But I couldn't expect so much from them so soon. I taught them everything I could, right? I think so. Hey, I nodded. It's time to leave now. That night, I left the goblin village as they slept. The goblins would probably be very sad when they found out I was gone. But I couldn't just leave the white lion's body in the village as I left the 31st floor. After all, it might attack the goblins and hurt them. Kr. Gore. Goodbye, little guys. I licked the forehead of a young goblin with my tongue. Gore. The little goblin continued sleeping without even noticing. Cute thing. I headed as far away from the village as possible. Time slowly passed. In the dark night where there was nothing to keep me company but the sound of bugs, I soon heard the sad cries of goblins in the distance. Kekirk, Ker. Did they already notice that I'd left? The goblins continued to cry out Kekirker, my name, but I disappeared into the darkness without looking back. Live well. Get big and strong. I'll see you all later. I whispered those words in my heart. I declare stage clear. The tower's voice responded. Stage clear. The 31st floor stage has been cleared. Compensation will be settled after entering the 32nd floor. Chain layers in progress. You will be sent directly to the 32nd floor. Whoosh! A bright light filled my eyes. Chapter 158. The Great Snail Empire. 1. Immediately after clearing the stage, I was forcibly dragged to the 32nd floor where I found my fellow hunters together with the lady who walks through the mirage. Seated among them, the lady hugged a strange-looking pillow.
No.
Is that? Upon closer inspection, I realized that it wasn't a pillow but a snail plushie. Couldn't believe it. Since there was a snail plushie, I wondered if there were goblin plushies as well. I have a goblin plushie too. Ha! Here. The lady pulled a goblin plushie seemingly out of nowhere. The plushie had long ears, a fat nose, and prominent cheekbones. Where did you get this? I made it. Can you show it too? Just as I was about to make a completely legitimate request as the goblin god, someone interrupted me. What are you doing? The Black Dragon Master looked at me with an exasperated expression. If you have the time to mess around with the constellation, then we should move on to the next stage. It took us 24 days just to clear the 31st floor. No, is it my sense of time that has become weird? After all, it took years to clear the 10th floor. Maybe. Can you really say that while holding that in your hands? This is just for research. The Black Dragon Master quickly hid the miniature bat plushie behind her back. The Count and the Crusader also fiddled with an elf and a mermaid plushie respectively. I'm just inspecting this item. Isn't it rare to find something that was made directly by a constellation? The item description is pretty interesting. These humans, Death King here. Thank you. I took the goblin plushie and held it tightly in my arms as I glanced around. We were in a completely white space. It was as though it was white drawing paper that stretched endlessly, and we were standing in the center of it. Is this the 32nd floor? I asked this even though I didn't think it was. And as I expected, the lady shook her head while she hugged the snail plushie. It would be better to think of this place as a waiting room of sorts. In order to initiate the 32nd floor, all of you must first declare stage clear. In the case of Venomous Snake, he has already been waiting here for 15 days. I thought I would die of boredom. The Venomous Snake, who was sitting on the ground, grimaced. Why did you all take so long? I took care of my little guys and then left as quickly as I could. I couldn't even watch what you guys were doing, so I had to meditate all day. With the Sprite plushie, it helps with meditation. I used the most practical and pragmatic strategy one could think of. But what about you guys? I didn't expect you to be so immersed in it. It's like,
No.
you were too insensitive. The Crusader sighed. The lady said it when we first entered the 31st floor. From the 31st to the 40th floor, it will be a race war. In other words, there was always the possibility that the 31st to 40th floors would be connected. We might have to continue ruling over the races we picked on the 31st floor. Ha! If it's just clearing the 31st floor, then you'd be right, Chun Mumun Guild leader. But if we have to rule all the way up to the 40th floor, it's an entirely different story altogether. Even if we are absent, we would still have to prepare for their development in advance. The venomous snake paled slightly. Wait, where did you hear that? It's obvious to anyone who paid attention. The Crusader sighed heavily. Just think about it, Liao Fan. You have a tendency to not pay attention to things not related to martial arts. Say seriously? Is that why you all stayed on the 31st floor for that long? The venomous snake looked around with desperate eyes, hoping that someone would deny it. Unfortunately, there were no hunters there who would care about his wishes. Don't worry about it, venomous snake. Trying to comfort him, I patted his shoulder and smiled kindly. Death King. Is it true? The Crusader must have made a mistake, right? I can't be the only one who didn't realize. Even if your tribe is destroyed, we'll still have 6 left. Damn it! The venomous snake buried his face in his hands. The lady had a playful smile as she watched our little play. You don't have to worry too much. All 7 tribes will survive until the next era. In other words, they will all reach the 32nd floor. Thanks to all of your hard work, the prehistoric era ended quite quickly. And now it'll be the ancient era. Ancient. From the 31st to the 32nd floors, there was a gap in eras. At least 1,000 years will have passed. Thousands of years. I was a bit worried about the goblins, but I was glad that the lady announced that they were still alive. But the lady then made a completely unexpected remark. Now then, since everyone is here, I'll open up the next stage. The snail plushie the lady was holding rose into the air, and she crawled onto it. Then, like a cavalryman on horseback, she raised her arm and let out a cry. The setting of the 32nd floor is 200 years after the 31st floors. My companions all stared at her silently. My reaction was no different. Ha! The lady had just said 200 years, not 2,000. In other words, this meant that the prehistoric era ended in 200 years and the ancient era began after. 200 years? My lady, did you perhaps mean 2,000 years? I had a puzzled expression on my face. It was unbelievable. In the past, even when the Flame Emperor used all of the points to raise the elves, the gap between the 31st and 32nd floors was more than 1,000 years. And even if my memory was inaccurate, it wouldn't have been less than 500 years. But 200 years? Did we really raise those kids that well? You heard correctly. The lady smiled gently. I was also surprised. I knew you would be fast, but I didn't think it would be this fast. No. In this case, I suppose I should say it was slow, not fast. It seems that sometimes, taking the long way can also be considered a shortcut. What do you mean? You'll find out when you get to the 32nd floor. Hee. The lady placed the goblin plushie on the white ground. Then, she spread her arms wide. TL. Didn't she give the goblin to Gongja? I'll now open up the 2nd floor. Wait a minute. The Black Dragon Master spoke up. She was also shocked by the fact that only 200 years had passed. Not all of us have arrived yet. The heretic questioner isn't here. The Black Dragon Master was right. There were only 6 of us in the waiting room at the moment. One of our group members, the heretic questioner, hadn't shown up yet. We'll only be able to go to the 32nd floor after he declares clear. You don't have to worry about that. It's fine. The lady waved her hand nonchalantly. Like I said before, everyone who should be here is here. If it's the 4th ranked heretic questioner you're worried about, he was the first one to reach the 32nd floor and is waiting for you. What? Like I said. The lady smiled brightly. You'll find out when you get there. Pot. A bright light enveloped us. 2. When we opened our eyes, we found ourselves floating in the air. The world unfolded beneath our feet. Last time, what we saw was a large forest. This time, however, it was different. There was no forest, no streams, and no sunlight shining through the leaves. There wasn't even a sky. "Oh my God!" the Black Dragon Master muttered in shock. "What is this place?" The world beneath our feet. The scene that the Black Dragon Master referred to as this place was an underground city. A city that we'd never heard of or seen before. It's hard because the way home is so far. Rhyme. A shrill but easily understood voice suddenly echoed. "I heard there's a new tavern near the Great Cavity. I wish I could postpone my compulsory service this year." Rhyme. Small beings crawled through the city. That's right. They didn't walk. They crawled. They were snails. These translucent creatures slithered about, with large snail shells on their backs. What the hell? This underground city. No, this underground world was very different from the cities we were used to. This was natural. After all, when the snails reached the end of the roads they were crawling on, they could simply begin to clamber up the walls. Don't crawl up the walls randomly. Rhyme. Don't be ridiculous. Every wall is a good road for us to use. Rhyme. God decides where we have to go, but I can decide how I get there. Rhyme. The snails moved freely and comfortably from left to right, top to bottom. It was an enormous underground world. There were numerous large buildings that seemed to be over 20 stories high, but none of them seemed to have stairs. The snails simply climbed up the walls and slipped into the windows. Monthly rent has gone up too much these past few days. Rhyme. It's a pity, but I think I'll have to stay in my old shell this winter. There were even some without shells. These shell-less snails huddled together in small caves where they nested. They also transported bright blue gems back and forth. Whenever a snail swallowed these gems, their translucent body glowed blue. It was as though their bodies had actually become blue. Rhyme. I endured a lot for this bite today. Rhyme. From how bright they are, it seems that those bastards saved us some good stuff this time. Rhyme. We got lucky. Nowadays, traders have no ethics or morals. How can they even play tricks with stone cigarettes? That's not something normal people would do. Rhyme. Let me have a taste too. It didn't end there. Quickly move the cargo. Rhyme. A snail swung its tentacle. Peck. And a fleshy sound rang out. The being that was hit with the tentacle groaned as it put heavy stones onto a wagon. The noble race. The beings who venomous snake ruled over. Seriously, the noble race is so lazy. Rhyme. The snail, who seemed to be a supervisor, grumbled. Even though we paid so much for them, the second we take our eyes off them, they try to do something. We saved them, fed them, clothed them, and let them sleep. I don't know why they're still so ungrateful. Right? It's only because slaves can climb a bit better and are strong. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything good about this shell-less race. Hey, slave. Say rhyme once. Rhyme. If you can pronounce it properly, I'll let you go. The snails were much smaller than the noble race. The noble race had bodies the size of orcs with a single horn in the middle of their foreheads. Nevertheless, they seemed afraid of these snails who only reached their waists. 1. Remy. See that? The slave can't even say rhyme properly. Rhyme. They are of such low birth that they can't even say the sacred word. Useless things. Just move the stones. Woo. Oh my God. Had the snails enslaved the sprites?
No.
What the hell is this? Venomous Snake's mouth fell open. All of a sudden, his race had become slaves. This doesn't make any sense. I did what I could before I left the 31st floor. I taught them how to make swords and spears, and I taught them how to fight. So what is this? Why did my race become slaves? Era. It was at this moment that we heard a familiar voice. I can finally see the faces I missed. It was the heretic questioner. Ah. So it finally recognized that we entered a new era. It's slow when it wants to be slow and fast when it wants to be fast. No. If I were to look at it from an objective standpoint, I suppose it recognized it quite quickly. The heretic questioner was the same as usual. He was wearing the same black priestly robes and had the usual smile on his face. That's why Venomous Snake didn't feel anything strange when he rushed to the heretic questioner. Hey, you psychopath bastard.
Ah, yeah.
How did this happen? Why did my race become your race's slaves? The venomous snake grabbed the heretic questioner's collar and shook it violently. Nevertheless, the heretic questioner's smile remained the same despite the shaking. I'll do my best to explain it briefly. The current snail civilization I created needed a large workforce. Slavery is a pretty useful system for the provision of a labor force. It just so happened that the noble race invaded 112 years ago, and the snails defeated and captured them. What are you? Ah, not to worry. They were hard to tame because they are such a proud race. And while it's still hard, we have at least managed to lower their spirits to some extent. Maybe in another 3 generations, we will be able to change the nature of the race. The venomous snake's mouth fell open. It seemed that he was unable to keep up with what the heretic questioner was saying. On the other hand, the other hunters, who were beginning to have an idea of what was going on, stared at each other in silence. Mr. Heretic Questioner. I opened my mouth, deciding to take the lead. There's something I'd like to ask you. Death King. Yes. You can ask me anything. The heretic questioner smiled. If he had a tail, it probably would have started wagging at that moment. His smile was just as bright as always. We all went to the waiting room after clearing the 31st floor, but you didn't go there. The lady also said that you were the first person to enter the 32nd floor. What does that mean? I see. Haha. The heretic questioner tilted his head back and forth a few times before nodding. Strictly speaking, that expression isn't exactly correct. I didn't arrive on the 32nd floor first. Instead, I never left the 31st floor. Silence. It's just as I said, Death King. I know that you all declared stage clears one by one. The tower told me. However, I had a thought. If the 31st floor is connected to the next floor, was it necessary to declare a stage clear? I know a bit about how human history developed, and I believed that this knowledge would certainly be of great help to my snail civilization's development. Therefore, I told the tower that I wouldn't declare a stage clear. Then, yes, I stayed with the snail race and continued to take care of them. The heretic questioner smiled. Welcome back, everyone. It's been 200 years, 6 months, and 21 days since we met. It's nice to see you all after such a long time. The Psycho. Chapter 159. The Great Snail Empire. 2. 3. In the beginning there was Rhyme. No one was sure where Rhyme came from, or where he would go in the future. But Rhyme had chosen them to be the chief among all the races in the world, and he had given them proof that they were the chosen. Although there are many races in this world, you are the only ones who can say the word Rhyme. So you are the only ones I will allow to say my holy name. This is your right. Take Rhyme as evidence that you are the chosen, and in everything you do, be it poop, sleep, eat, or dress, recite it to prove my existence. What the hell is this **T? The heretic questioner smiled at my question. It is a holy covenant I made. A holy covenant? Yes. The vocal organs of the snail race are unique. Of the 7 races, only the snail race can say Rhyme. That's why I chose that pronunciation to be the name of God. With a soft sound, the heretic questioner landed lightly in the underground city. My companions and I followed him. Smiling, the heretic questioner began to explain the history of this snail civilization. Neither the elves nor the sprites can say the word Rhyme properly. This is simply because their vocal organs are different, but I gave it a different meaning. The snails continued to crawl around, and even pass through our bodies like we weren't there. The snail race says that the fact that they can say Rhyme means that they are the ones chosen by God. Why? The crusader opened her mouth. Why did you do this, heretic questioner? You should understand the fear of religion better than anyone else. If you were to misuse the name of God, you wouldn't be able to undo .. I'm not misusing it. Instead, I used it with great care and purpose. My usage is very different from misuse, and even further from abuse. The heretic questioner chuckled. Everyone. Religion was bound to happen anyway. People will always try to search for a cause. They will try to find out a reason for their existence, and the existence of the world. God. That word is so magical that it can be used as the ultimate reason for everything. The heretic questioner pointed towards a pillar. It was a giant pillar, erected in the center of the underground city. It reached from the ceiling at the very top of the cavern down to the ground, and it was filled with murals similar to the ones from ancient Egypt. The covenant that he'd recited earlier was also written on this pillar. However, Crusader, I know what you want to say, but there are still many things that the people in this era don't know. They don't know why it rains, they don't know why their hearts beat, and they don't know why they need to drink water to survive. A smile spread across the heretic questioner's lips. Think about that fear. Fear? Yes, fear, the heretic questioner said. Their hearts beat in their chests. They can hear the beating, but they don't know why it's beating. If they get hurt, they bleed, and if they lose too much blood, they die. But they don't even know why their blood flows. They don't know why bread is delicious, why eating when they're hungry makes them happy, or why they need salt. The heretic questioner put his hands together as if he was praying. For them, the world is filled with unknown monsters. No, there are even monsters in their bodies. They don't know anything, but they can only live the lives they were given. To be totally ignorant and powerless about their own lives. Can you understand their fear? Clang. The sound of stone being mined came from the distance. On the other side of the cave, miners dug up rock salt. God dispels their ignorance and powerlessness. Rain is no longer an unknown monster. It is God's tears. The world sometimes sheds tears. Clang, clang, clang. Snail miners leaked mucus as they mined the rock salt. Then they grabbed the sharp stone shards with their tentacles and threw them behind them. Salt is no longer an unknown rock. When the mother goddess died, her hair became the forest, her blood became the ocean, and her teeth became salt. Salt comes from the body of God. Therefore, it is sacred and safe to eat. There are even hygiene certificates for each food item. The heretic questioner looked reverent with his hands clasped together. He then continued in a soft voice, like a never-ending stream. And God said unto them, You were born because of me. I care about you, and therefore you should become beings who care about God. Do you understand? It is only because of God that these little ones were able to find any meaning in life. Everyone, think about it. The heretic questioner smiled brightly. Now, they know the beating of their hearts isn't the sound of some unknown monster. God made them in his own image. Therefore, this beat is a melody created by God, and every time they hear it, they are hearing God's music. The heretic questioner let out a soft sigh. Isn't it beautiful? The heretic questioner turned to look at the underground city again, the world he created. Looking at how far the snail civilization had come, this little god felt pleased. Now they are free to be what they want to be. They have finally escaped their fate as insignificant beings. Their lives finally have direction. We did not come to this world for no reason. We are loved by God. They constantly build temples. They build large, majestic structures to show their reverence, and to show that they are loved by God and that they love God. Isn't that amazing? Everyone, the people of this era are truly in love with the world. All love should be proven. It requires effort. Instead of drowning in their fear, they struggle to gain the love of God. Even if this love might be their own misunderstanding, sometimes people need misunderstandings in order to live. Bless their souls. The heretic questioner ended his prayer and spread his arms. You should regard religion as a necessary evil. And a necessary evil is born from necessity. They need to have a God, because with God, they can breathe, live, and love. That was the creed and divine will of the heretic questioner. People need a reason to love a flower, even if it's only to shed tears on it. God grants them infinite reasons. Believing in ancient gods didn't hurt humanity. Instead, it was only through God that people understood themselves and loved the world. For a while, there was only silence. The sound of rock salt being mined rang out in the distance. Clang, clang, clang. I slowly turned my head and looked at the underground city. Slaves! Hurry up! Rhyme! Your break is over. Rhyme! Load it up and take it to the pier. Snails clung to the stone walls and swung their tentacles. Pock! The knees of the slaves carrying their loads buckled slightly. Perhaps they had already become accustomed to flogging, as the slaves simply groaned and continued walking. 1, 2. 1, 2. Among them was the race venomous snake ruled over. The sprites who had a single horn sticking from their foreheads. The noble race was used to carry heavy loads. Swick, swick, swee. The ocean race, ruled by the crusader, swam in the river that flowed outside the cavern. The mermaids tied ropes around their upper bodies and pulled boats along behind them. Pier. Bah. Pier. The blood-sucking race ruled by the black dragon master flew around the cavern nonstop. Every bat had letter scrolls or other items clasped in their hind feet. From west to east, the bats delivered items to the residents living in the city. Ah! Noticing my gaze, the heretic questioner smiled. This is Remepolis, the capital of the snail civilization. The special product is rock salt. According to the religious texts, this is where the mother goddess laid her head to rest when she died. The snail race believe that this cave is the mother goddess' skull, and that the rock salt is the teeth of the mother goddess. Supplying these holy teeth to the rest of the empire is the main industry for Remepolis, and the control of the salt trade is how the snail race maintains its power. That's amazing. That's really amazing, but has it really been 200 years? The Black Dragon Master frowned slightly. It doesn't make sense. How did you survive for 200 years? Now that we're doing this quest, aren't we using a type of spirit body? 200 years or so is no problem. No, it's not. It's 200 years. Yes. In that time, I kept possessing the white dog. When one dog died, I would simply possess its descendant. I didn't mean. With a tired expression on her face, the Black Dragon Master didn't bother to finish her sentence. My other companions also had similar expressions. The heretic questioner smiled and said, because of that, the dogs from the bloodline I possessed are regarded as divine beasts. They stay in the imperial palace and temple. The 34th divine beast died today, and I was about to possess the 35th. But coincidentally, you guys came back. So once again, welcome back. My companions shut their mouths. Behind the heretic questioner was the pillar, and behind the pillar was a large sphinx-like statue. There was only one way to describe the statue: a giant Welsh corgi. It was easy to guess which dog the heretic questioner possessed. Then, Kerk, I heard an all-too-familiar cry. Ger, Kerk. I dedicate today's glory to our sacred white lion, Ker. I offer my blood to the citizens of the great Remepolis. Gork. Thud. Thud. 2 goblins, each holding a sword, pounded on their shields. They were standing on a flat mound of mud. Countless snails surrounding the mound cheered loudly. Rhyme. I bet my entire fortune on you. Dirty mold. Kirk. Today is the day. Kill him. Oh. Oh. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, the goblins roared. Goo. Then they charged towards each other. Mud splattered. Wielding their short swords, the goblins slashed at each other's shields. Clang. The harsh sound of iron colliding filled the air. Oh. Oh. Barbarians without shells. Swing your forelegs. Rhyme. Hit him with your forelegs. What are you doing? Move your feet. You dumb bastard. Rhyme. Rhyme. I was speechless. Gladiators? They're gladiators. Yes. The heretic questioner's smile was in full bloom. They are sword fighters. The goblins howled as they swung their swords. From the parts of their skin not covered by their shields, red geometric tattoos were visible. The goblins are known for their courage and cleverness. They are the most favored sword fighters in Remepolis. No, in the entire slime empire. A goblin screamed as it was cut, but its opponent didn't miss the chance. In an instant, he spun his sword around and stabbed it into the other goblin's neck. Blood spurted out. The audience cheered. Goo! Suddenly, you have been given a quest for the 32nd floor. Words appeared in front of my eyes. Plus, the Great Snail Empire Goblin Race. Difficulty, B+. Objective, tribal unification is imminent. The main characters of this unification are the snails. With highly developed government systems and religious organizations, they have subjugated one race after another and made them slaves. If left alone, all races will kneel beneath their mucus. Rescue the goblin race from the oppression of the snail race. However, if you fail, the snail race will win and clear the 32nd floor. Plus, a great escape. That was the mission of this stage. Chapter 160. The Great Snail Empire. 3. The others, like the venomous snake and the black dragon master, all began to frown slightly one after the other. They must have received a quest as well. It wasn't too difficult to guess the contents. I bet it's about helping the races they are in charge of escape. It was around this time that Heretic Questioner also smiled. Ho! He'd probably received a quest as well. It wasn't too difficult to guess what that was about either. I just received a mission. It is to protect my empire by preventing your races from breaking free. The exact opposite of ours. Defend the empire. You were probably tasked with rescuing your respective races from the slime empire. How interesting. Our quest objectives conflict with each other. A strange silence fell upon the group. Whoa! Woo! For a while, the screams from the Colosseum beneath us were the only things we could hear. The Heretic Questioner rubbed his chin. I got it. Everyone, please give in to me. What? The Black Dragon Master furrowed her brows when she heard that. Nevertheless, the Heretic Questioner's expression didn't change. He smiled and spoke as if he had said the most logical thing. I know you might be confused by your emotions right now. Even though it's only been a few weeks, you devoted your time and affection to your various races. It's natural that you wouldn't be able to accept them being reduced to slaves. But this is the fastest method. Fast. If I hadn't interfered, the people of this world would have been wandering aimlessly for thousands of years. However, due to my intervention, they were able to enter the ancient era after only 200 years. It was that fast. Heretic Questioner. Even if you're right, using religion and slavery like this is... I'm not saying my method is perfect. Black Dragon Master. Imagine just how many lives would have been sacrificed in the thousands of years that would have passed. Even if my civilization uses and overworks hundreds of thousands of slaves, it has only been a few hundred years. I will accelerate history even further. As the Heretic Questioner said this, the light of the many torches in the underground city seemed to shine down upon him. The huge dog statue cast its shadow on us. From the ancient era to the Middle Ages. From the Middle Ages to the modern era. And finally from the modern era to the present era. I can avoid all the mistakes, misunderstandings, and slaughter that humanity experienced. There was a hint of certainty in the Heretic Questioner's voice. He also tried to convey his determination through his sad gaze. It was as though he was saying, I can do it. So everyone, please surrender. I will stay in this world and guide them. For 100 years. No, in just 360 years. I will raise them to the same level our civilization has reached. You intend to stay here for another 360 years? Yes. Under the pillar which depicted the history of a single civilization, the Heretic Questioner smiled broadly. Trust me, everyone, and leave. For we had a meeting, but there wasn't any real conclusion. Some of our colleagues believed that we should entrust this stage to the Heretic Questioner, while others strongly opposed it. In the end, we discussed for more than 2 hours, but we weren't able to reach a consensus. Let's take a look at how our races are doing first. Everyone is gradually becoming more agitated. I made a suggestion. If this continues, it'll just become an emotional argument. So let's go see how those kids are living. Then we'll each make our own decision. Let's meet back here tomorrow. Okay? My companions all nodded at my words. We all held back our groans and sighs as we scattered to search for the areas where our races were staying. Naturally, I headed to the place where the goblins were staying. Most of the goblins lived in the salt mines. That's it for today's daytime work. Rhyme. Everyone go home. Except for the supervisors, you molds can't move around outside. Line up. In an orderly manner. The snails swung their tentacles. Flinching, the goblins drew back and entered pits that were dug right beside the mines. These pits were the only accommodation given to the goblins. I was at a loss for words. I was so speechless that something like a moan escaped from my lips. This doesn't make sense. This is a pit. I know how much these kids like mud. How can they live in this place that has nothing but a salty smell? At the very least, they'd prefer to live in a damp place. Yeah. Bei Hurayong muttered from behind me. They're even scavenging for water, too. Hey. One of two goblins came out from the hundreds of pits. These goblins had red bands around their necks and water jars at their waists. Supervisors. The leaders of each pit had to come out and get water on their own. The supervisors were generally older females. I understood right away why these older females were chosen as the supervisors. Why are these two not in the dorm? Kirk, when we're not with them, the children start to cry. Look, TCH. The snail overseers had ordered that no goblin apart from the supervisor was allowed to wander around outside. However, that didn't stop the older females from bringing their young with them. If an older female was chosen as the supervisor, then they could bring up to 2 children with them, which meant that 2 more jars of water could be filled. Gork. Water. Water. The young goblins jumped into the spring water in the cave with a splash. 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 While the children swam, the females drew the water. They were using unfired clay jars. These jars were so weak that they would immediately shatter if they were dropped. But for the goblins living in these hellish conditions, they were priceless treasures. So the supervisors were careful to prevent them from breaking. I became more and more speechless. The time to draw spring water was the only free time allocated to the goblins. During this rare break, the older female goblins mimicked the feel of mud by mixing dirt with the water. Then they drew tattoos on the young goblin's skin with this rough mud. Gore. Gork. Gork. The children enjoyed it very much. Some of the children also picked up dirt and rubbed it on the female skins. These were more like squiggles than tattoos. Nevertheless, the older females didn't erase the children's drawings. It's time for nighttime work. Rhyme. The day's work continued. Don't slack off, you molds. The snail overseer urged them. The snails called the goblins molds. It was a slur. In the snail language, the word for mold was orc, which was similar to the sounds goblins made, so they gave them this name. Get out of the dorm. Don't waste my time. You lazy orcs. I was speechless at the cruelty of calling a race such a name simply because it was fun to say. Goblins weren't the only ones called by slurs. The sprites were stubby horns. The vampires were leeches. And when it came to the ocean race, it was simply fish. Under the oppression of the snails, the other tribe's special traits had become points of ridicule. Get to work. Get to work on your night shift. Clang. Wielding stone hammers, the goblins pounded on the rock salt. The rock salt obtained from the mines was very large and hard. It was the goblins' duty at night to break these rocks into sizes that were easy to eat. Kerk. The rock salt had a heavy smell as it was broken. It smelled similar to rotten eggs. Clang. 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 The goblins continued to pound rock salt for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, all while having to endure that horrid stench. From a distance, the goblins looked like they were swinging laundry sticks. However, if you looked closely, you'd just see that it was the goblins' hammers that had worn out. As the rock salt broke, so did their fingernails. Blood flowed from their wrinkled fingers, and the dust from the rock salt settled on wounds. But the goblins simply groaned every now and then without stopping, as though they were used to it. Rhyme. The snail overseer looked up. There was a single hole in the ceiling of the underground cavern. Through it, sunlight poured in during the day and moonlight at night. Now stars were visible in the night sky. That's all. That's all for tonight, Rhyme. Miners, return to your lodgings. Put all the hammers back in place. There were about 50 molds who had hammers. Don't forget, 50 molds had hammers. The goblins returned to their pits with their heads down. Gore. 2 water jars were waiting for the goblins when they returned to the pit, as well as a few fish that looked like carp. These were fish that had been caught by the mermaid fishermen. Slaves who lived in the water caught fish to feed the slaves living in the caves. Smoke from the grilling fish rose up from every pit. 1, 2, 3, 4, several hundred fires were lit at the same time. The young goblins kept reaching for the fish before it was done. Tiring from mining stone salt all day, their mothers simply tapped the children on the back with touches weaker than a fly. Nevertheless, the children were hungry. Eventually, the first few pieces of fish were given to the children, who ate them hurriedly. They always burn the things they intend to eat. Rhyme. The snails who watched over the night shift chuckled among themselves. That's because their digestive system isn't as developed as ours. They are just a bunch of savages. How could you burn your food? By the way, we have to send a new candidate to the Colosseum soon. It was night. The goblins gradually fell asleep, and the snails that watched over them from watchtowers also fell asleep. Apart from the drunken people in the distance who could be heard every now and then, the underground city descended into silence. At this point, I had already made up my mind. It seems I'll have to apologize to Raviel, I muttered softly. Bei Hurayong crossed his mind as he realized what I was thinking. You intend to go back? Yeah. If I go back and talk to the heretic questioner, I should be able to create a new future. What if talking to him doesn't work? Then I'll just have to talk to him some more. In any case, I'll have 200 years to do it, won't I? Bei Hurayong wrinkled his nose. I don't think you should. Why? Do you agree with what the heretic questioner said? No, it's not like that. How do I explain it so a bastard like you can understand? Bei Hurayong scratched his head. Hey, for example, let's say I'm your child.
Whose?
It's an example. Don't look at me with that stupid expression. Anyways, pretend that I'm your child and I went to school, but when I got home you found out I got beat up. Would you go back a day to get rid of the fact that I got beaten up? What are you talking about? Think about it from my perspective. Bei Hurayong looked me in the eye. Let's say I had an accident, or I died somehow. Then it's natural for you to return. No, you wouldn't even hesitate to return. You'll die once and save my life. Understand? No, what are you talking about now? But what if you go back a day because something happened and then you found out it was unnecessary? Don't you think that would be a bit messed up? I'm the one who has a problem, so why are you the one freaking out and regressing? I'm sure you wouldn't even give me a chance. What chance? A chance to beat the bastards that beat me up. This is something you should be familiar with. You experienced a similar situation just a few months ago. But trust them. Who? Yourself. Bei Hurayong responded calmly. And the little ones you raised. As I pondered, the rats in the cave squeaked. Then, after a long while had passed. Huh? Bei Hurayong suddenly spoke up. Hey, zombie, look at that. Huh? There. The goblins. I turned my head in the direction he was pointing. What are they doing when they should be asleep? I was surprised. Goblins were sneaking out of their pits. There were about 1 to 2 goblins per pit. After confirming that their overseers were asleep in their watchtowers, the goblins slowly and carefully walked in a certain direction. Oh my! Are they headed back to that cave? The goblins walked into the salt mine. The inside of the mine had been intricately carved like an ant nest. The snail overseers, who were relatively vulnerable to salt, only commanded the slaves from outside the mine. They never came this deep.
Kerk.
The goblins kept their voice low as they walked. The deeper they went, the narrower the passage became, and the lower the ceiling. However, the goblins continued to walk along this path as though they had done it many times before. Ha! The corners of Bei Huryong's lips curled up slightly. See that? They built a secret passage under the noses of their oppressors. Second underground floor. Third underground floor. Fourth underground floor. The goblins descended into the depths of the mine. There were hundreds of intersections connected to the passage. If someone came down here without knowing the way, it was possible that they would get stuck here for the rest of their life. Finally, after traveling for about an hour, they reached their destination. Care. In the dark cavern, the flame of a torch flickered every now and then. The figures of the goblins were barely discernible in the light. Ho! Bei Huryong was surprised. Would you look at that? I was right, wasn't I? They are also people. They won't just wait for someone to come save them. Perhaps it was responding to Bei Huryong's words. But the tower's voice sounded in my ear at that moment. The goblin race has created a secret assembly.